Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to Cheltenham. It is the start of the Towergate Cheltenham Festival and we have absolutely gorgeous weather for it. The 154th running of the Cheltenham Cricket Festival begins with today's Metrobank Women's One Day Cup match between Gloucestershire and the Sussex Sharks. And the news from early on here is that Sussex have won the toss and have elected to bowl first. Sussex, who are very much in the shake-up for the knockout stages of this competition, but they will certainly need to win this game, you would think. 3 wins and 3 defeats coming into this one. Gloucestershire, a tough start to this competition in the first phase of it with 4 defeats, but a win last time out against Derbyshire, which certainly continued what has been a bit of a charge at the back end of this season, with Gloucestershire having made T20 finals day and picking up their first victory, as I say, in the One Day Cup at Bristol. Gloucestershire put into bat, which means Chloe Brewer and Izzy Storer are making their way out to the middle. Sussex in their fuchsia pink down to our left and about to take the field, led by their captain, Ciara Green. My name's Ed Seaborn. Delighted to say Charlie Harden is along with me today. Charlie will take you through the Gloucestershire team in a moment, but I'll give you the Sussex side, where there is one change, and Izzy Wilkinson is... Phoebe Wilkinson, sorry, Izzy Wilkinson plays for Kent. Phoebe Wilkinson is out, and in comes Faye Mullins. So that's the one change. Izzy Collis and Molly Adams will open the batting for Sussex when the time comes. Shrishti Patel, Nancy Harmon, Ciara Green and Bella Johnson, Poppy Tulloch, Talitha Stanley, Anna Buckle, and Faye Mullins and Callie-Anne Doherty. Lots of seam bowling and lots of very exciting seam bowling. It looks as though it will be Anna Buckle to bowl the first over. Morning, Charlie. What's the Gloucestershire team news?
Good morning, Ed. Just the one change, very similar to that as Sussex Sharks. Liv Daniels comes in for Shah Phillips. I'll quickly take you through the 11 as the 2 opening batters are out there. Chloe Brewer, Izzy Storer, Prathana Reddy, Mega Hearn at number 4, Emily Monday, Emily Geach, Izzy Patel, Caitlin Belcher, Charlie Phillips and Alice Bird at number 11.
Yeah, so return to the side for the captain, Liv Daniels, who has been cleared to play after recovery from that broken finger. No Alice Hill, as she is still recovering from an injury. And I suppose that is the main headline act, and the game due to start from the chapel end with Anna Buckle.
Left alone first up by Izzy Storer. Lovely side-on position we've got today here, Ed. Can see perfectly across the ground. Does make seeing line a little bit trickier, but we'll certainly do our best. Lovely spot here at the chapel end. We can see the college buildings over to our left. Storer driving down the ground this time up to mid-off where it's well fielded. Lovely views as well over to our right. Rolling hills.
Yes, Cleve Hill, which towers over the... Well, I say towers over, I might be exaggerating it a little bit, but it's certainly prominent as we look over the far side of the ground towards the Sanford Road and the hospital buildings.
Back this time goes Storer, fielded at extra cover. It's Izzy Collis in there doing the fielding. Pretty straightforward work.
Everything looking remarkably brown. The trees on Cleve Hill are just about retaining some verdancy, but not an enormous amount. And the outfield here, well, understandably, slightly parched.
This one's missed by wicket-keeper Molly Adams. It's going to be fielded out in the deep, coming in from the third area out on the boundary. Throw comes in, wide given by the umpire. Inside the off stump. Understandably parched, isn't it, the outfield? I don't think too many areas, bar some of the few international cricket grounds, are as green and luscious as you might see in early April. As Chloe Brewer gets ready to face her first delivery, taking the guard and a couple of bat spins and a little scan of the field, looks out towards deep square where there is no fielder. Long leg is out on the boundary, as is third. Everyone else inside the ring. Here's Anna Buckle running in again. Solid in defence.
I think they've got her a little patch to cover the Warwickshire logo on the helmet today, Chloe Brewer, when she made her return to the side in the last match against Derbyshire. The Warwickshire logo was very much visible. If she scores 70 odd every time it's visible, then maybe it might have to stay.
And a nice leave there from a full length from Brewer. Yeah, it's not often you see that in the county game, is it? That one just tailed away from Brewer. Good leave in the end. And a Buckle started pretty nicely on a line and length, other than that one delivery going down the offside. Buckle starts with a few skips and leaping in now. Brewer leaves it alone to end a pretty good first over for Sussex. And Gloucestershire are 2 for none after one.
I think it's a change of strike. First ball, is it? No, it's not. Forgive me. Storer did take the first ball at Bristol in the last match, although I'm pretty sure when Brewer's played before, she's taken the first ball. Never really know how batters decide that, having, I don't think, ever opened the batting in my life. It's not a conversation I think I've ever had to have. Would you be a first ball kind of guy?
I was always a first ball kind of guy, Ed.
Right.
Some people just can't. I think they're an opener for a reason, because they can't wait. And then even the prospect of waiting a little bit longer at the non-strikers end, they just want to face the first ball, whereas some are quite happy just to not be able to possibly get out on the first ball, I think. And that seems to be the main ideas.
So Poppy Tulloch to open the bowling from the College lawn end, and there's more of that lawn visible at the festival this year. Inside edge onto pad. Yeah, no marquees at that end of the ground. It's a slightly different view this year, but I think certainly everybody to do with Gloucestershire, I'm sure, would echo the sentiment that it is just fantastic still to have this, when there were serious concerns about what the change in calendar would mean for this. Obviously taken by Adams. Gloucestershire will add one to their total. But with no championship cricket scheduled for the month of July, that really did make life tricky here in terms of getting this festival organised and then returning it to its owners, as it were, Cheltenham College. That's an awkward one for Adams. Wait to see what the umpire says here. They're going to come, well, they'll come back for two. Wise decision not to. A bye. Not going to be easy keeping here throughout the whole festival, I don't think. And Adams is off the College square that is behind her. If you're new to the Cheltenham Festival, one of the slightly quirky features is that you have the two squares, the one that we're playing on, where there are 4 pitches for the whole of the festival, and then the College square, which is where the school play their cricket. So particularly in 4-day cricket, you'll see the slip cordon actually standing on a square and diving around, which is a tricky thing to get used to. And the other thing which you sometimes see is bowlers struggle a little bit with no balls here, or potentially with the line. There is a slope from left to right as Tulloch is bowling here, and there are also some significant undulations as you get to the square.
Interesting. It's the first thing I picked out, isn't it, Ed? That I've never really seen a square in about just behind the keeper's position. It's quite incredible.
Oh, little inside edge, but it'll work for a single, and that will be the first run off the bat. So a bit of a mixed start with some extras, but also a couple of inside edges already found.
Yeah, it's clear that this pitch is offering a little bit at the start, as you'd expect with the new ball. Poppy Tulloch causing a couple of issues on both sides of the edge so far. We saw a little bit of that from Anna Buckle as well. It's been a good start for the pace bowling so far. Nothing too convincing that's come off the bat as of yet.
Wide called, and I don't think that's going to be caught up with. The outfield will be absolutely rapid. We're on the shorter side of the 4 pitches that are being used, so shorter boundary to where we are in the pavilion and off to the Thurlestone Road behind us, and then longer boundary to the Sandford Road side, but that's downhill.
Good atmosphere out there for the Sussex Sharks fielders. Bobby Tulloch just leaving that one outside the off stump for Storer to play no shot at. Sussex are feeling pretty buoyant out there, as you mentioned before the game, Ed, sitting 4th in the table. 3 wins, 3 losses. So I was carrying a little bit of confidence going into this one.
And another wide signalled by umpire White. We have Kirsty White and Hemal Wijisuria, who's standing at square leg. And the one thing you do see from here is really getting a sense of where batters are facing up. Storer just outside her crease. Yeah, Adams struggling a little bit with the bounce off that almost little drop away. And she kind of needs her bowlers to back her up a little bit. It's not easy to say, because you've got a little drop off the college square, and then there's a little rise up to where the bowler would run in. I think might be another extra, although no, just a little bit of bat. So 12 runs off Tulloch's opening over. Somebody who's had plenty of experience playing for Hampshire in Tier 1, in and around the 100 as well. But it does take a bit of getting used to bowling here. It's not the first time or the last time we'll see that.
And of course, not the only Hampshire player or ex-player or loanee player in this side. Nancy Harmon as well, coming off the back of that 91 in their previous game, Middlesex, and that 2-wicket defeat. But Anna Buckle set to continue. And once more, incredibly solid is Chloe Brewer. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty challenging day this for Molly Adams behind the stumps. Not too many balls have sailed through at a nice catchable height for her. As you mentioned, Ed, the one that just lands a couple of yards in front of her is seeming very, very awkward at the moment. Brewer works her way up towards mid-on. Fielded comfortably in there by Kiara Green, skipper for Sussex. But so far, these two batters looking unfazed, despite some good areas from the Sussex opening bowlers. Anna Buckle looking to bring the stumps into play here. That one's worked away nicely through forward square leg. It's going to take some stopping here out on the boundary. It's a little bit of a juggle, but it's a good piece of work from Nancy Harmon, who prevents the boundary and means it will just be a couple of runs to Chloe Brewer. Nice bit of timing from the Sussex batter, Gloucestershire batter, apologies.
Yeah, you don't get much of a second opportunity if you have it go through the infield. Even that one would have had enough pace on it to go to the boundary, to that shorter side.
Pulled away out towards deep backwards square. Long leg is running round. I think it's Doherty out there. Does a very good piece of work. A couple of little juggles and picks the ball up and throws back in. Again, another couple of runs.
Both very quick between the sticks, these two, and that's a feature really across Gloucestershire's top order, and we were very lucky to have Liv Daniels, Gloucestershire skipper, on with us last match, and that is something, as you can imagine, with Fran Wilson as head coach, that there is a huge emphasis on that running between the wickets.
Okay, another strong drive from Brewer. You get the feeling with that running between the wickets, Ed, and also with how fast the outfield is here, it's a day where Chloe Brewer could really look to cash in.
Yep, she's certainly been in good form when she's been on loan to Gloucestershire.
Trying to whip it away down towards fine leg, where there is a big wide open gap between the keeper and long leg, which is a very backward deep square out on the boundary. Again, that third is also out on the picket fence on the rope. And then that ring field on the offside with a catcher nice and close and an extra cover. The one slip which you can see on the left side of the screen. Anna Buckle running in once more. And a slashing drive from Chloe Brewer is going to find four. Clatters into the advertisement boarding, and it's a 4 to end the over, which has been quite a good one here for Gloucestershire. And so they move on to the fourth over at 24 for none.
.71 for Chloe Brewer in the Derbyshire game from almost a runner ball. What was the mainstay of that innings? I think in terms of boundary size and probably speed of outfield, this will be completely different today. That innings could easily have been worth 80 or 90. I suspect, given the pace this one will run at.
We're yet to see one of those short deliveries really get up into a position that these two Gloucestershire players can comfortably play off the back foot. Again, causing a little bit more trouble for poor Molly Adams, who's got a bit of work to do. See her behind the stumps. She's taken a few little steps up, marked her guard a little bit closer to the stumps.
It looks to me as though I haven't actually spoken to Christian Brain, who's the man in charge of preparing both these squares. It looks as though there's been some work done in terms of sideways on this surface as well as just up and down. Which I don't know if that's something that is always done when it's been incredibly dry, but just smooth out the surface. You can see from this position, albeit from the pictures, it looks as though it's all up and down, but actually from sideways on, we've got the same visual, but the other way round, if you can imagine. Oh, inside edge. I might fancy two here, actually, because it's a long corner that Longleg's coming from. And although that is Nancy Harmon out there, who is one of the quickest boundary fielders in the domestic game, even she can't prevent the second.
Running back to the danger end as well from Izzy Storer. You mentioned, didn't you, Ed, about how good these two are going to be between the wickets, and well, they're showing signs of it now.
Both these two on loan. Brewer from Tier 1 Warwickshire and Storer from Tier 3 Berkshire, which I think is kind of how the system is designed to work, really, whilst the majority of this Gloucestershire team are still players who have come through the Gloucestershire Academy. Well, that's off pad, and that might just escape Harmon. Yeah, it will. Again, I don't think there's many fielders out there who would have got at all close to stopping that. Harmon is so quick round there, but even, again, with her pace, not able to stop it. So there was some bat involved. And a boundary to Izzy Storer. So 30 without loss after 4 overs. Gloucestershire off to somewhat of a flyer in this 50 over a side game.
Yeah, they are, Ed, and it doesn't feel like they've had to work too hard for it just yet. So Gloucester can look ahead now to the next few overs of this first 10 over power play. And they're in a very good position to go and kick on. Boundary starting to flow in the last couple of overs. Santa Buckle in past the umpire now. And well clipped away down towards a very fine leg. And it is just going to win the race. Oh no, it's some brilliant fielding out in the deep from Doherty. And it looks as if there's a lovely lush patch of grass, just you can see, which Callie-Anne Doherty was running out into. And it just seemed to grip and take a hold of the ball as it skipped away towards the boundary. Good fielding there, out there in the deep.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only lush part of the outfield in that corner. The lawn actually beyond is looking an awful lot greener. It is a lawn, but in front of us there's very straw-like grass that remains.
Attempted pull shot goes down the leg side and wide given off the bowling of Buckle. Gloucester just managing to salvage 3 runs from that clip down towards fine leg from Brewer. Yes, it is quite funny that the greenest part of the ground is the part we're not playing on. But either way, it's still very picturesque here at Cheltenham College today. Bit of an inside edge towards pad out into the leg side where the nifty Nancy Harmon runs in and picks up.
Actually, it's the perfect view from here with the parasol we've got above us, because that is completely blocking out Eagle Tower behind the 2 chapels, so you Can't see that particular bit of brutalist delight. And we've just got the stone college buildings and the hills in the background.
This time off the knee roll as an attempted swivel pull shot. Looks to be dribbling away. Again, it's getting caught in the lush grass, and again it's fielded by Doherty out in the deep. Brilliant work out there, running around from long leg. And it means it's going to be another 3. Or is that a 4? I think Brewer might have got back for a 4th run there. Guess we'll see very shortly. 3. Apologies, everybody. 3 for Storer. She moves to 9.
Leg buys that time, so either way, the extras column is getting a serious workout here. And again, so often leg buys, whilst they don't go to the bowling figures, it's just an indication of struggling a bit with lines. 7 runs off this over already with only 3 legitimate deliveries bowled.
Yeah, brought a little discussion, didn't it, from leadership group. Anna Buckle, ready now. Cut away with 4, straight to backward point. Well fielded though, well inside the ring.
I think it's sort of at this point where as a captain you're not exactly panicking, but 5th over at 37 without loss, having decided to put the opposition in, you're certainly at the stage of praying for a wicket.
We just stall this Gloucester onslaught at the minute. Very full, again off the foot. Molly Adams throws the glove down to go and fields, but didn't stop Chloe Brewer getting through to a single. So that moves the score to 38 for none. Just 1 ball left in the 5th over as we approach 11 AM. 10:30 start this morning. On a fine morning here in Cheltenham. Nancy Harmon running over to Anna Buckle to have a discussion. Now a fielding change is going to come. Is that Slip that's going to come out? Yes, it is. So Slip's now moving out into a square leg position. Long leg's moving finer. Molly Adams again moving her even finer again. So it's almost the perfect 45-degree fine leg out on the boundary. 3rd is quite fine as a result of removing that first slip. And again, still the ring field, which is now more of the perfect ring, I'd say. Fine leg and 3rd man are out, and Storer this time finds the backward point fielder, and it ends the over with a dot. 38 for none, and I can confirm the extras at the moment taking up 19 runs. 38 for none after 5.
Yeah, so be less than 4 and over without those, but it's just ensured that no risks really have to be taken. Finding a couple of fielders in that over, but it doesn't really matter when the run rate's at over 7.5.
Lots of little discussions going on here, Ed, between multiple fielders. Doherty's having a little chat with Bella Johnson, I believe, and it's a bowling change now. No, still Poppy Tulloch. It's just Kiara Green is not donning the cap today. Fine leg moves finer. And again, we're back to that ring field. 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg side.
Just find a little bit of space down towards long leg, or they do want a second run. It's really aggressive running from Brewer to come back. She is very quick, and been a little bit of a change of personnel as well. So I don't know whether that was a case of picking on the fielder, but again, extra run. Will be another one to that growing list of sundries.
Molly Adams coping well that time with the ball that lands just in front of her, diving body on the line, stuff from the Sussex wicketkeeper.
Not sure that would have been one that would have counted anyway, even if they'd come through. From this angle anyway, it didn't look like a shot was played.
No, definitely not. Eden, you got the feeling, didn't you, as you saw and knew that straight away, so sent back Chloe Brewer.
Positive move forward from Brewer, who is defending like she means business, which is always a bit of a message that can be sent, even in just defence. That ball is hitting those fielders inside the 25-yard circle hard when it's defended off Brewer's bat so far. Oh, that's past the edge though. There is something out there when it's on the spot, and that's always, I guess, traditionally what you expect from a surface at Cheltenham. There usually tends to be a little bit in it for everybody. You can really score your runs here if you get in. If you land the ball on the right spot, you expect to get a little bit of reward as both a seamer and a spinner. Oh, in the air, but away from the bowler. So potentially Tullett just beginning to find a rhythm a little bit the last few deliveries and giving Gloucestershire something to think about.
Yeah, a little bit of excitement for the bowling, perhaps. Again, just that last ball popping up towards mid-off. Bit of pace off, maybe. A bit of change of pace from the wicket, who knows?
Oh, an edge, but they've taken slip out. And that will go for 4. So, should in a way have been the first wicket, because were it not for some of what had gone before, they would not have taken that slip out in the 6th over. But Brewer getting away with another edge down to the boundary. We have seen a couple that flashed down to the college lawn end not so long ago, but 45 without loss after 6.
Yes, Ed, you're right. If it wasn't for those boundaries that have come flowing for Gloucestershire, actually, they might have just kept a slip in. But gives it back to Molly Adams as the ball makes its way back around the field. Another sign of just short balls being slightly tricky to get away for the batters so far today. Won't worry them though. Brilliant position here at 45 for none after 6. Just got on top of there into mid-wicket. It's picked up by a sprinting Nancy Harmon.
So the activation zone is here today as well for the, well, I say for the younger spectators, but judging by some of the people I've seen measuring the speed of their bowling, I think it's for everyone. I did see the number 16 flash up. I'm not sure if that's in miles per hour or knots or what. 16 miles an hour. That's how fast you are.
Wide down the leg side. Well, I'm sure they'd hope it's in another unit, because 60 miles an hour isn't too impressive. Although judging by the demographic out there, maybe 16 miles an hour is rapid. Some of the young boys and girls throwing the balls down into that
45
stumps area.
That's a bit more like
it. How can you see that? Where
how can you not see that? There's a little LED screen, I think, which pops up with the speed, although you kind of have to make sure you don't hit the top of the structure.
Sanna Buckle thumps the ball onto the pad of Storer.
It is sort of important to aim it roughly at where it's being measured from, rather than bowl it on the roof of the actual inflatable structure.
Would that be an issue for you, Ed?
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe with an especially loopy leg break.
Okay.
It has been known occasionally to have a ball bowled onto the top of a net, but might be where it might aim now.
Again onto the pad of Storer. Find a single down towards fine leg. Well fielded though from Bella Johnson, running around from square leg. Now I've just seen a dad get involved, Ed. And they've just started launching it as hard as they can at this speedometer. And they still can't get it above 45 miles an hour. I think the dad was a little bit unimpressed with himself. Especially as he's batting up against some youngsters.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the accuracy of that will have been called into question already. To have a steward's inquiry.
Yeah, clipped away nicely down towards Doherty, who's in a more traditional fine leg now. Fields with ease out in the deep. Just be a single to Brewer.
I was looking forward to watching Anna Buckle today. She has played for Surrey as well this season. Covered a match down at Taunton where she was playing as part of a short-term contract that she signed with Surrey, and actually bowled very impressively in that position. And in terms of, I suppose, having signed that contract, it shows that, rightfully so, with her height and her ability to get the ball to move around, she's very much on people's radar. And 4 overs for 17. She has bowled a couple of wides herself, but has certainly been the one thus far anyway, until the end of Tulloch's previous over when she really started to cause some problems. She has been the one that has stemmed the flow. I think she went for about 10 or 12 in her first over, and she bowled a wide and I think a front foot no ball to start her spell, and ended up coming back really well from that. Clipped away towards mid-wicket. Again, fielder will get across. And you just sort of thought, well, there's really something there, even more so than when I'd seen her play for Sussex before. You know, thrust into that Surrey environment with, I suppose, a few of the main international names missing. But even so, brings a fair amount of pressure. You've only got a limited amount of time to make your impression, and to me she certainly did that, so be interested to see where her career goes moving forward.
Well, I thought she bowled very well in that previous over. I think just because of how well Gloucestershire are scoring at the minute, that over can go a little bit under the radar. And actually, Anna Buckle was really threatening the pads and bringing those stumps back into play, tailing it back into the batters, and well, Anna Buckle looked pretty dangerous.
Well, she's having a happier time of it behind the stumps now, Adams, I think, having probably worked out where she's got to stand. I do like those boots as well. As the 50 is raised, it's always a slightly awkward moment when the 50 is raised with either a wide or a no ball. It's an awful lot of deliveries hitting the pad, but going down the leg side. The early going.
Yeah, I've never heard so many balls thump into the pad, like a genuine thump, but there also be absolutely no noise of appeal. I think we've probably had maybe even 4 that have clattered into the pads in the last 2 overs, and nothing has even brought about a doubt of an appeal.
Oh, she's gone hard at that, Brewer, advancing at Tulloch, and as we've seen in the previous couple of overs, there's some uncertainty out there when line is around about the channel you want it to be. Panama hats and shirt sleeves, the order of the day today, with the crowd still growing in number as it goes along. Of course, a slightly more limited capacity, which I'm sure people will understand the reasons for at this year's festival, but great opportunity to come down and enjoy some 50-over cricket in the sunshine. Brewer will chop a single down to deep third.
Would you say we're in the grandstand?
The pavilion.
What about the far side?
Well, that has been
Is that the
a
grandstand?
grandstand. I think it's I don't know. It's a stand that is probably about half the size of what it has been. The main seating area, we've got the members down below us. Yeah, I don't think it's got delusions of grandeur, that stand, but if you'd like, we could call it that.
It would settle me, I think, a little bit to know that that stand's got a name. And every ground seems to have a grandstand, and that seems to be the grandest of stands. Must be how they name it. And a buckle. Right time over. Brewer drives it to backward point. Seems to have found that fielder in there with consistency. Talitha Stanley in there at backward point doing the work. Multiple times Brewer has either cracked a cut or driven, as you saw there, the outside half of the bat to Stanley, backward point. Square leg Bella Johnson having a nice discussion with the umpire. Buckleball's back of a length. This time Brewer finding deep third as the ball scuttles and jumps on its way down towards the field. A good take from Molly Adams. Moves Gloucester to this fine start of 52 without loss halfway through the 9th over. Considering they haven't brought a huge amount of form into this game, Gloucester will be pretty happy with this start so far. Just the 1 win so far, coming in that last game against Derbyshire. Small win by 19 runs. They'll be looking to go 2 on the bounce. Storer drives to forward of point.
Yeah, I suppose it's more the form that they bring in, not just from that game, but from the T20 as well, with that run at the end of that competition. 3 consecutive wins to get them into that semi-final, and a really decisive win against Kent on finals day. And then a real push of Glamorgan in that final, the team who I think most people would have hung the medals around their necks before the start of the season, given they are destined for Tier 1. But certainly gave them a serious test in that final.
Storer carves the backward point. No run.
But it's funny how much this season is mirroring last season as well. And again, within the camp, they've talked about this as well. And I think, in a way, now that we've reached this stage, that will give them even further belief that they can really finish the season very strongly. Some of it has been a little bit the scheduling as well.
Again, struck on the pad. Runs out towards backward a point. Stanley does the fielding, and it's no run to end the over. 52 for none after 9.
And that both competition schedules have been really quite front-loaded with the teams who would have been expected to be at the top at the start. They had home games at the start of the T20 against Glamorgan and Middlesex, who perhaps not quite finished as strongly, Middlesex, as they started, and certainly were last year as well. However, in both this and the One Day Cup, they've played, really have played the teams that I think they'd have known they'd have had to have been at their absolute best to have a chance of beating, and would now feel as though they're playing their best cricket in the month of August, which again was kind of the case last year. They played Sussex at Hove in the One Day Cup in 2025, and that really was the start of what was a bit of a run through August. They had the likes of Katie Jones and Chloe Skelton on loan last year from Tier 1, although of course both of those very much Gloucestershire products, and that certainly helped. I think the feeling is that something similar could certainly be achieved here. So we have our first change of bowling from that College lawn end, and it's Kelly Ann Doherty. Keeper up, and Adams might prefer this, assuming that Doherty can bowl stump to stump.
You're right. She either will prefer it or she'll despise it. It's one of the two, and it's almost as we've seen her take a few balls on the bounce standing back. I wonder if this might just make things a little bit easier, that she can be right up close to the stumps.
Shouldn't find the gap in the covers, although, wow, they're absolutely predatory, these Gloucestershire batters. That was only the slightest of fumbles at extra cover from Tulloch, and she would have thought that there was no chance, especially as that ricocheted straight off to extra cover, that they'd come through. But as soon as they saw that slight ricochet, they went. That may be a little bit closer, but again, umpire not interested at all.
Look very close on line. I wonder if it's just a height issue, perhaps. Very close to that leg stump. Just because, as well, the batter's now standing in their crease with Molly Adams standing up.
Well, one person appealed. So we can add that to what is a seriously long list of balls that have thumped into the pad. The last ball of the first 10. Well, that's not going to be the last ball of the first 10, I don't think, because wide's been signalled, and again it will cross the boundary. So just as it seemed as though Sussex were beginning really to pull this back, it was at 7s not so long ago, the run rate dropping down towards 5s, but another set of 5 wides, and this is going to be something that Gloucestershire will have to I suppose, better when their time to bowl comes. And that's going to be 4 more. I think that was glanced away. It was. So a boundary for Izzy Storer, which means that just as it looked as though Sussex were kind of escaping this first 10 over power play, Gloucestershire end it with a bit of an exclamation mark at 62 without loss.
Well, you're right, Ed. 45 for none, Gloucestershire were after 6 overs. Then Sussex managed to restrict them to just 7 from the next 3. But that 10-run over to end the power play is just going to leave a little bit of a sour taste. As Gloucestershire now sit 62 for none from 10. Any pressure has been built up, feels it's been slightly released. But Chloe Brewer is going to take the strike. As it appears, Anna Buckle will continue past the close of the power play. So this will be a 6th over. Tulloch's now gone out to deep square. Fine leg, deep third and deep cover. The 4 fielders now out on the boundary. As keeper Adams now stands up and Brewer backs away from that delivery. Oh, I've just seen a new low in the activation zone, Ed. 10 miles an hour. As the fans can bowl.
Oh,
I think that's quite an accomplishment, actually.
Somebody got 46, which is the highest I've seen.
Worked away nicely by Brewer down towards fine leg. Running in is Doherty after her first over with the ball. Single added, first run, power play 2. Oh no, I've seen it now, Ed. 1 miles an hour. Somehow a fan has been able to bowl 1 mile an hour into the activation zone. I'm starting to question the technology. As we always do, don't we? Just on the inside knee roll there. On the pads of Izzy Storer.
Oh, I think that's what it's there for, actually, to just give us something to talk about, because we have nothing to talk about in terms of the weather anymore, because it's just always either dry in the summer or wet in the winter. We've only got 2 seasons in this country now. And we need something else just to moan about. So along comes AI to fill the void.
Pulled away. Again, just using the pace down towards fine leg. Single taken. I think I'd be a little bit worried about AI if that was coming out with numbers such as 1 mile an hour. I can't believe that's quite behind it. I mean, it'd be some upgrade for the activation zone, wouldn't it, to be AI generated, AI backed. It's nicely timed through mid-wicket. Nancy Harmon running around doing the fielding. So another single added to Chloe Brewer, who now moves to 25.
Here's what you'll find with this Sussex side is that about 97% of balls in the field will be fielded by Nancy Harmon. She is absolutely everywhere.
Full and slow ball, brilliant work behind the stumps from Adams. He's able to take a full ball down the leg side. It's never easy, especially standing up to an opening bowler in Anna Buckle. Storer would be a little bit gutted not to get a little bit of bat on it. Feather it down towards fine leg for a single or maybe even a 4. It's fine enough. Strong cut shot forward a point. It's going to find the deep fielder.
I think we just got a window into your mentality there. Because wide down the leg side, and you were talking about flicking it for a single. You get the one without it being a ball
Yeah,
counting.
I know, but this is a batter's mentality here, Ed.
Can't
They're selfish.
stand batters.
That run should have been theirs. This is a strong push now off the back foot from Brewer. It's going to start racing away across probably the most parched area of the outfield, but it's a brilliant piece of work out in the deep. And it's brought the loudest applause of the day. Terrific work out there.
Wow, is it Johnson all the way in the deep?
Bella Johnson could be.
That's a fantastic bit of fielding, because you've got to be, never mind just getting there. The ball running down the hill and you're against an angle, but then you've got to actually have the commitment to deliver yourself a carpet burn. And it's not a soft landing. Probably going to be about as comfortable as falling down a flight of stairs, diving on this outfield.
It's funny, it also looks quite slippery just because of how dry it is. And it took Bella Johnson quite a few
It's quite a
goes
smooth surface, I suppose, isn't it? Because it's pretty much just like a mat.
Can confirm it is Bella Johnson out there, I believe.
I think you see this a little bit here in that when you just wait for the ball to come, that little bit longer you can time it, as we saw at the end of the previous over, and then again with that just defensive shot from Brewer that was out of the middle. So that one will get past backward point. Shouldn't go to the boundary as there's a fielder down at deep third, but two more. But if you just go that little bit harder, a couple of times we've seen batters come down the pitch and then really go for something quite expansive. Does sometimes punish you a bit. It's a good thing these pads are black and the ball's white, because otherwise we might have a few marks on the inside of the pad. That I can't. It must be about 15 times or something now that we've seen the ball just angle onto the pads.
Well, you talk about coming to the ground to hear the leather on Willow, don't you? Unfortunately, a few people have come to the ground to hear quite a lot of leather on whatever the pad is made of. Do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's sort of... I suppose it depends, isn't it? You've got different materials for pads now. Swept up by Tulloch out at deep cover. Yeah, gone are the days probably of them being filled with that fluff. Like polystyrene type stuff now, I don't know. I genuinely... I'm going to have to look this up. That'll beat backward point. Again, Tulloch called into action around the boundary. There could be a run out here, and she gets back. Does Brewer. There's a little moment of alarm for the Gloucestershire openers. It's a short throw from out there. Many other instances, if you beat backward point by just an inch or so, you're definitely thinking two, but even with the pace these two have got, it is a short distance. It can only be maximum 50 yards, I reckon, to that boundary, judging by where the 25-yard circle is. Might be just over double that, but not much.
So, first change of bowling from the Chapel end. It's going to be Talitha Stanley. She's been rock solid in a backward point so far today. She's got to help someone else does her job.
high-density shock-absorbent foam, says the fountain of knowledge.
It can't just be foam, can it? Surely it's got a special long name. A good stop down the leg side from Molly Adams. Will just be a wide. Izzy Storer trying to help it on its way, trying to find four for the first ball from Talitha Stanley, who does start with a wide, but she'll be looking to get into her rhythm ASAP. Storer pushes it up to extra cover. Izzy Collis, Sussex opening batter, in there at extra. I think Molly Adams is going to have a lot of keeping standing up on the cards today. Hot day under the helmet. Pull shot, backward of square. Poppy Tulloch needs to put in a dive here, but it's too far away from her. She's been pretty good out here on the near side boundary. It's not too far of a hit. And Izzy Storer has found the boundary with a good use of pace, timing and power. Away backward of square on the leg side. That moves Gloucester to 79 for none.
It's about the first time, I think, that the measure's been really got of a shorter delivery, because at the moment, not getting up a massive amount. Staying in a low position and going low to high with that particular effort. Storer and Gloucestershire's run rate, which dropped into the low fives, is now back well up over 6.
Storer lets this one go, and Stanley's got a little bit of a comeback on here to do now. Just 2 legal deliveries bowled so far. That one just drifting on the offside wide line. Bit of away movement. Stanley just searching for a bit of control here. Storer can guide it to backward a point. A little bit of confusion. They almost met in the middle, the two batters, could shake hands and ended up running back towards their own ends. So perhaps a single miss with a little bit of a fumble and a backward point, but risk avoided. Stanley being able to pick up a wicket in the defeat against Middlesex, 0 for 36 from her 5 in that game. And Storer compactly in behind, blocks it out to extra cover. So after a bit of calculation from the umpires, it's 2 balls to go. Stanley has regained control of the over. Drawed a few solid defensive shots from Storer.
I mean, some of these players, I will need to do an exact comparison, but Sussex did play at Cheltenham last year, so for some of them it won't be the first time they bowled here, but it's pretty clear that pretty much every bowler that's come into the attack has needed to get used to the vagaries of this ground.
Well, a safely navigated end of the over from Stanley. Quite a strange over, really. 5 dots, a boundary and 3 wides. But Stanley can definitely take the positives of the pressure she was able to build towards the end of the over. Brewer sits on 31, 17 for Storer, and after 13 overs, Gloucester are 81 for no loss.
So Stanley and Buckle did play in this Well, I say this fixture last year, of course it wasn't, because it was T20. Lottie curling and Kiara Green opening the bowling. Stanley took 3 for 28 from her 4 overs. Buckle came on as the 5th bowler. Had Jazz Westley last year as well. I'd completely forgotten about that. He's now signed for Somerset. As they worked away towards mid-wicket. Yeah, that was a pretty comfortable win for Sussex, who piled up 187 for 6 from their 20 overs. Rachel King had been a bit of a scourge of Gloucestershire last year. 48 from 23 with 11 fours. So, as they say, you do the math. No chance of a single there. Brewer's come a long way down, but you know she's going to get back. Gloucestershire making 122 in reply to Sussex's 187 for 6, but that game was extremely well attended. I think there was about 2,500 here. Which was certainly a record as far as a Gloucestershire women's match. First half of a double header, but ground was really chock-a-block for the first half. Oh, a bounce there. It's just risen up a bit over the top of Brewer, and now it's time for a bit of prodding after something like that.
Doherty's been the only real one to extract that kind of bounce out of this surface. You've seen a couple of balls kind of, sort of rear up into the thigh pad region, and that ball just being Brewer on the outside edge. Bowling well here, Doherty.
It's a nice looking punch through extra cover. Just bringing a single, so a tidy over from Doherty. 84 without loss after 12 overs. Research tells me that Kellyanne Doherty plays her club cricket for Binfield. Which,
now, I wonder how that was named.
I don't know, but I suppose in the next few days there's going to be an awful lot of talk of bins, so I thought I'd bring it up again here.
Binfield. Sure, it's a very good cricket club. I'd like to know what the best named cricket clubs are. I've often thought about this. I don't really have too many I can bring to that conversation, unfortunately. So I'm sort of
okay. I thought you might have a couple at least.
I feel like next time I'll bring that up, I'll definitely bring a few with me.
Well, I went past a bus stop a couple of days ago called Thistle Bottom.
As Brewer finds deep cover. Yeah, it sounds
Next
a little bit
stop, Thistle Bottom. That's what it said on the information board. That was part of my delightful 77 stop journey between Hebden Bridge and Rochdale 2 days ago, as every train in and out of Manchester was stopped.
Were you counting the stops?
No, I'm not quite that level. Not quite.
Talita Stanley bowls, and it's worked out towards mid-wicket. Is this a chance of a run out? It's been misfielded at the bowler's end by Stanley. Storer wasn't able to get through with too much confidence. A lot of hesitation at the batting end, and well, if it was a direct, she would have been struggling.
It was a bit wild from Harman at mid-wicket. I think she actually didn't need to wing it that hard, and at that pace, any amount wide of the stumps was likely to be a problem for Stanley. Had more time.
Get another thump on the pad of Brewer. Picked up by Adams. No run. So sorry, did you count your stops?
No. I fairly autistic, but I don't think that much so. So no, it was listed on Google Maps as 77 stops.
Okay. Time straight back to the bowler by Brewer. Stays on 34. Did you check it just to make sure it was correct, or did you just do?
Somehow, the journey was just too exciting for me to. I'd far too much else going on.
And where did Thistlebottom come on the trip? Was it?
It was about about 5th or 6th. I'd say it's somewhere near Hebden Bridge, just on the side of it, heading towards Todmorden.
Fine edge through to the keeper's gloves, which has been put down. I don't know if that's come off the bat, but they're just settling for a single. Down towards fine leg. 1 ball left in this over. Just 3 runs from it so far. Good comeback this from Stanley.
That's a gorgeous part of the world to be stuck. If you're going to be stuck somewhere, then I would recommend Hebden Bridge. But I'm not sure I'd recommend the couple of hours bus journey to Rochdale.
So when you drove past Thistlebottom...
Oh, I didn't. No, I'm driving.
Okay, wait.
I didn't drive the bus. I'm not licensed to do that.
Okay. Apologies for my incorrect use of the term drive there. You were a passenger in the bus. Okay, I'm pleased we got that sorted. And you went past Thistlebottom. And was it initially in that moment you thought I'm going to bring this up, or was it just something to stick in the memory?
Well, did you mean that? Stick in the memory. I'm sorry, I'm just too busy thinking about Thistlebottom. No, I didn't, but I thought this definitely warrants a picture.
Okay.
So, yes, anyway, that was a rare moment of excitement on what was a day of my life I'll never get back. Clipped out towards mid-wicket, they'll make it through comfortably enough this time, despite the fact that the throw almost decapitates Storer. So yeah, I've had a wonderful trip up to Manchester. Driven slightly aerially, but well away from backward point. Buckle will tidy up at deep third. So 2.5 hours late getting into Manchester. Then a game yesterday which there were certainly plenty of positives as far as Gloucestershire's men were concerned, but saw rather too much of George Balderson's excellent straight striking for my liking. Just get past extra cover, but again, short throw. Although it's not a especially accurate one, it's in quickly and they can't take a second. And then last night, the train was at Manchester Piccadilly, but the driver wasn't. And apparently you do need a driver for a train. There are driverless trains other parts of the world, but apparently not here yet. Oh, that's chipped up in the air. Could be the first wicket, mid-off underneath it, and the catch is taken by Kiara Green. So Doherty breaks this opening stand of 90. And the end of Izzy Storer just threw that shot a little bit early, but was looking to go over the top. And Green judging that she didn't have to move too far. Just, I think, looking to pick that one up over mid-wicket. Ends up at mid-off. And a safe catch. So Storer gone for 20, but 90 for 1. There's the score.
I think we might have just been slightly deceived as the viewers of this game so far. That I think it's quite challenging to bat out there. There's a few balls that are coming off the bat nicely and they're finding the boundary. However, there's plenty of deliveries that are beating the bat, whether that's going on to hit the pad or going through to the gloves of Molly Adams. And that's just a sign of a little bit of lateral movement or maybe a bit of too pace from this wicket, which you often see when a ball takes the leading edge and pops up into the air. But Prathana ready, the new batter, just 6 in that last game against Derbyshire. But it's a very, very stable platform that Storer and Brewer have been able to provide her. And now Gloucester are going to think about kicking on nice and calmly into the middle overs of this game.
So Prathana ready out at number 3. And just getting a bit of a lowdown from Chloe Brewer. There was an awful lot of hand signalling there. Glove moving up and down. Yeah, it's doing a little bit. But ready. Another busy player, exciting young player. Still only 18 years old. See how she copes here. Underway straight away. It's a nice start. Just a gentle roll of the wrists for 1 through square leg.
Bit of field spreading going on. That came in for new batter ready, but back out to Chloe Brewer. Deep cover, deep square, fine in third.
So another good over from Doherty. 4 runs plus a wicket. What about the attempted big shot, which resulted in the wicket? And at 91 for 1 at the end of 16 overs, we're the only match in progress in terms of the county game today. No games in the Men's One Day Cup, and the other women's games in this round tomorrow. Leicestershire Foxes taking on Derbyshire Falcons, Middlesex against the Northamptonshire Steelbacks, and the Worcestershire Rapids at home to Glamorgan. See Leicestershire playing Derbyshire at my old school.
Stanley continues, and it's off the outside half of the bat, well guided from ready down towards third, and they're thinking about a second, but we'll just settle for 1. What score's that, Ed?
Uppingham in Rutland. So a game not actually in Leicestershire.
Okay. Tends to happen, those outground games. Hampshire often see outground games go the way of Arundel in the past, which is in Sussex.
That's especially bizarre. We had Nottinghamshire's men play yesterday at Chesterfield.
Thumping drive up towards mid-off, good diving stop.
It was very good from Patel up there, because she not only did extremely well to dive and stop it, but then she pretty much fell over as she was getting up and styled it out perfectly. Somebody laughed in the field, so it wasn't just me.
I think she started out so well that I actually didn't notice that. So she's clearly done the job perfectly. Reddy gets in behind this one and plays it to Nancy Harmon with a slightly less eventful pickup. And that Patel.
I think Sussex Women's last match was at Arundel as well, which is another one of those grounds that I've never managed to get to, like Chesterfield. It's the problem when you're covering cricket elsewhere, unless you're actually assigned a fixture there. It's so hard to get to these places.
Cut finds the backward point fielder. Yeah, it's almost as if they're not perfectly designed for county cricket.
Well, that's part of it. The other part of it is that there's not many rounds off in the season. Where's on your list then? Have you got a list of grounds you've not managed to get to yet?
So this one's played out towards deep backward square. Probably Tulloch running around. I've only got 2 full-on county grounds I'm yet to be at.
Okay.
One of which is, it escapes my mind. Worcester I haven't been to.
Right.
And I think that might now be the only one, because I was at Grace Road a couple of weeks ago for Leicestershire. This has worked with good timing to a diving Nancy Harmon, and a fumble could have brought about a run, but they've opted for the dot. Yeah, New Road is my only ground I've not yet been to, Ed.
Wow. That seems, if I may say so, an unusual one
To leave till last.
to miss out on.
Well,
And I mean, just
I'm not missing out on
geographically,
it.
I mean.
Yeah, I know. I ticked off Durham and Headingley very early on in the season to sort of not get them out of the way, just more in a geographical term rather than actually.
No, I'm quite looking
there.
forward to getting Durham out of the way. Very much looking forward to getting Durham out of the way. First 4-day of the resumption of the county championship.
But yeah, no, you're right. Worcester is almost slap bang in the middle and almost hard to avoid.
Just a hand off the back there from Reddy, but controls it well enough through that gap.
But I've heard good things. Heard good things about New Road. Made my Seat Unique Stadium debut not too long ago. That Surrey T20 Blast fixture for the men.
Good stop from Adams back there. But no, outground-wise, any...
Oh, yes, sorry.
Particular...
Outgrounds. What, in terms of ones I've been to? Or?
Well, ones that you haven't got to yet. Advancing Brewer, slapping it through extra cover. And again, Tulloch will slide across in a puff of dust. And back for 2.
I wouldn't say I'm the best travelled outground.
Oh right, so you're a
so
creature
far.
comforts type of person, are you?
Not fully, Ed. Yeah. I enjoy my time at Kibworth.
Right.
Leicestershire, outground.
Well, that beats backward point, and Tulloch won't get to this one. Nice shot from Brewer. She is strong. Square of the wicket on that offside. This is a really nice innings built by Brewer. She's put in the work at the start of it and potentially has a real opportunity to go on and make this another sizable contribution. The 100 up midway through the 18th over. Now I'm trying to think where else would be on my list other than Arundel and wherever else it was. I said Chesterfield, that's the one.
So you'd say you've covered most of the outgrounds in the county circuit?
I don't know.
Have you been down to the Isle of Wight?
No, that's not one that I have to say is entirely on my bucket list. I'm sure it's lovely, but when there's water in between me and the ground,
You're somewhat
that's a bit much.
No,
103 for 1. No, I'm trying to think. I think I've done an awful lot of them, and the other ones that are, I'm not especially keen to go to every single ground that's still in some sort of use. But as many times before, I would heartily recommend, if you have any opportunity to get to Clifton Park in York, that is a wonderful place to watch cricket. Terrific city as well.
I'll make a note of it, Ed. This one's flying off the outside edge, down towards third. Just a single taken from Brewer, moves her within 4 runs of another 50 in this competition.
What I would say, though, is if you're watching this and Cheltenham is on your bucket list, then next Sunday, Gloucestershire's Women taking on Kent would be a great opportunity to come along and tick it off.
Nancy Harmon scampers in from mid-wicket. And 104 for 1 here, Gloucester. We're in a mighty fine position to go and post up a score of 300 plus. Pulled with force through Cow corner. And that's going to skip along this outfield and away for 4 from Prathana Reddy. She got into that position so early, went back to Stanley. Cracked it away out well in front of square through the leg side. 108 for 1.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot, and her first opportunity to put a shorter ball away, she has found the measure of it quite quickly. Potentially has been watching with an eagle eye from the dugouts just down to our left. One of the many nice features of Cheltenham is that there's a public walkway down there. You can get right up close and personal with the players. We've had plenty of stars here in recent years across the men's and women's side. Western Storm playing a couple of games here not so long ago. We had Marizanne Kapp loitering down there watching Danae van Niekerk when she was playing for Sunrisers here.
Inside edge as no ball is called by the umpire. Single taken for Prathana Reddy.
And that's where you don't want the single, do you? You're back to your selfish batter and you thinks, oh no, sorry, no run there. Not coming through. I'm having this free hit, thanks.
Do you often try and judge the mindset of every commentator?
I don't know, I just thought that was quite revealing.
Okay. I'll try and keep my cards close to my chest next time. Feel like you already know everything about me just from that.
Yep, already. We should make the note. Selfish.
Well, Chloe Brewer has now got a chance at a free hit. Very slower ball there from Stanley, and no ball is called again. And 2 runs are going to be taken. So it will be another free hit. Stanley looking a little bit dejected, as you'd expect, with back-to-back no balls. But Brewer moves to 48, 2 runs away from that half century.
There is a reason I stood up for that. Short boundary.
You're looking for a crowd catch, are you?
It's not, well, I've never actually had to protect the equipment here, but come close a few times.
And a drive up towards mid-on will take Brewer to 49. And are you going to sit down now just for the post-free hit, or are you going to stay standing, do you think?
I don't know. Might be time for a bit of a stretch. But there was, I think it was last year, there was a 6 that was hit up off the brickwork just up to our left and ricocheted actually back down into the members' stand.
Chance of a run out. Nancy Harmon with a bullet throw. Prathana would have been in deep trouble. It was actually Chloe Brewer. You can see, got halfway down the track, started sprinting back, and the ball just sailing over the stumps. That was a very close chance, and Nancy Harmon's arm is incredibly powerful, which could have caused a run out there.
Yep, she'd definitely been gone, wouldn't she? Direct hit.
Reddy finds the gap out at long leg. Poppy Tulloch dives over the ball. So it's a boundary to Reddy. She moves to double figures. It's a brilliant piece of timing from a ball that was just drifted down the leg side from Stanley. So that ends the over. It's 118 for 1 after 19.
A strong shoveling shot off the hip from Reddy, and it's another big over from Gloucestershire. They partly through a little bit of Sussex profligacy, but also through their own skill and finding gaps, are getting these big overs. And just every time Sussex have a spell of 2 or 3 overs where they keep the scoring relatively quiet, seemingly along comes another sizable one.
Change of bowling from the college zone end, Sussex Sharks captain Kiara Green.
So Kiara Green's going to come on, and 36 extras through 19 overs. And that is not something that Sussex would want to read. Oh, but Kiara Green, very skillful operator. Kind of felt they needed a bit of spin to come in. Bella Johnson has been in excellent form with the ball. Be another option for them at some stage. Kiara Green has already caused damage against Gloucestershire this season. Picked up an extra cover, but that is the single that takes Chloe Brewer to another half century. She has proven to be an absolute run machine for Gloucestershire. Their Tier 1 loan signing coming good again, 62 balls and 3 fours in her 50, so a lot of running. What is already a hot day. And there's no fielder actually down at deep third, so that will be at least 2. Brewer fancying a third, and again, she's still got plenty of beans to come back for a third run, and the crowd very much appreciative of those efforts, because it is a serious effort. My gauge, which may also be about as accurate as that speed gun over there, says it should be about 23 degrees already. Well, there's that reverse that she plays, which we were admiring in the previous game. She plays it with the other hand on effectively the maker's name on the back of the bat, which is something that it seems as though they coach to do at Warwickshire and nowhere else. Because not only did I think Liv Daniels remind me that Davina Perrin was the one who also does that, but I did see in the 100 the other day Caris Pavley do the same.
Yeah, I've seen Caris Pavley in this same competition earlier in the year at Trent Bridge whip out about 4 of those in about 2 overs. Kind of almost shoveling it past the shoulder.
I think it's really, you know, it makes so much sense. You get so much more control that way. There's nothing against it.
Yeah, I've only seen it slightly misused when there's not quite enough pace on the ball. And that shot needs a bit of pace because you can't really get wristy with it because you've got the hand all the way down the bat.
Yeah, I suppose you use the bottom hand to shovel it a bit more, but yes.
So as you
it's a different motion, yeah.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Ed, Bella Johnson is back onto the bowling, or onto the bowling for the first time today.
That's interesting, isn't it? They've gone to double spin, having not bowled spin at all in the first 19 overs.
Starts full and Brewer finds a single out in the offside. Something she's been so strong at today is just not only rotating the strike as often as she possibly can, but also we've seen so many 2s and 3s that have been perfectly ran between the wickets. Ratana ready, coming forward off the outside half. It's dribbling down towards the third boundary. It's going to take some stopping out there in the deep. Talitha Stanley does a bit of work, and Chloe Brewer can run back to the danger end and take 3 runs, 1-2-7 for 1.
Just see it was coming. It's going to be 3 again. Surely even Chloe Brewer will be feeling this a bit.
She doesn't seem to lose any energy, does she, Brewer?
Which is funny because she's about the most chilled out person in terms of off the field.
Good attempt with a dive from Izzy Collis, but it's gone through to Kiara Green, who fields the drive.
Been lucky enough to work with her a couple of times on BBC Third Voice duty. She's been doing some commentary in the 100 as well, Chloe Brewer, so busy time of it.
Paddle sweep there this time. And towards Poppy Tulloch, who was just perfectly placed there by Nancy Harmon not too long ago. Felt Nancy Harmon is just down below us to our left. Shouts across to Poppy Tulloch to say move along a few paces, and that's exactly where the ball's gone. Short and back goes ready. Nancy Harmon does a good piece of work. Pops up out of the one hand and sprints in to go and recover. And it will just be a couple of runs. And that's what we've seen is such a strong part of Reddy's game. It's how quick she goes back and also how low she stays. It's clearly a pitch which not seeing a huge amount of bounce on, and Reddy staying so low through the back foot shot is proving to be very successful. So little fielding change. Short fine comes in from mid-wicket. 3 out on the leg side. She goes back again, does Reddy. This time just tapping it away through square leg. We'll take a single.
I think that's been the shot so far for Reddy, that because we've seen so many batters try and stand tall and really whip it with the wrists into the onside, whereas Reddy is using that front elbow to work it square of the wicket, and I don't think has missed one yet, and is finding runs off deliveries that had been hitting the pad as well. But they haven't lost any impetus in this innings with Ratana Reddy coming in. Shaped up for that shot again. Oh, I can see the temptation there for that late dab. It's the next thing ticked off the Cheltenham bingo card. The scoreboard has frozen for over and over now. I thought we were doing incredibly well over, well, in fact, it was 20 overs. I don't think we had a freezing of the board before that. It's in rare form. Oh, that's a delivery which has curled round the square leg umpire off the pull shot.
What else is on the Cheltenham bingo card? We've had the activation zone. We've had the scoreboard.
Well,
was it Eagle Tower?
I don't think I've really done much of a sweep round of the marquees. Eagle Tower, yeah, that's probably there. Cleve Hill, pointing out of those landmarks. It's only a matter of time until I point out the fact that whilst it is the chapel end, there are 2 chapels there, one of which faces the wrong way.
Well, you can tick that off now as well, can't you?
But I haven't mentioned it yet. I'll let you know when I do.
I don't know, that sounded like a bit of a mention to me, Ed.
Just 3 off the over from Green, 134 for 1. But yes, I'm sure on some of the widest shots, you will have noticed that the marquees look a little bit different this year. We had the almost Bedouin type sandy topped coloured ones the last few years, but we're back to the white marquee variety this year, which I'm sure will please an awful lot of people who like their marquees to look how they expect them to. The old Petesians looks to be well populated over there.
Reddy goes back once more, finds a deep fielder out at deep cover. Yes, a very pearly white, those marquees today. A couple of gazebos plopped in there as well.
Almost as white as Graham van Buren's teeth.
Paddle sweep from Brewer is brought out again. We'll just find a single to Poppy Tulloch, who moves in and fields. Is anything whiter than Van Buren's teeth? Or is it the definition of white?
No.
Side from Reddy to backward point. Finds no run.
You might just about have heard the voice of Gloucestershire coach Fran Wilson there, just walked behind us.
Good bowling this from Bella Johnson. Couple of dots, couple of singles in the over. And there's another single up towards long on, but Nancy Harmon almost scampering across to prevent anyone else from fielding the ball. Been characteristically energetic in the field today, Nancy Harmon. This one's worked to short fine leg. Chance of run at the non-striker's end. And well, Chloe Brewer didn't quite run her bat in, so it might have been slightly closer than we might have thought, but nonetheless, it ends the over. Just 4 runs from it. Good running again from Prathana Reddy. It's 138 for 1 from 23. Now, I believe, I will just check this. So, I commentated on the Royal Armed Forces Day at Lord's, and Nancy Harmon was in one of the sides. And I can't quite remember which one she was representing, whether it was the Navy, the RAF, or the Army. I'm pretty sure it was the Navy.
Okay, was Georgina Stark playing?
Not that I can remember, unfortunately. The notes are in my other book.
Oh dear, right. Just gets under extra cover, shouldn't be too, no. Tulloch delivering an accurate 1 bounce throw. No, well I must say I have actually just started a new notebook myself, so I can't chastise you for not bringing all your notes with me because I don't have the old one. So again, well watched by Reddy, just letting the ball come to her and driving into space, rotating the strike. Hasn't been a boundary for a few overs, but the strike's being rotated. They're picking up 2s and 3s as well. Well, that might be a chance of a boundary, and it will be. Beautifully placed by Brewer. It was a little overpitched from green, but there's also that part of the ground where it is uphill, where the turf is a little more like turf. So, got to make sure that you find the gap to perfection, and that's exactly what she's done. And a swatting pull shot for 1 more.
So strong on that drive is Chloe Brewer, even right at the start of her innings. Some of very good deliveries from Anna Buckle. She was just thumping up to mid-off on the drive or solid in defence. It's a real positive trait of her game.
Again, the ease with which Reddy has got off strike has really ensured that this partnership, which is now well over 50, has moved along at a decent amount over a run a ball. Firm strike towards long on from Brewer, ready thinking about a second run with some difficulty picking it up, but that's another very well manufactured over from a Gloucestershire perspective, with every ball going for a run and a boundary. So just shy of the halfway stage, and Gloucestershire in a fantastic position. I'm sure they'd have felt they needed a big score, even though it hasn't been absolutely straightforward in terms of reading how the ball's going to behave off the surface, but you know it's fast scoring. You know that there's that pressure to build a potential match-winning score in the first innings.
As Brewer hits an extra cover gap, and running round is deep cover. It's well fielded out there in the deep as Bella Johnson continues her spell. Another sign of Brewer being strong on the drive. One thing about Prathana Reddy is, as you mentioned, how much ease she's shown to rotate strike. Brewer finds another single in that extra cover gap. She's an incredibly busy batter, always looking for the next run. She's done that incredibly well alongside Brewer. 150 up for Gloucestershire. And has come inside the first 25, which is a brilliant sign for a team looking to set a big first innings total. Very full delivery this time from Johnson. Squeezed to point by Reddy. No run. Bit more loft on that delivery, above the eye line. Bit quicker and flatter that time. Clipped out to the mid-wicket fielder, Doherty, who now runs around to short fine leg. All three out on the leg side. Deep cover is riding the boundary, just 5 yards off the rope. Getting a little bit more loopy. Reddy takes a single to skipper Kiara Green. She gets there safely. So Reddy moves to 29. There's one ball left in this Bella Johnson over. And ends the over with a dot. So a pretty good over that from Sussex. Bella Johnson just restricting Gloucester to 4 runs from it. And so at the end of the 25, at the end of the first half of this innings, Gloucestershire sit 151 for 1. The only wicket to fall so far today, falling in the 16th over. Izzy Storer falling for 20 from 44 balls off the bowling of Doherty, caught by the skipper. That came in the 16th over. But since then, Ed, it's been all Gloucestershire.
Indeed. It's been exactly the start to a new Cheltenham festival that the spectators would have been hoping for, and it's good to see a good smattering of spectators in. There's still plenty of room in the area, and pop down for a bit later on. I believe this is the last Kids Go Free day of the 2026 season, so do take advantage of that as well. But just an opportunity for Chloe Brewer especially to take a significant breather. It's the first sign that she's at all tired. Just on her haunches there, but I'm sure, like every batter that bats in the top order, is hungry for runs, and 66 is a good number, but I'm sure she thinks she's got a good opportunity to get some more. And the other thing that's happening is that the next couple of batters, Ahern and Monday, are both down there having a bit of a chat with the two at the crease. So some direct passing on of information there, and maybe even a little bit of a conversation in terms of what sort of score do we want to get to. I wonder what will happen if Gloucestershire really sort of put their foot down, because actually they've got to this score of 151 without really taking an enormous number of risks. They've only scored 9 fours, which I suppose in an innings of 151 isn't a massive amount. They have been gifted 36 extras. How they'd have had to have played if they hadn't got those, we won't know. But I think what I'm most interested to see in the second half of this innings is what will happen when Gloucestershire decide to really try and put their foot down. Will we actually see that it's not the easiest to do that? Because the only wicket that we've seen so far has been one of the only times when a batter's tried to hit over the top. So what will happen when that is more the MO at the end of this innings? And then we might get more of an indication of actually how many is a good score. And also the hope from the Gloucestershire perspective is that Sussex would be kept a little more at bay in the extras column. So never mind just that. Scoreboard pressure means you've always got to go a little bit harder. You feel as though you've got to go a little bit harder in the second innings anyway. So that, I think, in terms of how Gloucestershire play at the back end of this innings, might determine a lot as far as what we see in the second innings as well. But 6 bowlers used by Sussex. Buckle has bowled the most overs with 6. 4 from Tulloch, 5 from Doherty, 4 from Stanley. But the other problem that they've had is that whilst those bowlers have technically bowled that number of overs, with the wides, they've all bowled, actually, with the exception of Doherty, he's only bowled a couple of wides, but they've all already had quite a few more overs in the legs than it looks. But we're ready to get back underway. You're very welcome to join us wherever you're listening from. Welcome to the Gloucestershire live stream. Ed Seaborn and Charlie Harden with you for this one. Gloucestershire put into bat and 151 for 1 at the halfway stage. Green about to resume, who had figures of 4 for 8 in the T20 blast against Gloucestershire at Horsham. And through ready, skiddy delivery from Green. Now that was the defeat. It looked as though, were it not for that extraordinary end to the competition, Gloucestershire might just rue, because Sussex, until the back end of the competition, that was the only win they had. And a thumping one at that. Eventually controlled out at deep mid-wicket, and again, strike rotated and ready, just giving herself a couple of deliveries to get herself going again after the drinks break. There is a saying that I won't deliver, to do with drinks. You've got to be careful. Ooh. She paddled that into her helmet.
Yeah, I think she has. She probably should have gone back to the Warwickshire scoop shovel.
Perhaps it wasn't the helmet. We're not seeing the concussion protocol. Maybe it was shoulder anyway. It'd have to be a concussion protocol if it went into the helmet.
Just going back to what you were saying, Ed, at the halfway point about at what point Gloucester will start to kick on, and we see it so often in 50 over cricket, don't we? A great platform being set, and then as soon as teams start to play a little bit different and go a little bit more aggressive, they start to lose wickets and then can end up setting a slightly below par total. So the next half of this innings is going to be very important.
Just worked into the gap behind square on the onside. Shouldn't be a second run, and no, so tidy stuff. Green just going for 2 runs. And 152 for 1. Lovely scene over the far side of the ground as the various food outlets available here as well. I'm not entirely sure what the deal is as far as lunch and which of those are open, but that Greek stall has certainly been good in previous years. Perhaps open tomorrow, that one. It's not looking as though it's firing up the grilled halloumi quite yet.
No, I'd judge the same from that closed window. Brewer starts with a drive down the ground up towards long on for a single. One van that is open is, in my opinion, one of the best coffee spots on the circuit.
Oh, we've got Jack's, haven't we?
Jack's Coffee.
Jack's Coffee Shack today.
Chris Dent's family-owned coffee company. Full toss just beats the bat of Reddy. Crashing into the pads of keeper Molly Adams, keeps it out. Full toss again and whipped straight to mid-wicket, and if Doherty had picked it up clean, there might have been a chance for a run out, but Reddy, as we've seen plenty of time so far today, decides to run very quickly after hitting the shot, and it's brought her a lot of success so far today, but there's been a few potential chances of run-outs. Brewer gets hold of this one, but pulls it straight out to Poppy Tulloch at deep backward square. 1 run.
Yep, I think I deserve a slice of cake later. I've decided, so sure I'll be around to Jack's at some point.
Half volley is worked out to Nancy Harman at deep mid-wicket. Single found. Do you have a usual at Jack's?
I'm trying to remember what I had last time. I think I may have just ordered a coffee.
Oh, just off the outside edge from Brewer. He's taking a bit of stopping down at short third, and Reddy thought about coming back for the second, but it's good work inside the ring by Faye Mullins.
I think it might have been some carrot cake. That's usually a favourite.
It's a bit of a staple, that. End of the over. 158 for 1 from 27. I'll tell you where else I had there was quite a nice coffee van. Was Chelmsford.
Oh, wow.
I
Okay.
know.
That surprises me.
I know. Why does that surprise you?
Well, it's not known around the circuit, Chelmsford, for its culinary delights.
Well, it was an independent coffee company. The name escapes me. Snookies.
Okay.
That's the one. I know. Snacks and cookies, I think, must be the link.
Very, very clever.
Nice coffee there. Good.
Lovely portmanteau.
Good. What's it called? Cookie that's a brownie. Brookie. That's the one.
Oh, yeah. Another portmanteau. Absolutely love them there. Foot just raised a little bit, but getting back down quickly, and Adams doesn't remove the bails. Just riding the bounce. Brewer. And certainly no sign that, and you would have been shocked if that had been the case, no sign that there was a discussion at halfway of anything other than let's just keep batting the way that we're batting. Another one past the edge. Because as we're still seeing deliveries like that, it kind of makes you think Gloucestershire are in a especially good position here. There are times nowadays when 160 for one and a run rate of under 6, and you're thinking, well, is this going to be quite enough? I don't think this is one of those times. I don't think there are many occasions when that's the case. It's even with the increase in relative scoring rates, this is a position you take every time. Oh, mix up here. Could be a run out of the non-striker's end. No, Brewer will get there. I have no idea who that was, but what an appeal that was. I don't know if you'd have heard it at home, but it was a plaintive caterwaul from somebody. Full toss. It's been mowed down to long on. So another over that's only gone for 4 runs. So that is 11 runs off 3 overs, I believe, since the halfway stage. So the 2 spinners beginning to get a little bit of control going.
You're absolutely right in what you said early in the overhead about how these points in the 50 over match are so hard to gauge for the batting side in terms of how hard they can go and how early do they look to push on, and how good of a position are they in right now at 162 for 1 at 28. They're in a brilliant position, but it's just whether at what point they'll look to kick on and what target they'll look to set. Bella Johnson starts with a slightly back of a length delivery.
You also start to get a little bit itchy thinking, well, you know, there's so much batting still sitting there, and you maybe risk getting out and not capitalising on your own innings.
Shapes up for a big heave over the leg side, but ends up just dropping it out towards deep mid-wicket for a single ready.
You know, Ahern, another busy runner, manoeuvrer, some big hitting with the likes of Monday, Geach and Patel to come. It is a position where there's plenty of batting.
I think we'll see a very similar plan for the next 10 overs, I'd say. 38, maybe. As Brewer turns it around the corner, finds again Poppy Tulloch. Halliday backward square for a single.
I think they've also had a bit of a chat and a regroup at halfway, Sussex, in terms of, we'd like some more noise out there, please.
Definitely was a well-timed drinks break for Sussex. They're letting this game slip. But they're beginning to build up a few nice overs here as Reddy finds a single to deep mid-wicket. Nancy Harmon with a couple of juggles and fumbles. Ends up picking the ball up cleanly. .165 for 1. 1 ball left in the 29th. Brewer crashes it down the ground. Up towards long on and finds a single to end the over. Another good over for Sussex. Keeps Gloucester down to just 4 runs from it. Chloe Brewer moves to 74. And at the end of the 29th, it's 166 for 1.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. Food vouchers have arrived.
I thought you were going to take both there for a minute.
Important part. Oh no, no, I'm not that selfish, unlike some. So that'll be an exciting trip later on. You've got roughly 20 minutes to order and eat. Little paddle from Brewer. Probably just the one. Didn't quite go as fine as perhaps intended. It's never a bad option with those hard squares anyway. Not that the rest of the outfield isn't hard this year. But anytime you can get the ball rolling across those, it tends to carry away towards that chapel end. She's got that little delicate dab out as ready, and that will illustrate the point, really. Just runs away. And that's a shot that is not easy to play.
Yeah, deft touch there from Reddy. It's clearly a shot of hers that she absolutely loves. With the back foot, just watching it all the way onto the bat, playing it as late as possible, guiding it through that sort of first, second slip region. Gets 4 runs for it now. It's been blocked by a fielder.
Pummeled away. Long on, can cover a fair amount of ground out there. It's a particularly long corner out towards a deep straight mid-wicket. Not that any boundary on this ground is especially long, but that is what are the further reaches. Forced away to extra cover. Reddy wasn't sure about that single to start with, but the throw will not come into her end.
Well, there's been a few hesitations, haven't there? But you've got to say, Gloucester have run awfully well between the wickets. I just feel we'd be saying something slightly different if a couple of half chances might have fallen Sussex's way.
On the wicket now, and not quite time to extra cover. It is amazing, though, how many times you can still get away with it in general anyway. And I think it's something actually that, as I often say, I feel in Tier 1 is something that can still be very much improved upon. So that's pushed out to extra cover, so a couple of dots to end the over, pulled it back after the boundary second ball. So 173 for 1, and probably one of the only little mini phases in this innings where there hasn't been a bigger over. But yeah, it has been so great to see Fran Wilson sort of making her obvious mark on this side in terms of her trademarks as a cricketer. High standards in the field, energy between the wickets. And it's something I think they feel if they can do that a percentage better than every other side, then that is something that is always within their control. And as the season has progressed, that is something that's really paid serious dividends.
You are right that it feels so often overlooked in all aspects of professional 50-over cricket, but when a team does it well, you really do notice it, and it has a profound impact on the end total. This partnership now 83. Brewer finds backward point again, and Anna Buckle is the new bowler. Again, Molly Adams opting to keep up to the stumps.
So another little key period here with double spin having controlled things for a while. They've gone back to Buckle, who's actually been the most economical of all of Sussex's bowlers, but Seam will have to come back at some point. They'll need it to have a bit more control than when it bowled earlier.
Down the leg side, past the diving Molly Adams, and that is going to be fielded out in the deep. Terrific work by, I believe it's Doherty out there. Yes, it is. And she's becoming a bit of an expert at fielding on the lush grass down at the college lawn end. And, well, that looked like a certain 4 after beating the bat and the gloves of Molly Adams. So Anna Buckle's going to have to collect herself back after 2 wides rather than what could have been 4 wides quite easily. Good length and down towards fine leg. Leg bye is given by the umpire. So again, the slightly lower pitch thud of a pad or thigh pad as opposed to the crisp strike of leather on willow.
Higher score now for Brewer as well, eclipsing her 71 in the last match for Gloucestershire.
Leading edge, just going past Anna Buckle there. Yeah, Brewer combining back-to-back half centuries. She's looked an immense force so far this innings, but not just through power, but how she's found singles and turned them into 2s and 3s. And Brewer's maintained energy throughout. Ready this time, just chipping it up through cow corner, and it's going to run away to the boundary. It's a deep pocket over there, but Tao cannot quite reach it. So Ready moves to 45, and it didn't look like it was quite under control, but with the timing, ended up racing away to the boundary for 4. One's 8, 1 for 1.
Placement, the most important thing there. Not much of a gap either. 2 fielders quite straight on that leg side.
And again, another flying shot down towards fine leg. Doherty running in to pick up, clearing Molly Adams behind the stumps and backed up by Izzy Collis. Another couple of runs. It's proving to be a little bit of an expensive one, this over from Anna Buckle. 9 runs from it so far with 1 ball left to go. A few fielding changes being discussed. Patel's going to go out to long on. And in comes deep third. So fine leg, square leg, cover, and long on are the deep fielders. Here's Anna Buckle running in again. Very full down the leg side. Beats Molly Adams. It's going to be a more comfortable stop this time from Doherty. Wide given. Little flick on the gloves on the way through. Poor Molly Adams got a very tough day.
Oh, and she's got to open the batting as well. That's the other issue. Under the helmet for that long in the heat anyway. Never mind then diving around as well. And then you're coming out and having to set the tone.
Really finds a single out to deep cover. Yeah, so it's that quite common debate, isn't it, of keepers batting at the top of the order, especially on hot 50 over days. Some keepers are just so set on opening that they won't want anything else, but Molly Adams, as you say, is going to have to endure the heat and then go and get their side off to a good start, which could be in quite a big chase. 185 for 1 after 31 overs. Successful over that for Gloucester, bringing them 12 runs.
Again, the return of Seam has provided another boost to the extras column, which is in danger of raising its bat, so to speak. I always say it, but I think that the scorers should just raise their pencils to the ground after 50 extras. Acknowledgement for the extra work they've had. So change of ends for Johnson. First look from the College lawn end, coming off back-to-back 3-fers in this competition. Yeah, they've had a good run recently, Sussex. You mentioned that game against Middlesex. They pushed them all the way, and a fantastic win against Glamorgan at Neath. which really any win against Glamorgan is effectively 4 points you're picking up on the rest of the field, because Glamorgan have not lost another game other than that one. Just past the bowler and fair way out there, long on. Form of Doherty. It is pretty tight as far as the other spots in the knockout stages go. Just getting the gap between short, fine and backward square, so a relatively easy couple.
It's another thing that Brewer's done so well is when she's found the gaps, she's so often found them just past a fielder inside the ring, which has almost brought about 2 straight away.
The other thing that I don't really understand is there are semi-finals in the One-Day Cup, so the top 4 qualify. But in the League Two Blast, only 3 teams qualified. Having played the same number of matches. That'll move Ready to 49 and keep her the strike at the end of that over and bring up the 100 partnership between these two. And it's a partnership which actually hasn't been supplemented too much by extras, as the spinners have provided some control. So 91 of those 100 coming off the bat. And they've found a really good tempo here, mixed between finding enough boundaries, respecting the good delivery, and above all, ensuring that dot balls are kept to a minimum.
Yeah, they've been a really good pairing, these two. Seems like they've been on the same wavelength throughout. Batted in quite similar ways, actually. Ready and Brewer. Brewer a little bit more punishing through the offside, whereas Reddy's looked to pounce on short balls a little bit more. Now she sits on 49. Wally Adams looks up to the sky briefly. A little bit hot under that helmet, maybe. But Anna Buckle's going to continue again. More discussion. Sussex search for their wicket. And Nancy Harmon perhaps motioning there that Gloucester might start hitting out soon. They might start upping the ante, and as a result, Patel's been put back to long on. Still deep square and fine leg and cover out on the boundary. Very full into Ready, and a quick singles found up to that big gap at mid-on, and it will be 50.
50 for Prathana Reddy.
For young Prathana Reddy.
57 balls.
57 balls. Hugs her partner. It's been a really impressive knock of intent and positivity, and a good balance of both aggression and defence. 50 up for Ready. Now 191 for 1 Gloucester.
Yeah, very exciting prospect, Ready, and beginning to find a real volume of runs and knows her method and has applied it superbly so far.
Works out towards deep backward square, and does Brewer. Finds a single that moves her into the 80s.
So that, according to the stats I have here in terms of List A matches, eclipses Chloe Brewer's highest score across 50 over games for Warwickshire and in the previous regional era.
Very full, whipped away and splits the gap with precision. Seems the 50 milestone might have just freed her up ever so slightly, but also a full toss down the leg side. It's pretty easy pickings for Prathana Reddy. She moves to 54.
That's really smartly put away, because again, you get a full toss, shin height, and maybe start to think I better give this a slog. But not a bit of it.
And Reddy punches down the ground towards Kiara Green at mid-off. Yeah, I don't think this will be the motion just yet to really start upping it. As you say, they'll definitely look to continue building this partnership. Maybe once Chloe Brewer potentially gets past 3 figures, then she'll be looking to push on further. As Reddy goes back and hits it back to Buckle. Yeah, I reckon we're looking around probably the 40 over mark is when Gloucestershire will really look to start moving up that run rate, looking to take more risks because of the batting they've still got in the shed, or in the dugout, I should say. Reddy again for the back foot, pushing it to cover. Finds no run to end the over. An over which brought up Reddy's 50. And Gloucestershire are 4 runs off the 200 mark after 33 overs.
Only 2 overs remaining then for Anna Buckle, being the leader of this attack, and still got 4 each from the 2 off spinners. At some point they will have to find another significant chunk of overs from their remaining seam bowlers. I think there's been a little bit of a conflab as far as where they're going to go, but Johnson to continue.
Don't think it'll be long until Tulloch finds her rhythm in her second spell, and Doherty showed a lot of good signs, so pace not going to be an issue.
Paddle comes out. She's given herself some more running to do, Chloe Brewer, but she seems to quite enjoy running. And eclipses the number on her back. Now with 82. Really, again, no, I suppose, onus on Brewer, especially being the one that's been there from the start. I'd imagine if there's going to be a discussion about one of these batters potentially starting to really expand the stroke play, it might be Reddy. Attempted forcing cut shot, but Izzy Collis fielding at extra cover. I'd imagine we'll be quite looking forward to a bat on this surface when the time comes. Just meeting that on the full. They will successfully take on Mullins at mid-off. And that brings up the 200.
The innings 200 in the 34th over.
Still over 16 overs to go. This is a fantastic position to be in, and looks as if it's about to get 4 runs better. Pulled away by Brewer, finding the gap between 45 and deep backward square.
Well, Brewer's starting to slightly up it, and I can tell you, she's got quite a long bit of bat grip string, the string that goes on underneath the bat grip, dangling from the bottom of the bat grip. And it tells us that I think she's just pretty happy with the bat she's got in hand at the moment.
Again, back foot. Bit of space out there between deep mid-wicket and deep square. And yet again, they summon up the energy, and plenty of it, to come back for a second run. So another profitable over there for Gloucestershire, where really they haven't actually taken a massive amount of risk. And again, it's the only time you see the fact that Brewer might be feeling it a bit is when she calls for a drink. Just down on her haunches again, but I think there was a request for some fluid. Whether it's actually going to happen yet, I don't know.
So it looks like we're going to get a bowling change here.
From the Cheltenham, Shristi Patel.
Shristi Patel is going to come on from the chapel end. A few little fielding changes. Mid-wicket's coming just past her right shoulder as Nancy Harmon out in the deep. Very lofted full ball, goes up over cover. Izzy Collis has to turn around and chase, but it's actually Anna Buckle that's making her way round from long off. And a bit of extra flight and loop from Patel causes an instant issue that Reddy's now going to have to navigate. A little bit flatter that time, and Reddy reacts well and drops it to backward point for no run.
Well, we might see in the second innings Reddy herself come on and bowl some deliveries a little bit like this. Leap a few up there.
Reddy goes back this time and hits it straight to Izzy Collis, who shies at the non-strikers. But Reddy got in safely. I wonder if maybe Sussex, looking back, could have
Decided to bat first? No.
Well, that too, Ed, that too. But might have just been looking to add a little bit more pressure on some of those quick singles. Like, there's not too much more they could have done, especially not in this part of the game where the field's spread and fielders in the ring are on the edge of it. But it does feel like Gloucestershire got away with a few runs. A hard sweep out towards Nancy Harmon, who's well placed out at deep mid-wicket.
I think that's the issue, though, isn't it? In terms of the way that they started, they put themselves under a lot of pressure and have been really chasing it ever since.
Reddy goes back quickly, pulls it out to Nancy Harmon, who has a bit more work to do this time, running around to a slightly squarer position. Could throw in from the deep. And Patel's first over comes to an end. Gloucester now 211 for 1 after 35. And it gets to that point now, Ed, where they will start be thinking about what time they'll look to kick on, what over they'll look to ramp it up. Do you reckon they'll have a target in mind of, add 15 overs on here, maybe with upwards of 325?
Don't know, really. I think that's probably something that best person to answer that would be Chloe Brewer. But yeah, I mean, you would be disappointed, I think, with 9 wickets in hand and 15 overs left, with the dimensions and the speed of this outfield, if you didn't get upwards of 300, and it's going to give you plenty of chance. Green returning. Reddy again taking a single off a good delivery. Yeah, I must say, I don't think I said up front, but I was really quite surprised when Sussex won the toss and chose to bowl. Executed that paddle. It won't be 4. Question of whether they can get 3. Reddy is desperate to come back for a third, and they'll make it easily. This is terrific endurance from these two, and it goes back to a comment actually about fitness that Fran Wilson made on T20 finals day. Just enough space there, square on the offside for one. But she mentioned in terms of Gloucestershire having to play the 2 games there on finals day, it was another, well, of course it was a baking hot day because every day has been. She mentioned that that was proof really that Gloucestershire would have to be the fittest team on the circuit in terms of that sort of a day, especially knowing that you have to prepare for those T20 finals days. And well, again, these are not, with the exception of Brewer, of course, who is, these are not full-time professionals, but the extraordinary amount of work that is put in around daily lives, around matches. But we're seeing the fruits of it here with a partnership like this where an awful lot of runs have had to be run, and there's been absolutely no run, even hint of a run, that has been shirked in this innings as a whole. That'll be a rare dot, but still 7 runs off the over.
You're right, it's quite common, isn't it, that you see, especially on a day like this, one batter 94 not out, one batter 62 not out. A lot of time being spent on their haunches, a lot of time sort of with the helmet taken off and sweat dripping. But these two are not showing any signs at all, everybody, of slowing down or reducing their intent. And if anything, they'll be looking to approach the back end of this game now with even more positivity. So we could see even more threes as Patel's in. That one's wide outside the off stump, left alone by Reddy. 62. Reddy goes back again, finds the gap at long off inside the ring, and it runs up towards the fielder on the boundary. And a buckle out there once more. I keep finding myself looking at my food voucher, Ed, and thinking about what I could eat. As Chloe Brewer swivels and pulls down towards deep backward square.
I'd recommend not eating the voucher.
Is that what you were thinking?
No, but
you thought I was just
if you're
staring
staring
at
the
yeah,
voucher,
okay.
thinking food, I'd say that's not a great idea.
Flat bat up to long off. I don't think it'll be particularly nourishing. It's also not the biggest food voucher.
It's not actually, no. I think it's a significant cut in food voucher size since last year's Cheltenham Festival. Always looking to be environmentally friendly. Gloucestershire County Cricket Club.
Pull shot finds Nancy Harmon out in the deep. Do like that fielding position just off the right shoulder of the fielder in on the ring and mid wicket. I wouldn't mind a bit of lamination, you know. Just laminate my food.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was a dish coming out there. I heard lamb and thought that's what you were fancying.
Oh, Nancy Harmon with a little bit of a fumble down below us. Throws in just another single. I wonder what lamination would be.
Lam-o-nation.
Definitely be a flavourful version of lamb.
Irish speciality.
Good length top edge from Chloe Brewer. Fielder just running in is Poppy Tulloch, but it bounces just in front of her. She's able to do well out at deep square to prevent a 4 bouncing up over her head, but Brewer's in a little bit of trouble there for a moment on 96, but remains out there. 97 she moves on to. And we'll take the strike at the start of the 38th. 2-2-5 for one.
Well, rather dangerously, I think those involved with social media are making moves. With Chloe Brewer being on the score she's on, so we'll know exactly who to blame. But she is already the owner of the highest score for Gloucestershire in this new tier system. Sussex just sensing the opportunity maybe to bring in a couple of fielders just a yard or so. But there's still a single almost everywhere on the leg side. She kind of wants it all in one go. Plenty of noise for green. There we go, finding the single down to long on, but it is I suppose a real opportunity actually for Sussex as soon as you get that batter who's near that milestone at this stage of the innings. Got to do everything you can to buy as many dots as possible. A little edge from Reddy, but that will be a good edge from a Gloucestershire point of view, and it just does not slow down. It barely beat short third, but once it did that, absolutely no catching up with it.
It's not only got a barren outfield to run across, it's also got an actual extra square to run along. So there is literally no grass or live grass to be able to stop it.
I think there's been a lot in this for Kiara Green, but she's done what she can to try and bowl as straight as possible. Just a little bit wide of deep mid-wicket, who's in off the boundary as well. Oh, direct hit. That seemed to be a feature of last match. Gloucestershire did that about 5 times in that shortened game. And every single time until the last ball of the match, it seemed to go for at least one extra run. And then, because Derbyshire were so used to the fact that it would go for an extra run, they decided to go for a non-existent run. And Caitlin Belcher's side-handed flick hit the stumps direct. And that was the end of it. So Tulloch looks to be returning.
Yeah, change of ends for Poppy Tulloch. Didn't have the most successful time from the college lawn end.
From the chapel end, Poppy Tulloch.
4 overs so far, 0 for 28. 8 wides in that spell earlier this morning. But now she's got a chance to run what I'd argue slightly more down a slope, if there is one. It's only minimal. She's setting off now though. It's back of a length and Reddy finds the extra cover fielder in Izzy Collis.
Yeah, it's kind of, as I was describing earlier, it's down, but then it's up again as you get to the actual takeoff point. It's just that little dip between the college square and the festival square.
Reddy guided into a gap out at deep forward square leg, and Nancy Harmon is able to run round and prevent a second run. It almost looked like the perfect shot for a 2. The only problem is this leg side boundary is quite short. Umpire just standing in that dip at the moment. Ed's been talking about. But the main story, Chloe Brewer, 98 not out. Leaves that alone outside the off stump and wide given to Poppy Tulloch. Has been a common trait of her bowling so far today, on loan from Hampshire. She'll be looking to gain a little bit more rhythm from the chapel end. Into Brewer. Goes for a clubbing drive. Finds a deep fielder, a deep cover. Will just be a single. Bella Johnson out there doing the fielding. Fans waiting. A little smattering in that grandstand over there. The 6-row grandstand. Tulloch with a bit more pace that time. Bowls into Reddy. Finds a dot ball. Tulloch has been pretty strong bowling from this end, this over so far. Just a couple of singles taken from it. Yes, there was that wide outside the off stump, but it's been a good change for Tulloch. Very full and finds the inside edge and a bit of pad on the way through back to Poppy. Reddy has managed to tick along incredibly consistently, 71 from 80. Seems like she's just managed to tick along in the background whilst Brewers approach 3 figures. Yorker length, and Reddy finds a drive through cover and a single, which will bring Brewer on strike for the final ball of the 39th to get to 100. Oh no, apologies, it's the end of the over. All these scoreboards I'm trying to keep tabs on.
Yes,
Brewer will be non-striker.
There have been a few times when it's felt as if it was the last ball of the over and it wasn't.
2-3-5 for 1 then, everybody. And I can confirm that is the end of the over. Brewer will not be on strike on 99. 39 overs gone. Looks as if it's Kiara Green to continue.
So 2 overs left for the Sussex captain. Brewer was backing up a long way there. Just having a bit of a grin, I think, with Green. If you shovel the ball at the stumps and miss, then you might concede a single. Oh, that was also a bit nervy. It's not what you need. Again, she is an incredibly relaxed person, Chloe Brewer, but I'm not sure even she will be quite so relaxed seeing the ball fired back towards her stumps and towards the bowler, and then on the striker's end. Oh dear me, she's trying her best, is Reddy here. She really is.
Trying to run at her non-striker.
Yeah, that firm, but just a little bit straighter, and you might just do it. If I were Chloe Brewer, I don't think I'd be backing up at all here. Oh, she's still doing it. Short, and that will be a single. Sussex are drying these runs up a little bit the last few overs, but still, this is already a pretty decent total. But it's the individual total we're focusing on here. Gets it away on the drive, and Chloe Brewer has a quite superb 100. It is the first 100 for Gloucestershire in this new era of Gloucestershire women's cricket. 112 balls and 5 fours. She has run so many of these 100 runs, and it's been a real exhibition of 50 over batting. Reddy still trying to run her out at the non-striker's end, even though she's got to that 100 now. But that's got to be a huge relief. And now with 10 overs to go, Gloucestershire can start to think about maximising on their score. There's been a couple of near misses as far as the first ton has gone. Georgina Stark came very close in this corresponding fixture last year. It was a very different kind of innings at Hove. I think she hit 14 fours. It was an innings dominated by big hits into the onside. Reddy at the non-strikers end, she made 91 as well. End of last season at Leicestershire. Brewer is over the line.
I reckon we're going to see her start to up it now. 3 figures has been achieved, 10 overs to go. I think that'll be a sign for Brewer. She's set. This will be her chance now to kick things on. Cuts there, well in front of square on the offside. Bella Johnson doing some good work around the boundary, and a few bobbles means she can't quite pick the ball up cleanly, so it'll be another couple of runs to Brewer.
Would you do me a favour with your sizable binoculars?
Yep.
Would you be able to read, because I certainly can't, what that cut-off time says on the scoreboard?
Now you're really asking something. 1:47, 32 minutes time.
Yeah, so that's probably partly why Tulloch running back to her mark. They've bowled a lot of seam and a lot of extra deliveries.
Foot into the pad. Molly Adams throws the glove off, tries a throw at the non-striker's end and slightly above the stumps.
There's not really much good shouting easy when she's already thrown it.
I liked how it was bowler's end, easy.
Yeah, well, it was. Anyway, 150 partnership up in the meantime, and they're just bored of these milestones now. They don't even bother to go down and acknowledge it. A little round of applause from Brewer towards Reddy.
Very full and driven towards extra. Collis Fields inside the ring. Extra single to Reddy.
Yeah, we'll convene again when we've got a 200-run partnership. Seemed to be the attitude. But yeah, I suppose if they were to miss that cut-off time, then back end putting another fielder in could be problematic. Having said that, though, actually, since they've put a bit more pressure on in the ring, which I think is something you referenced earlier, they have found a lot more dots.
And as you mentioned, Ed, a lot more encouragement going the way of Poppy Tulloch since that drinks break. Brewer clubs it up towards mid-off. Chance for a run out from Kiara Green, but Chloe Brewer so quick to the non-striker's end. And it means that at the end of the 41st over, 242 for 1 are Gloucestershire. And 10 and over from here takes Gloucester to 330, sorry. I am starting to think that 325 seems to be that marker, I'd say.
Okay.
What do you reckon?
I don't know. I think in this tier, I'd have to have a look in terms of higher successful chases, but I don't know. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you do not really see 300 chased, but if you're going to see it chased, this might be a set of conditions where you might just see it.
maybe that's what Sussex are thinking with that toss decision at the start of the day. Could batting conditions get easier? Sweep shot from Brewer, front of square.
I think it's more just the fact that they'd have felt conditions wouldn't change maybe, but yeah, I don't know whether bowling Gloucestershire out cheaply at Horsham, whether that came into it T20 wise, but yeah, I don't know. The majority of teams in this competition do seem to win the toss and bat. And on a surface here and with the outfield as it is, I was quite surprised at that decision, but it may yet prove to be the right one. That's top edged, and that should be a wicket. The catch is taken by Patil at short fine leg, and Kiara Green has removed the Centurion. Chloe Brewer out for 104, looking to try and clear short fine leg. Lovely to see that. Several members of the Sussex team going over to congratulate Brewer before they then go into their huddle. But this will be a proper reception for Chloe Brewer as she makes her way off, having made 104 from 119.
Terrific knock from Brewer. She motions to the crowd, walking off back into the pavilion. Her teammates standing up in the dugout. Appreciation of their opener, who has set the perfect platform, going for 104. That ends the partnership for the second wicket of 154. And now, well, Emily Mundy's just been leapfrogged above Mega Hearn, perhaps for a little bit more power hitting, you might say, a little bit more boundary finding as we go into the late overs of this Gloucestershire first innings.
Yeah, I wonder whether they might change the batting order. It may also, it wouldn't surprise me if it might not have changed in terms of which batter was out as well. In that if Reddy had gone, a Hearn similar player, maybe similar in terms of complementing in terms of the partnership, but as you say now, the power of Monday, but she does also like that area behind square on that leg side, but was done in by the change of length. There probably would have been a single there if Brewer was still batting, but Monday maybe just getting used to things. Reddy fancied it. So last ball of Green's spell. See what the signal is here, whether that's Monday off the mark. Yes, it is. So that explains a call of not out from umpire White. But
overs, 1 for 48.
Yeah, 1 for 48 from Kiara Green represents a fine effort, given that she came into the attack with her team under some serious fire in terms of scoring rate against, and despite going at just over fives for the majority of her spell, she's actually got it even under that mark, and as so often leading from the front with both bat and ball for her side.
Yeah, she was brought on pretty late, wasn't she? You both mentioned all of a sudden they went from lots and lots of pace, did Sussex, all of a sudden to double spin. She came on just before drinks, and Kiara Green certainly spotted a very important 10 overs there for Sussex to bring a stop to Gloucestershire's momentum in the early passage of play. Here's Tulloch. And he finds a drive to deep cover. Single taken, bringing Reddy back onto strike. Reddy, who's also looking to follow in the footsteps of Chloe Brewer and pick up a 3-figure score today. She's been intent throughout her innings ever since Reddy came to the crease. Drive, a little bit aerial, but more just power straight down the ground. In between bowler and Buckle at mid-on. A genuine club drive straight down the ground. Brilliant shot from Reddy. She moves to 79 and the 250 is now up for Gloucestershire after 42.2 overs. And well, I've just seen the umpire glance down at the watch. Still that cut-off time, 1:47. It's 1:23. 24 minutes to get through the last 7.5 overs. Tulloch again. Slower ball, and Reddy picks it up and clips it away to deep mid-wicket. Finds a single. As a result of that drive, Buckle was sent back to long on to Reddy, and I think is going to come back inside the ring. Yes, to Emily Mundy. Now Tulloch's got a chance to bowl to see if Sussex can take a couple of quick wickets now. And Emily Mundy now wants a single. Could be a chance at the keeper's end, but Reddy gets there safely. Good running between the wickets from Gloucestershire. Sentence we've said a lot so far today. But it's been a bit of a grinding day out there for Sussex. It's been hot here at Cheltenham. Two big partnerships. The first one of 90 from the first 15 overs between Storer and Brewer. And Brewer combining with Reddy for 154 from the next wicket. Slower ball, hit up in the air. Chance for Nancy Harman. And well taken, diving forward at deep mid-wicket. And there is the two big wickets taken in consecutive overs. Prathana Reddy, she falls for a very, very well-made 80 here in the 43rd over. And now, just as Gloucestershire looking to up the run rate, well, they've lost their two big performers now, Ed, and now they're in a little bit of trouble. The applause comes from the crowd here in the members section in the pavilion. And Reddy looks a little bit gutted to be walking off without 3 figures to her name. But that is what we mentioned, isn't it, Ed? That at that stage where the two batters can be looking to take a few more risks, well, it looks like it's a hard pitch to, or hard ground to actually start accelerating on, doesn't it?
Yeah, potentially. I suppose the other thing is you've been out there for, well, in Chloe Brewer's case, the best part of 3 hours, and Reddy an hour and a half. And actually, conversely to that, sometimes somebody who's just coming out fresh with the ability to still, I guess, have complete control of every muscle might be a benefit. But yes, I suppose it's always the case, isn't it, when you get a big partnership like this in any limited overs game, that you do see it where once one goes, another goes, and actually it's not the easiest for batters just to come in straight away and launch, because you haven't got much time. And also these are batters, maybe a bit less so in Geach's case, but these are batters who are more used to, especially the likes of Mundy and Ahern, coming in with a lot more time. So Geach coming in as the left-hander in this Gloucestershire batting lineup, and somebody who is very much comfortable in that finisher's role. So Gloucestershire will need to finish with a bit of a flourish if they're to ensure they get up over that 300 mark.
Geach on the drive, diving Nancy Harman is in vain. It goes through to Patel. I wonder if Nancy Harman might have just hurt her hand on the dive. I think anyone probably would, driving on a dry outfield with such intensity as Nancy Harman does. But that does end another wicket-taking over. 253 for 3 at the end of 43 overs.
Well, we were getting particularly excited with the Emily Geach switch hit in the previous game. She won't be facing green, but it does look as though, as it might have been guessed, it's going to be Johnson to come back on from that College lawn end. So she can bowl 3 of the remaining overs from that end. So it's definitely an option with nobody fine of backward point. But instead on the more conventional sweep, sits up quite nicely for Stanley. Got a deep backward square for a moment. Well, it's just a question of what sort of bounce she was going to get. Looking to reinforce that area backward of square and on square on the leg side. Monday in that assault on Kent's bowling attack on finals day, scored a lot of her runs stepping across and opening up that area behind square. Oh, drop and run, that's very tight, and a direct hit I think might have seen the end of Emily Geach. That was almost on a spit for Emily Geach as far as put her over the barbecue. There it is, didn't take too long, and there won't be a run. Just couldn't quite execute it. As I say, it's an option that's there. Just topped it. There we go. In a way, I was surprised they didn't change the field after the first one, because quite often as soon as you just attempt that shot, the field is changed. They were obviously quite happy for her to go for it, but at the same time, last match she was getting the ball in spaces with that reverse. Even when there were 2 fielders back there, there's still no change. And I think you'd kind of like to see her do it again. Now there will be a change. So now she gets a gap at mid-wicket. That's where she targets. This could go all the way. Well, it is all the way. She stepped over the boundary rope. Poppy Tulloch taking the catch out at deep mid-wicket, but just didn't feel where the rope was and was standing over the boundary. So the first 6 of the innings. Geach will keep the strike as well. So 13 already off 6. And Gloucestershire's run rate back over 6.
That was a really good catch actually from Tulloch at it. Deep mid-wicket. The issue is she looked incredibly confident even after she'd taken the catch. She then looked down, she was confident for all that period, and then realised she was perfectly 1 foot over and 1 foot on the good side of the boundary.
Are we sure that Rachel, the club photographer, didn't move the boundary? She's walking down there. No, she didn't. Absolutely not.
Well, just 6 overs to go then, everybody. That run rate above 6. Gloucestershire will be looking at that 300 mark. Tulloch bowls straight and a single is found down the ground, and 2 batters have got a rather unenviable task now of getting set in overs when Gloucestershire could be looking to get more aggressive. It's never easy to get set at times when the team is requiring an increase in run rate, especially as Sussex spread the field. Seemed a hard place to find 6s, and 4s are out there, but it does take timing. Some deceptively deep pockets to this ground. And down the pitch comes the batter, and it's not been given as a stumping. Emily Monday just able to get her foot back in. And well, Molly Adams doesn't look too impressed, as you can see on the stream.
No, I must say, I thought Monday actually might have got back, but she slid her foot back rather than it going up and down, and it seemed to slide quite quickly. Good flexibility.
Backs away this time does Monday and hits it down the ground. It's going to be 2 runs here. Yep, Emily Geach has made the decision and will get back safely. Comes an applause from the crowd. Happy to see the 2 being taken.
Especially with that recent injury history of Monday as well. ACL problems, I think, a foot issue as well, but there's no problem with the flexibility in terms of stretching back, whether it was in time or not.
Hit down the ground again, this time a little bit wider of long on. An aerial, it's bounced in front of Anna Buckle, who does the fielding. It will just be a single. Brings around a shuffle of fielders thanks to this left-hand, right-hand combination.
She's a powerful hitter, Emily Monday. I suppose a bit more used to starting off a T20 innings of late, but somebody for whom this ground will not be big enough if she really gets hold of one.
Well dug out by Emily Geach, but actually it's a brilliant delivery from Tulloch. It looks as if she'll bowl until the end now. That'll be a very long spell. It'll be a 6-over spell if she can bowl all the way through. She's been very impressive though in this second stint. First 4 overs went for 28. But with a pull down the ground, it's going to tarnish her figures. Brilliant shot from Emily Geach. Pull shot that almost Geach got slightly too early on, hit well out in front of square, so far in front of square, it was between the bowler and mid-on. So 274 for 3 with 5 overs to go.
She's picked a spot and there's time. Not necessarily steepling bounce, but there is time on this strip to play the short ball. So you can really club it straight. Looks like another change. And wow, so we're going to see, by the looks of things, Faye Mullins come into the attack for the first time in the 46th over. That's tough.
It's a very interesting decision, isn't it, Ed? And very often, if teams think that there's the possibility of a player coming on to bowl at the death, well, they'd been given a few overs in the middle order as well. So Faye Mullins got a very tricky job to do now.
As far as I can see, she's played T20 cricket for Sussex, but not 50-over cricket. Coming in with a potential 3-over spell at the end here. And maybe, as Monday pulls a single to deep backward square, maybe it's more a case of, I don't know whether, I'm afraid I don't know enough about Faye Mullins to know whether that is potentially because she is more of a bowler that would only bowl shorter spells, and they're playing her here as a sort of impact bowler because she's clearly tall, she's clearly got some pace. Slammed up towards mid-off, sure-handed fielding, close. I think Geach may have just made that even with a direct hit from Green. But yeah, just from the first couple of deliveries, I'd have to say she'd be definitely rivaling Caitlin Belcher as far as the quickest bowler that we'll see today. Another straight pull, but out towards long on. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different, this, from Mullins.
Yeah, and you wonder whether it's a fact that Sussex have got no one else to throw it to, or whether they genuinely think this is the Faye Mullins role. I guess we'll find out.
Oh, it's a brave shot, and she's been given out LBW. She might have... I don't know whether she felt there was some bat involved there, but anyway, she's been given out, much to her displeasure, but then I'm not sure I've seen many batters delighted to be given out LBW. Looks as if it's hit her on the boot and in front of the stumps, but an important little cameo appearance from Emily Geach, 19 in quick time, 2 4s and a 6, and now somebody else is going to have to come in and just make sure that Gloucestershire finish this innings off on as positive a note as possible. So it is Ahern who's come in now at 6. Again, as there might have been thought of Izzy Patel as somebody who, again, would be more of a finisher's role, but perhaps having seen what they've seen recently, maybe thinking actually Ahern to come out, it's not as though she doesn't have power as well. She's really developing that side of her game, just 17 years of age, but maybe Ahern's ability to find gaps and push for extra runs might come into play as well. Immediately underway. To Tulloch at deep cover, so we are now also just minutes away from this cut-off time, so it does look inevitable that Sussex will have to bowl probably at least an over with 6 inside the circle. Something like 2 noises into the onside. Don't think there's 2. Ball doesn't get outside the circle, but as a impact over, that has worked to perfection from Sussex, with Mullins taking a key wicket of Geach, who was looking like the one who was providing the power, and only going for 5. So 279 for 4 and 4 overs left.
Well, Gloucestershire are now finding it a little bit trickier than they might have thought about 10 overs to go in reaching that 300 mark. 211 they were with 15 overs to go. And while they've just managed to get 68 runs from the next 11. So Sussex have done a pretty good job, and there's been a couple of quite expensive overs in there. So when Sussex have had a good over, they've had a really good one, and they've taken 3 pretty big wickets. Of Brewer, Reddy and Geach. Here's Tulloch. And Mundy slaps it away through square leg, and that's almost instantly 4. Crashing into the picket fence around the ground here at Cheltenham. Right down below us. A real thud into the boards. And well, that's a sign of how many Mundy's strong hitting. And Tulloch's got a bit of a problem to solve now. Very full and wide. Well taken behind the stumps though from Molly Adams, who since the first couple of overs has been very impressive. That ball just drifting outside the wide line ever so slightly. Poor Tulloch didn't look too pleased about it. I believe that's a 10th wide. Kembol's very full. That's a good delivery at this point in the game. Sussex are just trying to dry out any dot balls possible. Can they bring out a wicket as well, though? especially this one. Emily Monday does seem to be a key hitter for Gloucestershire, and if Tarlett can dismiss her, well, they could be on top going into the final three. This is hit high, up towards Nancy Harmon again, and dropped this time, diving forward from mid-wicket. Almost an identical catch. That was taken of Prathana ready, but blimey, all of a sudden, fans calling for Gloucestershire to take another run as the drop was fumbled into another gap. And
yes, I think we might leave the calling to the players in the middle. And it's great to have the enthusiasm and the support, of course it is.
Big drive, but missed through to the keeper's gloves.
No, passionate support at Cheltenham as ever, and we wouldn't call it a festival without that.
And advancing down the track, and a well-timed drive through extra cover is going to find 4 more. Well, at times, on a rapid outfield, boundaries have looked surprisingly hard to come by. But in the last couple of overs, Emily Monday has found the rope with considerable ease.
Yeah, when she advanced and created the half volley, it was obviously going to be a full ball anyway, but really made it an easy drive ball by still being prepared to use her feet even with the keeper up.
Very, very full. Well stopped actually by the keeper as that sneaks under the bat of Monday. And well, it means that there's 3 overs to go. Gloucestershire 10 runs short of the 300 mark with a very good over that went for 11. 290 for 4.
Yeah, and it's been noticeable how Sussex's heads haven't dropped in the field, and it would have been quite easy for that to happen. Oh, that's a waft from Ahern, and Adams does well to keep it under control. So I think the tick-tock of the clock on the scoreboard would suggest that we're getting very close to one of the umpires whirling their arms around. An extra fielder coming up, which you never know, might not always provide the easy boundary opportunities, as this could be, again, a tight one, but a well-run second. Monday joining in with the effort to scramble as many extra runs as possible. Does that say 148 now?
146 it says on the clock.
It does say 146, so surprises me a little bit. Another one past the bat. This is very impressive from Mullins at the end here, having been in the field for the entirety of the innings and then coming on, and as I say, there must be a reason in terms of only bowling a short spell, but she's doing a real job here. Don't imagine even Ahern will fancy a second this time.
I wonder if Sussex will regret not bowling Mullins earlier, or whether this was just always the plan.
Yeah, I wonder. As I say, I just wonder whether that was always the case in terms of she was only going to be bowling 3 or 4 overs. Well, that's going to be a second wicket for her as well. Slicing cut shot from Monday. Rests safely in the hands of Anna Buckle at short third. So 2 wickets for Mullins, and there goes the power of Emily Monday, 20 from 19. And so Izzy Patel will come out just with a handful of deliveries to face, but you never know how important those deliveries might be at the back end. But Emily Monday finding the boundary a couple of times in that previous over, and Perish is looking for another one.
Well, Gloucestershire are now in a funny position. They were, not too long ago, 244 for 1 with 8 overs to go. While they've continued to play at a decent rate, they have lost the wickets, and well, you can look back on this innings in however way you want, but there might be some Gloucestershire fans out there who think that they might have just left a few runs out there, but the glory of being close to the 300 mark is however close or indeed past it you get, it'll be a very tricky chase for Sussex.
Yes, indeed. I think that's pretty much it, really. And they have still gone at over 8s in the last 5 overs. It's not as though there hasn't been some acceleration, despite the fact the wickets have been falling. Patel gets it away, beats the keeper, and that's a very handy boundary to end the over. Little ramp, cheekily played, and the over, which still is a decent one for Sussex at this stage, you'd have to say, given the overall run rate, but it has gone for 7 when it looked as if it was going to be even better than that. Right off stump she's taken that.
So Poppy Tulloch will continue. It's quite interesting. Every wicket taking over, they seem to be still able to score at a decent rate, Gloucestershire. That last one, losing the wicket of Monday, still going for 7 runs. The previous wicket, in over that went for 6 runs. The one before that went for 8 runs. And this cut shot finds the gap. And it's Mega Hearn that finds the boundary through point. And well, Gloucestershire continuing to up the rate. And there is the 300 mark. 301 for 5 for Gloucestershire.
And that is the effect of having to have 6 in the ring, because Sussex do now have 6 up, and that creates a strong area for Ahern to find. Good on the cut shot.
Short, pulled out to Patel out in the deep. Does the fielding.
Just really helps out a player like Ahern. As I say, she is somebody that is really developing the power to clear the boundary, but she doesn't have to clear it really when everybody is up on the offside. And it's still the same field for Izzy Patel, who does like to go through extra cover and down the ground.
That one just goes through to the keeper. Ended up being about foot height after bouncing very short from Tulloch. And Tulloch's just going to be struggling for a little bit of confidence just because of how many extras she has conceded in this over. She's bowled very, very well at times, but now she's bowling to a field that is a leg side field. She can't give too much width outside the off stump, and she's got to bowl in quite a thin channel. And it's a no ball there. That could run down towards the boundary. It's going to be stopped by Kalyan Doherty as Izzy Patel gets back for a second run. Good run in between the wickets, and oh, there's another extra going the way of Poppy Tulloch, and it will now be a free hit for Gloucestershire.
It's that effort ball. We've seen it a couple of times when she's really tried to bang it in, and it is the plan. And actually, since that first ball 4, with the protection deep on the onside, she's got the short ball in well, and then undoes it by just stretching and overstepping.
And a missed cut shot makes that free hit a dot ball. So Tulloch perhaps deceiving Izzy Patel with the line. Maybe Patel was expecting a ball to lob up over the short leg side boundary with all the fielders out, but Tulloch hanging outside the off stump with all the fielders up. Missed opportunity for Patel perhaps. Comes down the track and drives to extra cover. It's well fielded. Will be a single.
Please forgive me as well, I'm talking absolute rot. It was Stanley who bowled the previous 2 no balls. This is Tulloch's first no ball. Even more rot than usual. Hasten to add as a gull appears to be trying to attack somebody on the far side of the ground. Food outlets are very much doing a trade.
Filling down the leg side and beats Doherty. It's gone through the fielder at short fine leg. And it's another boundary going the way of Gloucestershire. And this time it's Mega Hearn who moves to 13. And it's 310 for 5 with 1 over
10
left.
overs, 1 for 74.
Well, the likes of Alex Hartley always tell you that short fine leg is the hardest place to field, which I'm never entirely sure of, but that was an example of why it is particularly hard to field there. You get no time to judge the angle it's coming off at. It's an awkward bounce that you may well get anyway, and in the women's game, of course, you're 5 yards closer on the edge of the circle, so not easy. Final over from Mullins. Patel going for the ramp again and out. She drops the ball down, having actually picked it up anyway, but I think the finger had already been raised. Would have been an interesting one obstructing the field in the last over, but anyway, Patel looking for a shot that she'd already got away once, but not a second time. 3 for 12 for Mullins, and Caitlin Belcher comes out again, somebody who has the power to find boundaries at the end of an innings. Certainly did so when she came in as a concussion substitute in her comeback from injury in the game against Essex at Colchester in the County Cup. Finished 30 not out from 19 on that occasion when she was just playing as a pure batter, but only 5 balls remain here. Good stuff from Mullins, nice and full underneath the bat.
It's been a spell unlike anything I've ever really seen, Ed. How a bowler can come in for their first few overs in the latter stages, as a no ball is called, and it will be a free hit. But 3 for 13 having come on for your first overs, as we think in 50 over cricket. And she's 3 for 13 from 2.
In the air, and it will be caught at backward point as there's distinct groans from down below us. I feel like shouting down, it was a free hit. It doesn't matter that it was dropped. It was a reproachful groan from the spectators in front of us. What a terrible drop it did. No, it doesn't matter. It's picked up in the air. And they're going to push for that second run, and it's amazing how often you can do that. Forcing the throw to be on line, and even Harmon, who's quick to the ball, put under the pressure that she has to deliver the perfect throw, and a lot of the time it's just that little bit wide.
Well, if there's one thing that the Sussex batters can now take away from the Gloucestershire batters, So running between the wickets, isn't it? It's how much pressure you can put the fielders under, both on the boundary and in the ring, to search for that extra run.
Pounded away to mid-off. Ow. That's a really nasty bounce, and they're trying a second run here, which they're going to get this as well. I mean, it was great stuff from Green to put her body on the line and then stop the boundary, but as much as their heads haven't dropped, Sussex, this is the kind of thing that really irritates you at the back end of an innings and gives even more of a feeling of confidence amongst the Gloucestershire group. That will find extra cover, and yeah, good decision from Collis to hold on to the ball there, because that would have been another freebie if she'd missed or even hit the stumps and had that one ricochet off. So we're at the last ball of this 50 overs. It's been a very long 50 overs, I have to say, which is not something you say too often in the women's game, but we should be at the end of it. And Belcher will loop this one towards mid-wicket. They'll certainly try and come back for a second run. Belcher will get there, and the innings finishes at 319 for 6. An innings of serious might, but more about nous and gap finding and pushing extra runs. Whilst there have been boundaries, it's been more a tale of running quick singles, 2s and 3s, and Ahern with 18 off 11 at the end with a couple of boundaries. Belcher with a run of ball 3 mean Sussex will require what looks like a fairly daunting 320 to win.
Well, Gloucestershire doing very, very well to get up to that mark, but you've got to say helped out by a bit of the Sussex bowling, 50 extras in there.
Yes, it did raise its bat in the end.
And Faye Mullins taking her 3 for 21 from 3 overs has brought Sussex completely back into this game, where it felt that Gloucestershire could have posted maybe even 350 at one point, but 319 for 6, 320 to win feels about where Gloucestershire can be very happy with getting to.
Yes, I think the little flurry at the end is there was just a brief thought that they might even just fall slightly short of that 300 mark when a couple of those wickets went down, but the efforts of Geach and Ahern especially at the end have ensured that not only have Gloucestershire got over 300, but well over 300. So that will be a serious chase, and it will be up to the bowlers and fielders now to back up the efforts of the batters, led by Chloe Brewer with that 104, first 100 for Gloucestershire's women in this new still era. Pradana Reddy with another big score herself with 80, and pretty much everybody else chipping in with something, and Gloucestershire will set that 320 to win. David Payne is out there in the middle to help out the Gloucestershire bowlers in the innings break, and we will be back in around about 25 minutes time or so for the resumption of play as Sussex set off in pursuit of that 320 to win. See you in a moment.
Back in the middle, umpires Kylie White and Himal Wijasuriya. Gloucestershire in the field, captained by Liv Daniels, and keeping wicket Mega Hearn.
So, welcome back to the Towergate Cheltenham Festival, where Gloucestershire are now taking to the field for the first time after their sizable innings of 319 for 6, which was headlined by Chloe Brewer with her 104, Pradhana Reddy with her 80,
And bowling from the
and from Gloucestershire's point of view, surely they would be feeling job done with the bat, and now it's time to do similar with the ball and in the field. Caitlin Belcher will take the new ball from the chapel end, and opening batters for Sussex, Izzy Collis and Molly Adams. Slip in place, and Belcher to take us away. Charlie Harden to describe.
Oh, a low one goes through to keeper Ahern. That's an early one to cop on the shoulder, which actually landed only a couple of yards in front of her. Blimey, hope she didn't have too much for lunch.
Wow. Well, also, if you've just been watching what you've been watching as Izzy Collis in the field, and then you suddenly see that as the ball shoots along the floor, I'm not sure that exactly helps your current state of mind. And
Again, going low through to the keeper. Poor Izzy Collis has watched 319 for 6 play out for Gloucestershire, an all-time high score for Gloucestershire Women. Now all of a sudden, 2 balls have P-rolled.
Yeah, and she's not slow either, Caitlin Belcher, so if one of those happens off the straight, could be rather devastating.
This one bounces up a little bit more conventionally and will cut away to backward a point by Izzy Collis. So Sussex have got an almighty task, chasing down a mammoth 320, and you can see in the field Gloucestershire players are up and about, bouncing around, on top of the game so far. On the drive is Collis. Belcher sticks out a hand. Well, Sussex are just going to... They have to just play their own way up to 25. And even though it's a big score, one where they won't win is trying to go hard too early. Collis defending out to Storer at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I suppose Collis is particularly somebody who will find the boundary naturally anyway, and I think you're right, you can't go searching too much. Of course, you've got to be positive, and you know you've got to score at some sort of a rate, but you can't chase this score down in 10 overs.
Belcher again goes full. Collis works their way to mid-wicket, so a maiden to start. A reminder that one thing Sussex didn't do quite so well with the ball was the extras bowling. 36 wides in there. 6 full overs that they had to bowl on top of what they had already. 50 extras as well, which of course would have made... I know you can't make extras 0, but just for a bit of clarity, that would have brought Gloucestershire's score to 269, which looks a little bit more gettable from a
Bowling
Sussex
from the
point of
college
view.
board end, Alice Bird.
But one thing Gloucestershire will look at is how can we limit the amount of extras
Alice
we
Bird
possibly
is
can
spotted by
bowl.
Wendy Bowling.
Yeah, it will be Alice Bird from the college lawn end. So going with their out-and-out pace combo to begin with. Belcher, the skiddy away swing bowler, and Alice Bird, who on her day can get that white ball moving in a long way. I do think Gloucestershire will surely introduce spin to the attack rather quicker than Sussex. That will also be another difference. There is a wide from Bird, and how many extra runs? Just the one extra run. I'd say even for the home side, this is not a square that they've played much on at all. I believe, well, they've certainly played as Gloucestershire Women and as visitors, like of Alice Bird, who have been playing for Somerset before. Would have played quite a lot of cricket here, but not on this square that had been on the other one. So in terms of experience bowling on this particular square, just last year behind them. Cut away, and that gets past Reddy. Smacks into the advertising boards at a boundary from Izzy Collis, who is a fierce hitter of the ball. And that was a prime example, really, of how to do it. Okay, it was wide enough that she could throw her hands at it, but really do have to let the ball come to you here. The other thing appears to be that Gloucestershire are going without a deep third, so with Alice Bird's ability to get the ball to swing in, they're expecting her to bowl very straight, and the protection at deep forward square leg and at long leg.
Gloucestershire are just going to have to be that little bit careful. Despite having 320 on the board, it's a ground that at times throughout the batting innings, Gloucestershire found it relatively easy to go at a really good rate. Especially in the defence of a big total. That runs required can start to dwindle at some rate if Sussex especially get off to a quick start.
Nicely timed, Reddy down on that one. Ooh. Gets over Mega Hearn, and then the shins of Monday to the rescue, standing at slip.
So if Sussex can have a similar start to Gloucestershire had, 90 for none off the first 15, it'll be a huge bonus, but at this point there is no pressure at all to score at a good rate for Sussex.
Oh, smacked away through extra cover. It's a wonderful way for Molly Adams to get off the mark. That is as firm and as sharp a cover drive as we've seen all day. And Sussex do know they've scored these runs this season. I think that would be one of the things that they would be saying at the halfway stage. They piled up a score of 341 for 3 against Worcestershire at Hove. Went on to win by 155 runs. So it's not as though this is a volume of runs they haven't made. It's just, can you do it second innings? And struck firmly towards mid-on. You have to watch every bounce here. So 11 runs off that over. Sussex getting their innings moving. But it is the third highest score of the competition this season. Morgan making 354 for 7 at Beckenham, which is certainly notorious for its vast output of runs. It is a tall task.
Well, the umpire's just talking about something here. You'll be able to see from the right side of your screen. They've got sheets of paper out. They've got discussions going on with skipper Liv Daniels. And now they're just beginning to separate. So I do wonder what that was about. Whether it was about something about the team sheet or something or other. It's quite hard to gauge. From up here on top of the pavilion, lovely view we've got across the ground here at Cheltenham College. Chapel's away to our left. College lawn over to our right. And now it's Belcher with a dip of the head. Ball's very full off the outside edge. Running down towards deep third. It's well fielded. Will just be a single.
Well, the trademark delivery for Belcher is that away swinger that starts on about middle and leg is very full and swings and hits the base of off stump, which a lot of batters think they can flick into the leg side, and then it either pins them on the foot or clean bowls them.
Well, you saw the hands-on heads from that delivery. It's exactly what she wanted. Full on the pad. Huge appeal given. Early breakthrough for Gloucestershire. And another sign of that delivery you're talking about, Ed, but that time just starting it slightly down leg, but the swing brought it on line. And well, that's probably bouncing on leg, impact on leg, and hitting leg as well. So Belcher gets the breakthrough. And it's an early wicket, 12 for 1, our Sussex.
Yeah, that is the thing with that delivery, because it is always straightening. So as long as it pitches in line, whilst Adams may feel it's going down leg because of the shot that she's played and the original line of the ball, as long as it pitches on from Belcher with that angle, it does tend to be hitting the stumps. And time after time she gets wickets that way. And her return to fitness, her return to this side has been one of the biggest catalysts for Gloucestershire's real uptick in form. No Wilkinson today for Sussex as well, which is certainly a top order batter that they may well miss in this situation, but it gives Shrishti Patel, the 17-year-old, the chance to come out at number 3.
Chopped by Patel to backward a point, no run, and exactly the start that Gloucester would have wanted. That early wicket, of course, a reminder that the first wicket for Sussex didn't come to the 16th over, and the second not till the 42nd over. Any early breakthrough Gloucestershire can get will drastically stunt the progression of this chase. Beautiful drive, straight to mid-off though, for no run.
Clearly a player with serious talent and promise is Patel. She was actually a teammate of the likes of Trotana Reddy and B. Willis, who of course played for Gloucestershire last year, but earning herself a professional contract with Somerset this year. Teammate of those two at the England under-19 level.
Till searches for the gap at cover point, and it's a brilliant diving stop.
See, Patel stopped the ball, and then in her desperation to get the throw in as quickly as possible and stop them coming through for one. She then thought, I think she was about to throw it away from the wicketkeeper, and the hand went up to the face. What have I done? But Ahern was there to save the day.
Patel finding Brewer an extra cover this time to end the over with a dot. Another terrific over from Belcher, this time taking the wicket, just one run from it. And it is 12 for 1 after 3. Shristi Patel, of course, coming off the back, batting a little bit lower down the order. Against Middlesex, picked up 38. But one thing's for sure is Sussex will be wanting a lot more than that from till today. 12 for 1.
You do kind of feel, especially with the absence of Wilkinson and Adams dismissed, that Sussex need Collis to go pretty big here. The difference with Bird bowling is that whilst Belcher's deliveries are always straightening, Bird's deliveries are always swinging, at times quite alarmingly. So it really does have to hit a batter, especially if they're batting outside their crease, although Collis is not. It really does have to hit them pretty much on off stump. Oh, that's a beauty. It's what Gloucestershire did last match, whilst Derbyshire came hard at them, particularly at the back end, and I'm sure they'd have to be prepared for Sussex to do the same. It was the opening spells of Belcher and Bird that put Derbyshire so far behind the rate that they just couldn't quite catch up in the end. They are real wicket-taking opening bowlers. As I say, they really do complement each other. And it was one of the things that was so especially exciting at the beginning of last year when this Gloucestershire squad was assembled and the new era began, was that it was a team which visibly had some pace at their disposal. There was a little flick on that. And Ahern, who is somebody from these parts, I'm sure is also the sort of person that would quite enjoy the opportunity to be doing a bit of tumbling and diving around back there. She'll have seen that that might be needed from the first innings.
It didn't appear that Molly Adams was quite that pleased to be receiving a few challenging balls flying towards her behind the stumps.
No.
She was quite happy to stand up as quickly as possible. Whereas you're right, tumbling and diving all over the place. Thoroughly enjoying herself.
Going to be quite tough to stand up with the ball swinging. Couple of noises there. Yep. So a run to Collis to complete the over, but whilst not quite a maiden, Alice Bird really settling into what she does best in that second over.
So 13 for 1 from 4. Quite contrasting to how rapidly Gloucester got their innings underway. They were 30 for none. That's 3-0 for none from 4. Compared to the 13 for 1 from Sussex. And another early wicket would put Gloucester right on top. And Belcher, at the moment, looks to be the slightly more threatening one, but in fairness, Alice Bird It's also looked quite potent from the college lawn end. This angle just looks almost like it's suiting the day a little bit better. With that away swing bringing more dismissals into play. Belcher bowls with pace down the leg side. Wide given. Left alone by Collis. Just didn't quite straighten up enough there from Belcher.
How was your jumbo sausage roll? Healthy choices as ever. Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah, I also got some chips as well, actually.
Yes.
Many thanks to you, Ed.
Still some money left over.
As Collis chops it down into the ground.
Probably shouldn't quite say that, should I? It was a very, very tight budget, actually. I think, if anything, Gloucestershire will have to increase that slightly. No chance if the powers that be are listening. No, we're very grateful. It was a lovely pork and stuffing roll that I had. Must be some herbs in the stuffing, that's healthy.
Another wide down the leg side. What did you say you had in there? Pork and stuffing.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Well, there was apple sauce, so that's fruit. But
did you have apple sauce?
I didn't have it, no.
Oh.
No,
So you're claiming the fruit, which you
No,
which you
no,
didn't
no.
have.
I was saying it could have been possible.
Okay.
But I don't particularly like applesauce, so that's off.
So no fruit. Okay.
Right, not.
Thump on the pad. No appeal though. Well, maybe that's another reason why maybe a little bit more money on the voucher next time. You could be able to buy some fruit, Ed.
I'm not sure I saw, unless, well, I think it was at US Congress classified pizza as a vegetable. So that was an option, but I suspect we might just about be starting commentary now, because it takes time to cook.
Collis goes for a long-armed drive. Finds the fielder at cover.
Did look good, though.
Yeah, my jumbo sausage hot dog was impressive, actually, from the burger van on the far side of the ground, just past our grandstand. Another attempt at a swipe from Collis. You can't quite believe that stayed within the wide lines. Belcher very close to it. One of those which, because it was away swinging, travelled past the wide line once it had gone past the stumps. But it's very impressive bowling from Belcher. Just a couple of wides, but he's conceded more wides than runs off the bat as Belcher so far. Again, struck on the pad. Sounded like two noises, which is why the appeal was brought to an end rather abruptly. Otherwise, looking all but plumb in front. So that's the end of the fifth over. Another good one for Gloucestershire. It's 15 for 1.
I'm just reading, actually, they blocked, US Congress blocked the move from the Obama administration to increase the amount of tomato paste that was required on pizzas to count as a vegetable. And a spokesman for the American Frozen Food Institute described this blockage as an important victory. Quite sure who for.
So they tried to classify the whole thing as a vegetable.
Well, the whole, no, it still is. As long as there was, I think there's a very small amount of tomato paste is enough for it to count as a vegetable. But the Obama administration wanted to increase that amount of tomato paste. Good stop from Ahern. We've seen how quickly the ball runs. So that gets by, that's 5. So she has decided to stand up quite early to Alice Bird as well. That does bring its own challenges. Nicely driven, and Daniels back in the side today. No doubt an important part to play with the ball. She's still got some plastering by the looks of things on that left hand, which was the hand that sustained the breakage, but cleared to play and didn't have any batting to do. But as I say, very likely to have plenty of bowling. Again, in the action at cover.
Now it's Emily Monday in a very close, straight-ish mid-wicket. Almost catching in there. Whilst Patel's on strike, keeper standing up. Monday, hands on knees, waiting for a pop-up catch.
Lovely shot. Patil through cover point, and that was driven with conviction. But again, whilst there was force and confidence behind the shot, it was still just that extra bit of wait for the ball, play it underneath the eyes, and then pierce the gap. So off the mark in fine style. Oh, that's off the glove of Ahern. You can't call that a drop. And we'll take 2. Ahern looks frustrated, but I don't think in any world that's a drop. And also, if she's standing back, there's absolutely no way that's carrying.
It looked like it might have just come off the toe end of the bat. Cut shot from Patel.
What a thick deflection off the glove tip. Clearly setting extremely high standards for herself, Meg Ahern. She still looks as though she feels she should have caught it, but I think she's being hard on herself to do so. Looking for that same gap. He'll take 1 as Reddy attempts to run out her England under-19 teammate, but still gets home and keeps the strike. So 23 for 1 after 6 overs. It's been the sort of start that Gloucestershire would have been after with the ball.
It feels a very different start already to the one we saw at 10:30 this morning. Yes, the score is a big factor on that, but it feels like there's a different energy in the field. It feels like the Gloucestershire fielders understand the need to put extra pressure on those ones and try and get rid of as many of those quick singles as possible. Belcher's going to continue from the chapel end, but also just on terms of how much the Gloucestershire bowlers are giving away to the Sussex players, not only in terms of extras, but also in terms of boundary hitting deliveries. Not giving much at all as Belcher is in now. And well guided and placed down towards a wide deep third. They're going to come back for a second run here through the calling of Shrishti Patel. 25 for 1 now. Just that one slip in on screen. Very conventional field otherwise. Just with long leg and no square leg inside the ring. Third past the right shoulder of Emily Monday at slip. Patel just clips it with timing up towards mid-on, where Liv Daniels does the fielding. Feels a slightly cooler second half. It's quite easy to say that from the shade up at the top deck of the pavilion, but a little bit more of a breeze perhaps, a few more swaying trees around the ground.
It might feel a bit cooler. The current conditions I'm looking at suggest it's 2 degrees warmer, but yeah, the breeze just providing a bit more air movement.
Worked her way down to long leg. Izzy Collis continues to just tick her score along, despite facing 21 balls, 22 now for her 8. Now leans on her bat at the non-striker's end. Yeah, just seeing a little bit more flag movement, just a little bit more. It's been doing a lot of dangling today.
Goodness knows there are enough flags around here.
Beautiful cut shot, just in front of square on the offside. Patel has already showed a couple of times now this innings the strength, square of the wicket on the offside. And well, there's a sign of just how fast this outfield can be, especially to the short sideways boundaries. Patel picks up 4 and is looking very promising in this innings for 14 so far.
You know and accept on this ground you are going to go for runs, and there will be boundaries, especially with pace on the ball. Just about taking wickets around it.
Down leg that time from Belcher. And again, now I think Patel might have just seen the potential of 4 with no fine leg in place. Yes, they'll take a single and the ball re-bowled. There's a big wide gap out there at fine leg. Long leg is very square. And that's not me just being selfish. All right, there's a 4 option. Good length ball is patted away and a big leap in front of the fielder. And a shot at the non-strikers seem to all happen that ball, but both batters stay in safely. It's Izzy Patel who fielded that at cover, and just about 2 meters in front of her, the ball popped up and almost hit her in the face. I think she's okay. The umpire's checking on her, making sure it wasn't a collision with the ball on the head.
No, and then Brewer thinking about a run out as well.
Izzy Collis just dropping the hands on this one. And a no run ends the over. And from Belcher's standards, that was a pretty expensive one of 10. 33 for 1 after 7.
Yep, they will be relying on off-spin a lot themselves to off-spinners in Charlie Phillips and Liv Daniels. Reddy's leg spin we saw as well. Izzy Patel actually, I don't think bowled in the last game. She's another option, but Emily Geach expect to see at some point, relieved of her captaincy duties today, which I think relieved might be the word from some of what I heard, but no, I'm sure she was immensely proud to lead Gloucestershire to that victory. Oh, that's a full toss, which is only going to be a single. Belcher down at fine leg. And that's a good piece of fielding, because whilst it was hit directly at her, I don't think anything is too direct. With the lack of rain and therefore some of the undulations in this outfield. It's been watchful so far, Izzy Collis, but Mentioned that score that Sussex made earlier this season against Worcestershire. Collis making 133. Almost a runner ball in that innings. And very much is the case that she knows that she can catch up. Oh, it's a little bit of a pop up into the onside.
There's been signs of that throughout, Ed. That's like two pace, a little bit of nip. It's exactly how Storer got out, I believe, trying to work it across the line and a little bit of a leading edge up to mid-off.
Those shots haven't looked the most straightforward. We haven't seen a massive amount of straight driving. I'm really struggling to remember many at all. You kind of have to score your runs fairly square of the wicket, behind square. So as soon as you really try to go hard at the ball, rather than just allowing it to come. Oh, that's a rare ball that's got past Reddy at backward point, and that will be 4 runs. It was spinning, and it was struck relatively firmly by Collis. Just getting through Pratana Reddy, and Collis gets, what from her point of view will be a particularly welcome boundary.
Sussex having to work a lot harder for their runs than Gloucestershire did.
Going for the quick single, and 2 fielders fighting over it, and Patel has lost her bat. Does a wonderful dive, which was completely unnecessary because the throw was coming to the other end. It does help to run with your bat, but actually, when the throw's not coming to your end, it doesn't matter. Anyway, over complete. But yeah, I suspect probably take out the wides, and Sussex are going about the rate Gloucestershire would have been early on. They've had a few extras themselves. Sussex with 6 so far, but by this point, I think we were getting on for 20 in the Sussex bowling innings.
Yeah, it was 38 for none when half of the runs had come in extras. But at this point, in Gloucestershire's batting innings, after 8 overs, 51 for none. And this was the start of the period where Sussex started to take back a little bit of control. Belcher starts short down the offside and wide is given. Good lead from Izzy Collis, who shortly will be looking for a little bit more bat on ball. Plenty of encouragement out there in the field. Gloucestershire just got to hold their nerve and search for wickets. Wickets will come. Struck on the pad is Collis. This is a big appeal. And Belcher dropping the hands across her face. Knows that was incredibly close. And she can't believe it. She's just gone storming off past the umpire.
Because there was too much that could have saved her there, unless there was some bat on it. Some of the swing is gone, and it's just even more stump to stump than it was. Well,
Quick single taken into Storer. Shizen on striker's end, and this is going to be overthrows. A groan around the crowd as this is going to take some stopping. It's gone away for 4 more. So a quick single, which at one point almost gave a run out of the non-striker's end. Well, it's added on 5 runs, and after Belcher had a very close LBW call missed, she's going to be a little bit steaming.
Yes, I would imagine that would raise the temperature somewhat. I think the umpires are just conferring to make sure that the correct batter is on strike. I think they do have it right, because they, of course, continued to run after the point that the ball went past the fielder.
Toe end of the bat, and a glove from Ahern drifts the ball out towards deep third. And we have just had a couple of looks at this LBW replay, and it's just straightened and hit the front knee roll, pretty much bang in front. So I think Izzy Collis can count herself slightly fortunate.
As I say, you can't always tell inside edgewise. I mean, it doesn't look like it, but there we are.
Good diving stop from Ahern again. I feel like that might be quite a big difference, especially early on. Molly Adams was just struggling a little bit with the gloves, but towards the end she brought it back very well. There's plenty of bangs and crashes from below us.
Well, at least an umbrella hasn't fallen on the spectators. Yeah. They're all tied down.
Down the ground from Shrishti Patel, and we see her a couple of times later on in the Chloe Brewer Pathana Reddy partnership. The non-striking bails being brought into play. And what do you reckon? Patel was trying to run Collis out there?
I don't know. Perhaps it's just something that they teach at England under-19 level. Make sure you hit it as straight as possible, as hard as possible, so you can look better than your partner, get more runs than them.
Wide outside the off stump once more from Belcher. It's a bit of a shame. She started so well, and well, this over just slightly got away from her. Of course, if you're looking back at the over and can't quite believe why there's a 6, well,
I can't believe there's a 6 as well. Why is there a 6?
Well, the umpires seem to think that they got back for 2, did Sussex, before the 4 overthrows reached the boundary. This one's chipped up towards mid-off. All along the ground, though, in the end.
But
I've quite rarely seen a 6.
Ran 1 before the misfield happened. So why is there 2 runs plus the 4? This is confusing me.
You know, let's not direct this at me.
No, I'm just struggling to work it out. But
it's almost I
must be missing something.
Top edge, it's just gone past the diving backward point. Emily Monday in there looks at the ball as it trickles down towards the deep third fielder, running her way round. And that ends an over of an LBW decision, an overthrow decision, several wides, and a flying ball past backward point. And well, a lot happened that over for Belcher, and it means that it's now 51 for 1 after 9. So yes, come on then. Let's hear your thoughts on that overthrows. Why do you think that should be in a 5? Or is that not what you're saying?
Well, no, I assumed it would be, because I thought they'd run. Perhaps I'm not recalling it correctly, but I thought they ran 1, then the ball went past the fielder at the far end, and then it went for 4. You don't get the extra run that you run before it went for 4. It's at the point that the misfield happened. But as I say, maybe I'm not getting that right in terms of the fact that they completed 2 before the set of overthrows. It's slightly confusing me. But anyway, it'll be a very good game if it comes down to that 1 run. But high-scoring thrillers at Cheltenham are not exactly a rarity. Full toss, another horrible bounce, which is then tidied up by Geach at mid-off. Was Brewer, the recipient of that one.
So I've just had a look back at the overthrows, and they almost actually got back for a third.
Whilst it was going to the
Yes.
boundary, they did, yes, but those runs don't count.
They'd go and have a word.
At least that's what I thought, anyway. I don't think you can get a boundary and get runs that you run before the ball goes to the boundary. That might slightly change the laws of cricket.
No, I agree. I seem to have only ever seen 5 overthrows. Only.
I've definitely seen a 6 that way, but that's when they've run 2 before the throw's gone through to the boundary. But anyway, let us move on, shall we? Actually, Sussex just being able to move their score along in the last couple of overs of the power play, and it's meant that although they're not quite up with the rate at the moment, it hasn't moved drastically since the start. It's a lovely looking on drive. It's saying we hadn't seen many shots hit straight down the ground that were off the front foot. But Collis maybe just starting to find the measure of things out there. For the ramp shot, but I've seen that a few times as well, where it's just not quite gone as fine as hoped for. So one delivery remaining before the fielding restrictions can be relaxed a bit, and certainly wouldn't surprise me if at least from one end Gloucestershire went straight to spin. So a good finish to the opening 10 from Alice Bird. Sussex very much in the game. Could have been concerns when they lost that wicket in the third over, especially chasing such a big score, but the second wicket partnership is just building nicely. We are going to see a change, but for now it will not be spin, as Emily Geach looks as though she's going to come into the attack a little bit earlier than the other day. But the last game against Derbyshire was a strange one, really, because it was more than 20 overs, but it being 33 overs, sort of a hybrid between the two, and Gloucestershire went to spin pretty quickly there, but sticking with seam in this longer format.
So similar to what Sussex did then, both first change being of pace on. Emily Geach is a sign that Gloucestershire looking to do something vaguely similar. Be interesting to see who comes on next from the College Lawn end. But from the Chapel end, here's Geach. A short ball is tucked out towards long leg. Izzy Collis happy just to settle for 1.
There's one other option I didn't mention, having talked through spin with Phillips, Daniels potentially ready, seam with Izzy Patel to come as well, but Chloe Brewer might also bowl today.
And talk of the devil, because Chloe Brewer's in at cover. Doing a good diving stop out to her left. Yeah, I saw Chloe Brewer warming up at the break. Holding some of her seam up. Straight after 100 with the bat, scoring Gloucestershire's highest individual women's score. So inside edge goes to the back of the calf and then onto the back pad and then dribbling out towards square leg where Ahern picks up not too far away. Yeah, I don't think it'll be long till we see Chloe Brewer. And Collis guides this one nicely past the left side of backward point. It's running away for 4. 3 fielders came together, none of which put in a dive to stop it. And it means it's just hopped over the boundary. And Izzy Collis takes 4 more. She moves to 27. And the score for Sussex now 60-1.
Again, just leaning on it, really. Allowing the outfield and the slope to do the rest.
Very, very fine tickle this time from Collis. Picked up by the third fielder. Out there in the deep. Charlie Phillips. Meg Ahern, I don't think will be too disappointed about that one. She'll probably sailed to about third slip region. Nice cut shot again from Patel, who's been so strong off the back foot through there, and a diving stop parries it towards the third man area. Will just be a single to end the over. So that's 8 runs from it, and it's 62-1, and the 50 partnership is up for the second wicket for Sussex.
Yeah, they've done a fine job, these two, at rebuilding things. Apart from right at the back end of Gloucestershire's innings, wickets hard to come by, but on comes probably, well, certainly in terms of history, Gloucestershire's most prolific bowler, because she is now Gloucestershire's all-time leading wicket taker. The scoreboard appears to think that she's about to start with a no ball and 2 byes, so Sussex have been given 3 more runs by the scoreboard. Would be quite surprised if Charlie Phillips bowled a no ball, but I've seen a few things today, but no. 4 wickets in the last game and 3 fors in both games on T20 finals day. She is in rare form, and Gloucestershire, whilst they are not at the stage of need, I'd like her to provide a breakthrough with this partnership, having reached 50. And Patel timing the ball well, even when she hits the fielders. Oh, that's a lovely piece of bowling from Phillips. Just a really good length to bowl, drawing the batter forward, but top part of the bat. Very nearly another wicket to add to her impressive collection. That's a slight bobble at backward square, but again, just the one.
Charlie Phillips has been a good change so far. Off spin a lot earlier than Sussex went to theirs.
That little bit of extra bounce. Bird again a short fine leg. They take the 1-2. But yeah, these are really what Gloucestershire would expect to be their absolute banker overs. 10 overs of Charlie Phillips and 10 overs of Daniels especially. Gloucestershire are quite used to just being able to get through both those 2 spells, conceding minimal runs and more often than not taking wickets as well. Oh, in 2 minds there, Collis. She's finding a bit of that natural variation in the surface, Charlie Phillips, and that's an excellent start. 65-1.
And well, if Gloucestershire have got 20 overs of minimal run scoring, then Sussex are going to have to find plenty of runs from the other end during that time if they're to topple the 320 target set by Gloucestershire with the bat. So it's definitely an uphill task. But two batters getting a little bit more set at the crease. 29 for Collis, 23 for the now on strike Shrishti Patel as Emily Geach starts her second. Patel cuts away to that deep cover fielder. Izzy Patel out there running in. Single added to Patel. Interesting period of the game now, where Sussex are just going to have to hold on until drinks. And Gloucestershire are giving very little away for Sussex to get hold of. It's fair to say, though, Sussex are in a pretty decent position.
Well, I think they are in the sort of position that they ought to have been looking to be in at this stage, definitely.
Especially after losing that early wicket. Struck on the pad. Big appeal and given. Emily Geach with the wicket. And Izzy Collis does not look too happy. Well, some would say she survived a big square earlier in the innings to Belcher. But Emily Geach this time striking on the front pad. And Izzy Collis has got to go for 29. She faced 44 balls. 3 fours in that innings. And on all the replays so far, it took a little bit of late movement in. But I think that's a pretty safe call from the umpire to give her out. Nancy Harmon's the next batter out. And, well, she's opted to not put tape on the helmet because from the naked eye, she's operating the Hampshire helmet.
That was a lovely bit of bowling from Geach, who I didn't actually, admittedly, see the replay. There was that movement in a little bit. Whether that was the Geach off cutter, I didn't quite see. But certainly in terms of where it struck the batter and not that far forward, it didn't look as if it was anything particularly obviously wrong with it. Yeah, I think that's struggling to see is still. I just need, obviously, my short-term vision tested as to whether that's the off-cutter or not. Anyway, produce the wicket.
Big flowing drive takes the edge from Harmon. Settles for one to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, that. You've got a couple of players who are playing for both Hampshire and Sussex, but I suppose it's all very collaborative in women's cricket, and Harmon is from Sussex anyway.
Brilliant diving stop from Brewer. She doesn't stop. Nice drive from Shrishti Patel.
But El Clasicost, etc., do you not feel as if you're slightly playing for the enemy? Not sure. So it is a bit different in the women's game. We've had loanees from Somerset for Gloucestershire, the likes of Jess Hazel.
Patel finds Izzy Patel out in the deep. Takes a single.
Oh, I think such petty, childish male rivalries are put aside. So the good of the progression of the game, which is only right, he says, speaking quite quietly as former Somerset and Gloucestershire player Fran Wilson is just away to my right.
She can't hear you, don't worry, Ed.
Well, she's come home, hasn't she? So, Phillips, who will have at some point a fresh batter to bowl at, but Patel for now. Driven back, and oh, she's got it at the second attempt. Well, that was a sharp grab from Phillips the first time, and then had to be even sharper the second time. Not quite the Liv Daniels celebration after the Corton bowled, I must say, but what a grab. It was hit hard, and a double strike for Gloucestershire. An awkward one, trying to take it almost palms down up and to her left. And then it's the presence of mind to realise where it was going and take it second time round. 68 for 3.
I could have sworn as soon as the first attempt was dropped that it was just beyond the reach. And then Charlie Phillips just sort of throws out a hand and it sticks. It's a brilliant catch in the end from Charlie Phillips. And well, Gloucestershire taking 2 quick wickets, and that chase of 320 looks incredibly ominous now for Sussex.
Christy Patil caught a goal by Phillips for 25.
Well, she's not wasted a great deal of time getting in amongst the wickets again. And as you say, I thought that once that first attempt went down, especially as hard as it was hit, I thought surely that must have too much momentum for a second opportunity to be had, but no, it wasn't. So Green, the skipper, comes out as that slides past Alice Bird at short fine. Should only be the 2. Applause for the work of Belcher, sprinting round that deep square leg boundary. So often these fast bowlers sent out somewhere deep in the outfield to gun the ball in from. Oh, it's driven uppishly again. She just hits that lovely length, Charlie Phillips, so consistently, and especially as we've seen from this surface, not always 100% true. Having said that, she bowls a full toss, which perhaps Green was as surprised to receive as much as anything else. But yeah, she's potentially going to quite enjoy bowling on this surface, and I wonder whether you might be tempted to stick a slip in, given 2 fresh batters are out there. This game's still very much not over, with Nancy Harman's ability. 91 from just 82 balls at Arundel against Middlesex. Kiara Green, somebody who has a serious weight of runs behind her. But you feel this partnership needs to be a big one for the Sharks.
Well, at the end of the over, 71 for 3. This lone move from Hampshire for Nancy Harman, I think, has been quite a good one for her. She gets a more consistent role. She not only can bat at 4 most games, but she can have a real leadership role amongst the group. You can see her around the field, and a player that can dominate at this level here in Tier 2. So Emily Geach, after a wicket in her last, maintains the bowling from the Chapel End. So the wickets in consecutive overs there for Gloucestershire. Collis falling for 29 in the 13th, and the over that's just gone, Shrishti Patel for 25. Rebuild now needed for Sussex. Again, another jab out into the covers from Kiara Green. Finds a single. Bringing Harman back onto strike to face Geach.
There's a lovely buzz about the place now. It is, I think, the case that there was a little bit of an expectant air of things before those 2 wickets, but people just sitting back a little more comfortably now.
It's a gorgeous off drive up towards mid-off. A misfield will give Harman a single. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Ed. Even on our way round back from the food van, plenty of discussions and a lovely gentle hum around the place. This one's turned out towards Deep square by Green. Find a single.
Yep, I think we might be seeing some long queues to try and snag the seats of choice tomorrow, especially a bumper crowd expected.
Driving across the line as Harmon finds mid-on. Cheltenham Cricket Festival, of course, having a little chat with some of the Gloucestershire social team. Older than Test cricket itself. Firm drive down the ground. That is beautiful. From Nancy Harmon. Races up the slope. And finds 4 down towards the chapel end. Brilliant shot from Nancy Harmon.
Yeah, we haven't seen many of those in terms of straight drives. We've seen some terrific stroke play, but in terms of drive straight down the ground, it's taken some doing.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot from Harmon. Faces up again. This time with a checked defence. Back to the bowler. So dot ball ends it. 7 runs from it. And Sussex now sits 78 for 3 after 15.
Reminder, there is one more opportunity to watch Gloucestershire's Women this season, not only at the Cheltenham Festival, but in terms of home games full stop. The last home game for Gloucestershire's Women next Sunday the 16th, another 10:30 start as they take on the team that they beat in the semi-finals of the T20, being Kent. So hopefully it should be another wonderful day. Yes, 1872, the first Cheltenham Cricket Festival, started by the Lily White family, as that has almost carried up to mid-on off a full toss. James Lillywhite, who was an extremely canny operator, not just in realising the commercial potential of a cricket festival in Cheltenham to give Gloucestershire cricket a wider appeal other than just their base at the time at Cheltenham College in Bristol. Oh, another one that Green prepares for that front foot defence, but then the extra bounce and hold causes problems. But he was also canny enough to set up a sporting goods shop in the town, which it was then imperative that all of the Cheltenham College pupils bought kit from. So a captive market, and probably a captive market with a few bob to spare. The one in the air, but I think she did know the gap she was hitting it into, but I don't think Phillips will mind that too much, seeing it hit slightly uppishly, especially if it's only a single. So 2 runs from the over, and just when you thought you might have talked her up a bit too much, 3 overs, 1 for 8. I can breathe easy, nobody will be blaming me. The required rate has just crept up above 7s, 80 for 3.
Yeah, really impressive. Charlie Phillips has been, and you can sense it from the Sussex batters that they're just a little bit more cautious against it. Not only because she seems just not to miss the mark. Here's Emily Geach, though. Harmon drives off the back foot. Also, you might have to correct me on this, Ed. So I believe, first ground to hold a first class. No, yes, the first class triple hundred came at this ground. Is what I know.
Yes, I think that's right.
As a late cut goes down towards deep third, a single is taken. Oh no, they're going to come back for two. Yeah, good running from Nancy Harmon. Running back towards the striker's end. WG Grace, as you'd probably expect.
Yes. Well, it is one of my favourites. But he also...
They're going to push for two here, Sussex. And just settle for one this time.
The first game that was played here in 1872 was Gloucestershire against Surrey. And I believe it was either after that or the same fixture the next year where it ended so early, as Gloucestershire had already wrapped up a victory, that as part of the entertainment that was put on for the crowd the next day, again, as part of, I suspect, an initiative from Mr. Lillywhite to try and maximise on revenue, WG is meant to have scored a 50 with a broomstick.
Driven up and over extra cover, but it's landed just in front of mid-off on the one bounce. So it will just be a rather eventful single.
Doesn't say how wide the broomstick was or anything like that, but apparently it happened.
Strong drive of the back foot down the ground. It's going to run away for four. Straight past the stumps. And not too many batters in the world can hit a back foot drive down the ground with that much power for four. Well, Nancy Harmon can't. She moves to 14. And Sussex 88 for three.
Yeah, another absolutely wonderful shot, and certainly right up there in terms of shot of the day. It's not too much better than perfectly executed on drive. But Geach providing that breakthrough of Izzy Collis has certainly more than done her job in her spell. Phillips continues to look as if she might get another catch popped up at any moment. Green deciding to play that one off the back foot, and whether... It's a bit dangerous doing that as well, I guess. Whether that's a method she'll try for a bit, we'll see. Probably still got to get forward, but just have to keep telling yourself to wait and wait and wait. Into the onside, and just the one, yeah. She'll get some applause for that. Izzy Patel has been out on that leg side boundary a lot. Even what looks like just a straightforward single off the bat usually isn't. That's back towards Phillips and down. She arguably took the harder caught and bowled chance. And the catch down the ground in the air did indeed come again. Another one popped up. It's going to land short of short mid-wicket and also get behind Liv Daniels for a single.
Well, you said it, Ed, didn't you? Catch and caught and bowl chance was coming. That's exactly what happened. And well, in the previous Phillips over as well, so one went catchable height just between the bowler in mid-wicket, and then another one that over, just being chipped up into the mid-wicket region. So Phillips is clearly going to be a major challenge for the Sussex batters. And, well, someone who else is going to be a big challenge too is Liv Daniels, who's just going to come on to bowl from the Chapel end, which feels the right decision because Charlie Phillips is causing a lot of issues here at the minute. And, well, if Liv Daniels can cause anything similar, Sussex are going to be in big trouble. This feels like the push now for Gloucester. Can they get another wicket? This one's drifting down leg and single found out towards forward square leg. Storer doing the work, and a pop up in front of the keeper and a shake of the right hand shows potentially a little bang on the finger there.
You can't really throw that in on the full because you want to throw it in on the bounce to scuff the ball up. Any bounce could be nasty. I remember the time that Sophie Molyneux got a throw in from the deep out in Australia. I think it was that ground they play at, called something like the Great Barrier Reef Oval, which is an extremely romantic name for a ground that is essentially just a flat field in the middle of nowhere. I think she got a throw in on the bounce, which I'll come back to.
Slate cut just goes past a diving backward a point. It's going to run away for 4. And, well, Sussex are managing to keep their run rate up, finding the odd boundary. So they move now to 95 for 3.
Now, this throw came in from the deep and kicked up and hit her in the face. And later on, of course, she wasn't going to just accept, being an Australian, that she was injured and couldn't go out there, and came back out with this almost sort of Hannibal Lecter-style mask.
Quick singles taken out into the leg side. Now, is that Shutter? No, not Shutter Island. What film's that from? Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal.
Is that it?
Hannibal Rising.
Is that the film? Thought for a moment I could get
I'm
it.
trying to remember which one it is that he's in the mask. I think it might be Silence of the Lambs, actually, isn't it?
Oh, that sounds like
Where
a good
he's
shout.
Consulted and then escapes.
96 for 3.
I'm just trying to remember which one it is in the series. Where's Kevin Hand when you need him? The only time anybody's ever said that. I really hope somebody passes that on to Kevin. I've said that. No, I can't wait. I really can't wait for the pleasure of the BBC London Commentators Company. For the last home game of the season, there's nobody I would rather finish off the season at Bristol with. He's always banging on about some film or other that I've never watched, but that is one I have seen. That's, again, aerial, and possibly a chance of a run-out, and neither ends in a wicket. One bounce up to mid-on, and then Monday's throw missing. I think Green would have just been home, but it wasn't a comfortable one. That one a little bit shorter, allowing the bounce to be ridden. Harman finding an easy single.
Well, Gloucestershire, you feel they're going to get plenty more chances before the day is up, with Phillips and Liv Daniels now bowling in tandem.
A bit fuller. Nice wrist work from Green, so this is a better start to an over than Sussex have had pretty much as yet against Charlie Phillips. They've really found it difficult even to pick singles up off her. It's almost the more uncertain you get, the even more likely it is that you'll just pop a catch up. You just don't quite have the conviction. Again, nicely played, carefully controlled along the ground to long on. So the 100 comes up for
That's the
Sussex.
100 in the 20th over.
One ball remaining in over number 20. Again, finding that gap at long on. So if they could do that, Sussex, I think the rest of Phillips's spell and just take her for fives, I think probably almost take that. But 219 runs from 30 overs is a fairly steep equation already. And Phillips only halfway through her overs and Daniels has only just begun. So over 20 behind, 22 behind to be exact, where Gloucestershire were at the same stage and 2 more wickets lost. Whichever way you look at it, Sussex are up against it, but particularly whilst these two are out there, you will still harbour hopes of what would be an extraordinary chase from this position.
It certainly would. Liv Daniels returns. And a big heaving attempt at a pull goes through onto the thigh pad. I'm just wondering, Ed, do you think, will Charlie Phillips bowl 10 straight through? Do you reckon it'll be split up into 2? Maybe a little change of ends in there as well? It's worth a thought. 5 overs in now is Phillips. So that's hit across the line and into the pad.
Well, there's one thing I learned from the last match where I was delighted to have a company of Liv Daniels with for the whole game, is that she will know an awful lot better than I do what needs to happen. But I think if it were me, I'd be giving Charlie Phillips potentially 2 more.
This one's driven past the diving Chloe Brewer. She's going to run away for 4. Up towards the scoreboard at deep extra cover. It's a good shot from Kiara Green as these two are now beginning to get really set. So is that what Liv Daniels was alluding to? Do you think often they will try and mix up a spinner's spell, or is it more common for 10 straight through? Is that what you were discussing?
I don't. No, not really. No specifics like that. I'm just thinking in terms of what I would be thinking out there. Because I wouldn't want to just take Charlie Phillips off while she's in this sort of a mood, but you would hope if you gave her another couple of overs, she might take 1 more wicket, and then your life is made easier whichever way you choose.
Scuttles through a bit lower that time as Green tried to pull it round the corner, just came off the pad, leg by called by the umpire, just one of them. Yeah, I think that's a good call.
And 3 feels like a good amount to save for later, where you can still make an impact with, you know, more like a spell of bowling rather than just on for a few deliveries.
Lofted up from Daniels and cut out to Izzy Patel out in the deep. Little fumble on the long barrier, but picks up in the end. It's quite a hard ground to field on the boundary for, really. But that ends the over. 107 for 3. And I wonder if, because it did take Liv Daniels a little bit of time to come on after Charlie Phillips had come on, I wonder if Liv Daniels might just keep bowling for her 6 to 7 overs. And then we might see Charlie Phillips, as you say, bowl 1, maybe 2 more. And then be brought on back when Liv Daniels has finished from her end.
Yeah, could well be. I think in an ideal world, she would certainly give herself an extended bowl here, Daniels. And again, she's almost tempted to stick somebody not quite under the helmet, but the number of catches that would have carried to a very short mid-wicket. First time we've seen Harman really coming out of her crease and using her feet. Again, she does find that gap at long on, but happy to play slightly aerially. But again, you sort of look up and all of a sudden it's halfway through the over. It's not exactly rushing through the overs, Phillips, but giving a great deal of time for Sussex to think. Slammed up to mid-off. I think that was more leg than hand that stopped that from Geach. Pretty much just got to wear it. Long on came up for that delivery, so tempting Green possibly to go over the top. And again, Geach will be targeted. One bounce up there. It just feels as though it'd be so brave to do it, but if every single infielder took about 4 or 5 paces forward, everything's almost going one bounce to a fielder. Great over again.
I thought you were going to request for every single fielder to sit in an umbrella around the silly mid-off and silly mid-on region, because from especially from side on, the number of deliveries to Charlie Phillips that we're seeing just be hit straight back towards her, either mid-on, straight in the V, at a perfectly catchable height, is quite incredible. And I think, as you said earlier, that caught and bowled opportunity could easily come again. But Liv Phillips will continue from the chapel end. I can see Charlie Phillips, as you said, Ed, having one more.
The other thing is, and of course, with Daniels coming back in, a change had to be made. I reckon Shah Phillips would have quite enjoyed bowling on this surface, given there is that little bit of variation in it. She does bowl a bit more back of a length than both these two off spinners. But there's such competition for places when it comes to Gloucestershire's off spinners, because they've got Alice Hill as well, who might have, well, certainly would have been in the frame for selection were it not for her injury.
Harman goes back and punches it up towards long on. Diving effort from Geach is slightly in vain. So just be a single. 109 for 3. Green prodding precariously as Gloucestershire continue to build pressure with back-to-back spin. Down the track comes Green and looks to have placed us in the gap at extra cover. Izzy Patel's got some work to do. Great diving effort, pushes it along the boundary rope and is able to field again. And well, Sussex are going to come back for a third, but it was worth the extra run to save. Izzy Patel had a lot of ground to cover out there. It was a well-timed shot by Kiara Green. But Patel doing the work for Gloucestershire. Another ball that just pops up off the surface and Harman tucking it away to deep square. And it's always easy to look retrospectively, and I do remind myself that this game is definitely not done. These two are putting together a nice partnership. 3 wickets down. It's a drive from Green is off the outside edge, and there is no third man. So this is trickling and bumping its way along down towards the boundary. It's just going to be held up in the deep. Good, very good pursuit in the end out there from Alice Bird, who throws in. But it's another few runs to end the over. And that's 8 runs from it, so it's 116 for 3.
I was going to say, it felt like a good over for Sussex, but then you sort of remind yourself that actually that's pretty much now what they have to go at. It's only just, not that you can get half a run. I mean, you can get half a run, but it ends up in no runs, if you see what I mean. You can get halfway down, you don't get anything for that. But rounding up, that's basically what they require. So certainly a 7th from Charlie Phillips, and again, Liv Daniels probably thinking just one more wicket. Melcher will get to that. Deep square. I think that's the first time it's happened today after about 6 times in 33 overs in the last game. It's taken until the 24th over for the inadvertent direct hit. Forcing back foot shot. Even those ones, okay, there's only backward point, but
That's
there's
the 50 partnership between Harmon and Green.
plenty of care needed to play those. And a 50 partnership, which has come up in 61 balls, so it has taken some time, mostly thanks to the work of Charlie Phillips, as there's a bit of a leading edge. But again, when a rebuild was necessary, Sussex have found a partnership. And flicked a deep square for 1.
I think these two have taken quite a few leaves out of the Gloucestershire book in terms of just working out how to score runs on this surface. It's not all about finding the boundary. It's about finding those 1s and 2s in pockets.
Quicker 1. Good tumbling save from Reddy at backward point. Yeah, and I think they've, at all costs, almost got to get Phillips out of the attack. Was a bit more loop on that one, and it just passes Geach at mid-off, and 4 runs. Ended up being perfectly placed, and that is a extremely rare sight, a boundary off the bowling of Charlie Phillips. In fact, it is the first at the end of her 7th over. First boundary that she's conceded.
Well, there has been. Having said about what this partnership might have learnt from the Gloucestershire top order, they have also taken quite a little bit of risk, especially down the ground. Quite a lot of power hitting that have gone straight past the bowler. As we mentioned, the catchable height, Harmon dropped earlier in her innings on 14 by Phillips. Just makes you feel that this pair are definitely going to give a few more chances before the close. Just down the leg side though, that by Daniels. Just a wide.
I suppose some of that, though, goes back to that point about batting second. They know they have to score at 7.5 from here. Whereas batting first, you're not having to stare up at that scoreboard with that required run rate.
Harmon finds Chloe Brewer. And well, for a minute I thought Kiara Green hadn't put her bat in before Brewer had a shy at the non-striker's end. Down the track again comes Nancy Harmon, who has looked a lot more patient since the drop catch. Some very good bowling from these two spinners for Gloucestershire, tying down both batters. What will Harmon do in the final 3 deliveries of the over? A little bit more loopy, driven down the ground with nice timing. Only up to the fielder long on. 2 batters are 1 ball away from that drinks break. And a big flying drive to to close out this first session. 25 overs gone then, everybody. 127 for 3. Those 3 wickets. Molly Adams falling for 4 in just the third over, 12 for 1. Sussex were at that stage. LBW plumb in front from Belcher. Then Geach took the wicket of Izzy Collis for 29. That left Sussex 66 for 2, and her very quickly 68 for 3 in the 13th and 14th over. It was Patel that time. Shrishti Patel falling for 25, caught and bowled to Charlie Phillips, who has been absolutely excellent. 7 overs, 1 for 24. And having lost those couple of quick wickets across the 13th and 14th over and the early wicket, 127 for 3 doesn't feel a terrible position for Sussex. They've done everything they needed to stay in this run chase.
Yeah, 127 with a partnership that has got itself built up, very different from if you've just lost a wicket for sure. And 2 batters who've got the ability to score really big. And then as long as one of these 2 can go on and play that Brewer type innings and be there, if not at the end, very close to the end, then they'll hope to get enough from everybody else to see that they are very much in the hunt come the back end of things.
Yeah, they certainly will hope that if one of these batters can get there. A little look at the bowling card then. Liv Daniels and Charlie Phillips, of course, being star bowlers with the spin. But it's worth also mentioning Belcher and Bird at the top of the bowling display from both ends. The 1 wicket going the way of Belcher, but Bird, after a little bit of an expensive start, did bring her spell back really, really well indeed. So it's going to be a balanced end to the first half. Many thanks to that partnership that has built up. But as you mentioned, Ed, I'm in total agreement. One of these 2 has got to go big, if not both, if they're to get over the line and chase down what would be an incredible 320 run chase. 5 minutes past 4 is the time. We'll have to whip out the binoculars to see the cut-off, although we are a very long way away from that as of yet. 1 hour,
Yeah,
34 is what they've got for 25 overs, just in case you wondered.
pretty shocked if Gloucestershire were too close to that, given the fact that they will get through probably their rows of spin a little bit quicker than Sussex did. Johnson actually had a fairly sizable run-up for a spinner, whereas both Daniels and Phillips not too much. Time for a quick drink, and the umpires as well, who are often overlooked in this situation, just able to exit the field for a moment. Umpire White looks as if she's got some sort of device for attaching the ball to. There's a little pocket there, just by her left hip. I don't know. That's a curious one. They do have pockets that have to contain all sorts, umpires, and then inevitably you get given some manky old bit of tape or something that's fallen off, or like a cigarette butt that somebody's left on the field. Can't imagine that would happen here. Certainly better not. But you always end up getting given something by somebody in the field. Oh, hold on to this. I don't want it.
It is a bit of a shame, you're right. They often get unjustly used as almost like a bin. When a bit of rubbish brushes across the field and the bowler picks it up, here you go, umpire. Have this empty plastic bag. They don't want it.
It's a rough lot being an umpire. So, first time we're going to see Izzy Patel. So, that means I was right. 7 overs for Charlie Phillips.
Not the first time as well, Ed. Not the first time. Especially not today either.
So some more suppose, seam up, but variations of Patel. Sixth bowler used. Just giving Daniels a little bit more of an option. I did almost wonder whether actually Daniels might come on from that College lawn end. Try and land it on the same spot as Charlie Phillips and see whether there was something especially from that end that was helping to cause some of those slight false shots. But we're ready to get back underway with 193 required. And that's going to take away 4 runs from that requirement. Width on offer. Green carving it between those 2 fielders square on the offside. So it's an emphatic way for Sussex to resume their innings.
How often have we seen that today? 4s square of the wicket on the offside. Side the way through point. Nice shot.
Again, finding space on that offside. Izzy Storer fielding out at deep cover. This pitch, as you've probably been able to see throughout the coverage, the closest to the pavilion of the 4 pitches that are being used. No fielder in the circle at mid-wicket, but they only seem interested in 1. So by the looks of things, the pitch tomorrow will be the one next door. The especially green strip will be the one I would guess used for the 4-day match, which is still a little way away, 12 days away. Oh, an appeal here for a stumping. The foot was raised, but I think Green just getting it back down in time. Just threatened to overbalance.
It's always so tricky for a wicketkeeper to pick up a stumping, because it's also very tricky for an umpire to give it out, especially when they're so close. And often as a keeper, you'll take the bails off a little bit after the time that you thought you did. And so stumpings can often look out.
Driven in the air, and it escapes the clutches of Reddy. 4 more runs. So this one of those bigger overs that Sussex would have wanted, just to keep that run rate from climbing up too much. Again, width. It was at catchable height when it got past Reddy, but no chance to a left this time. Five boundaries for Green, which is actually as many as Brewer hit in her 104. I don't have a dot ball counter, but, or if I do, I'm not entirely sure where it is on this website. But we'd have to imagine that it's that is the biggest difference at the moment. In terms of boundary count, I don't reckon there's masses in it. But it's just those deliveries where, particularly against Charlie Phillips, it felt as though they could only just prevent themselves from losing wickets. And she's been really the only bowler today that it's felt like that, where the ball is that much on top of the bat.
As Nancy Harmon advances and hits it up towards long on. Diving effort coming across from mid-off. Dived over the ball. That was Izzy Patel running across. But no, you're right. There's no real difference at all, I'd say, in the boundary hitting, other than with this pair, Kiara Green. She prods forward into the covers. Nearing the half-century mark now. The Sussex captain. Again, just walking down the wicket, hitting up towards Izzy Patel for no run. Very interesting how Nancy Harmon's innings has changed. Started quite aggressive, came out of the blocks fast. Green looks to find square leg, but can't connect. Now Harmon has slowed up a little, just because of the game situation. Second innings run chase. The wickets being in hand can often be as important going into the latter stages. And a wicket here, a break of this partnership will change the momentum. Gloucestershire will be back on top. A new Sussex batter will have to get set. These two are doing exactly what their job is. Kiara Green finds a gap in the covers. Thrown in, so we'll just be a single. So an end of a pretty good over from Liv Daniels, just 2 runs from it. But as I said, Sussex batters doing exactly what they need to do, just continuing to tick along. And it's now 139 for 3 after 27. And the story was 181 to win, which still feels a long way away. But 3 down is just about a safe number that, you know, 2 batters are still in. Whereas when it gets to 4 down, 5 down, batting sides beginning to get a little bit worried in the second innings in a run chase. Izzy Patel to continue.
Bang on target. She does also appear to have had a lot of the strike in this partnership, Green. Well over half of it. Although her strike rate's been higher because of those boundaries. Patel didn't seem interested in that at all.
Which is quite surprising, but...
Well, I'm wondering if it may not be, given that it may not have been particularly out.
It always looks out from deep point.
And there's no fielder inside the circle at mid-wicket. So it's a long run in off that leg side boundary from Belcher. And with the pitch being over to this Thilston Road side, it is the case that those leg side sweepers do have to be a little bit off the boundary. Not quite as much as in the last Bristol game, as that required rate has just hit 8 runs and over. Oh, big slower ball out towards deep mid-wicket, but it's going to land short of Belcher, and she does wonderfully well to prevent that one from getting past her. It's good cricket from Sussex to get back for a second. But she really did give that every opportunity, Caitlin Belcher, for the catch.
Yeah, she did really well to just get as close as she did, really. And it ended up doing even better, actually, trying to save quite an awkward bounce of the ball in front of her.
Again, firmly through mid-wicket towards Belcher. And no second run there. She recovered quickly. And we saw it even a couple of years ago when it was nowhere near as dry as this. Some significant bobbles in the outfield. And this is not, of course, a full-time professional cricket venue. But when the ground staff are presented with these sorts of conditions, it's quite remarkable the job that they've done to have it looking as even as it is, because there's been no ability really to refresh both pitches and outfield. So just 4 runs off that Patel over, and the crowd starting to get towards the stage where they realise that maybe Gloucestershire might not be winning this yet in a flurry of wickets, but the squeeze is something that has been appreciated at Cheltenham over the years, and realising that that might be the way they can then force wickets.
Nancy Harmon turns it to short fine. Some good fielding means it will just be a single. Yeah, you're right. Very educated crowd here, understanding a couple of back-to-back good overs for Gloucestershire bowlers. Combining back-to-back relatively inexpensive ones. Green on 44. Nancy Harmon looking for the potential of a run, but there never was one. Gloucestershire still feel on top. There will be an element of nerves out there. Of course, still looking for their second win of the 50-over competition. Down the leg side. Through to keeper Ahern, who's been all but spotless so far. Just that one off the toe end of the bat early on in Charlie Phillips' spell. So we can't really agree that was much of an edge. I think that might have been off the pad, perhaps.
Yeah.
Chiara again, walking down the pitch. Slaps it to mid-off for no run. Over halfway through Daniels' spell now. Chiara Green just managed to get bat on it, and this is flying down towards a wide third gap. And it's going to be 4 straight off the bat. You can understand why there is no fielder in the third position. However, when ball is running away down there with pace, doesn't look quite so sensible. So Chiara Green moves to 48. Couple of runs short now, that half century. Gloucestershire looking to see where they can pick up the next wicket. How they can break that partnership. 1 ball left in the 29th. It's been top edge. I think that's going to land safely with a little bit of spin. And Storer does the fielding out in the deep. And, well, there's another moment whether it's a leading edge or a chip up into a gap where Gloucestershire are just feeling so close to breaking this partnership. 29 overs gone then. 149 for 3.
Well, where were you, umps? Would have been an easy catch. Barely had to move. Moved out of the way of it. So Patel with over a 4 in her last, making it easy for Daniels to continue to make her mathematics a little bit easier as much as anything else in terms of who's allocated which overs. But both the off spinners over halfway through their 10 over allocation now. 7 bowled by Phillips as a reminder and 6 by Daniels. Driven away past Brewer at extra cover, chased around the boundary for Storer. And again, so short is that boundary that it is just the single, but a 60 ball half century for Chiara Green, and coming in as she did at 68 for 3. Mentioned it when she was bowling, how she really does lead this Sussex side in more ways than one. And she's showing it again with the bat. 6 4s in that innings of 50. Smartly fielded on the bounce by Patel.
And you're right about the strike. That only a couple, well, an over later did Green join Harmon. But she's faced plenty more deliveries.
It's pulled into space on the leg side. Belcher after it. Good sliding save. Do get back for 2, but again, the important thing, saving the boundary. It's roughly been 2/3, 1/3 in terms of Green versus Harmon strike-wise. That's okay, as long as Harmon doesn't start to get a little bit itchy when she does get on strike. She's looked to hit strongly down the ground. A lot that has gone uppishly through mid-on, but I think the danger is, from the Gloucestershire fielding standpoint, if you put somebody there, then she might just go over the top of it. Firm drive, but straight to Izzy Storer. Still, you feel as a fielding captain in this position that your most valuable asset is weight of runs. Just manoeuvring themselves into position though, Sussex. Still the case that they can't really afford to go all out attack, because a couple of wickets and really does look a long way away. But with 20 overs to go, they are actually starting to close the gap a little bit on where Gloucestershire were at the same stage. Gloucestershire had a slightly quiet patch after their halfway stage. Sussex can't afford that. They need to keep accelerating and closing that gap, which was at 24 at the halfway stage. Now it's at 18. So still, whichever marker you look at, whether it's the DLS as just a guideline, Sussex are 24 behind on that, which I think might be at the end of the next over. It's always a bit of a question as to when that DLS score updates. But anyway, roughly they are at 20 odd behind. But it's still the case that if you were looking at this purely from the point of view of 20 overs, 165 runs, okay, you've only got 7 wickets rather than 10, and you don't have a 6-over power play. But it's not a T20 score that would scare you on this ground.
No, that's a really good perspective to put it in. 20 overs to go. 20 over chase from now. And this is a really interesting call. Caitlin Belcher is on. Liv Daniels still got 4 left in the tank. So does Charlie Phillips. She has 3. And this is slapped up towards mid-off. And it feels like an interesting call just because, as you mentioned about the weight of runs being the main card that the fielding side has at the moment. And actually, with 7 overs still to play with from Charlie Phillips and Liv Daniels, if you can save those to a little bit later on in the game when Sussex are going to be under pressure to score the runs at a fast rate, it's going to be really challenging for Sussex to score those quick runs. If Caitlin Belcher and maybe a few overs from Emily Geach or even Alice Bird from the other end, if those two can kind of maintain that pressure, maintain that relatively low run rate, then when the spinners come back on, Gloucestershire are going to be in a great position to go and take the win here.
Daniels is also so used to throwing the ball to Belcher of late, and she gets her a wicket. It's just another one of those cards that she's got.
Oh, this one's been dived over by Ahern. And I believe it's going to be wides. So 4 wides. And Ahern hasn't made too many errors behind the stumps, and it looked like that one just bouncing in front of her did scoot low beneath the dive, and That's going to be a bit of a blow to Gloucestershire, who require, with this change of bowling onto a bit more pace on, they'll want a few low-scoring overs, and that's the kind of thing that can just dent a bit of confidence to the fielding side. Still requiring over 8, though, Sussex. Just ever so slightly chipped up towards mid-on, and once again, it's Emily Geach running around from mid-off to do the work.
Well, it removes the need for them to take a risk for the entire rest of the over. Already 7 runs from it. But with a bowler like Caitlin Belcher, you do have to take the odd delivery like that, knowing that she's got a magic ball up her sleeve.
Clipped away through mid-wicket. Deep fielder running in with the long barrier. Is Bethana ready? It's now a very interesting phase where Sussex are just going to wait. They're just going to wait for the right moment. Every over for the right moment. And also, in about 10 overs time, maybe a little bit longer, the right time just to pounce on this total. This one's another wide down the offside. Good stop this time from Ahern. Perhaps learning ever so slightly from the one earlier this over. On that third delivery. Managed to get the gloves in behind it that time. Not a huge amount of blue sky above, but clouds far away in the distance. As down the track comes Green, slapping it flat bat well over the bowler's head, and long on is picking up after a couple of bounces. Takes a huge tennis ball bounce off the square. Belcher's just approaching now. Drive from Nancy Harmon, takes a quick single, quick pick up from Emily Geach, and there's a chance, but the ball's missed the non-striking stumps, and Ahern with a diving piece of backing up ends the over positively for Gloucestershire. A little bit of an expensive one though. 166 for 3, sorry, after 31.
Well, very dramatic piece of cricket all round. And in terms of the competition, really, I mean, Gloucestershire, especially as there is the possibility of picking up bonus points in this Women's One Day Cup, you're almost never quite out of it, but they would need 3 wins, and they'd need 3 big wins. They'd have to overturn their net run rate as well. But I think, putting that aside, they really are playing for themselves and for their standards, and they're taking on Daniels here. And it's very hard to make a clean pickup, because the danger is in doing that, you end up letting it go by you completely. But yeah, in terms of wanting to finish this season as strongly as they finished last season, that is the main aim here. Whereas Sussex, a defeat here would be damaging in terms of their bid for a spot in the semi-finals, currently sitting in 4th as the 100 partnership is brought up. And it is accelerating as well. The 50 stand came off 61 balls. So that will be another one added to the extras column, and the 100 partnership coming in 109. Of course, it does still need to accelerate further, but not absolutely drastically so. Oh, outside edge. and that will work very nicely for the Sussex Sharks. Not going to have a slip in at this stage. Again, underlining that those types of strokes carry some risk. Trying to loft it straight down the ground.
It feels another chance that's just gone out of reach and begging, and Gloucestershire need to make sure they don't let their heads drop as this partnership continues to build.
That is going to dip in time, I think, to not be a no ball, but it has not been missed out on. Smashed away behind square for 4. And a couple of healthy overs for Sussex back to back has seen the required rate drop below 8 again.
And it's worth remembering that Gloucestershire got into a really good position around over 42 just before Brewer was dismissed. 244 for 1 with 8 overs left, and well, Sussex got their way back into that innings.
Again, it's good cricket, really. Got the requirement from the over. Still a positive shot from Harman, as she has looked to be in this innings, but looking to play straight with purpose. Finds a single, and not many dot balls of late. That's going to take a bit of stopping at short fine and will be a dot thanks to the fielding of Bird, but in fact it won't be because it's a no ball. So the first no ball of this innings, and extras also starting to pile up in a way that they did in the first innings. It's a bit of a phase here for Gloucestershire where they're going to have to hold their nerve and keep things together, as this is now a free hit for Kiara Green. And as happened with the other free hits, almost nothing's happened, so Patel gets away with that one. But in terms of the over, that really has rammed home the fact that this partnership is now a deadly dangerous one from a Gloucestershire perspective.
Yeah, and for those who didn't quite notice, that no ball was because of the bails being dislodged at the non-striker's end from the bowler. See Patel running through, clipping them off as she goes past. So Belcher will continue after a slightly expensive first over return from her. But Nancy Harman just 2 runs off. Back-to-back half centuries, of course 9 runs short in that 91 off 82 balls in the last game against Middlesex, and she'll be looking to go a step further as Sussex begin to close in. 141 to win, still 3 wickets down, and got to say Sussex are getting to a point where they're almost regarded as close to favourites. It feels ever so close to 50-50 now. Still a long way to go though for Sussex. Pulled away in the air. Just hasn't been... I think that might have carried, actually. It was a brilliant piece of fielding from Brathana Reddy. She advanced out to it quickly because Nancy Harman pulled it out to deep mid-wicket, and well, as Reddy returns to this packed-out members' stand, you can hear the applause. She did so well to get out there, but just wasn't able to catch. There was a big slap of the ball on hands, wasn't there, rather than ball on ground. Good effort, though, from Reddy.
Well, you know, it was good when he's still getting applause, having not taken a catch. It was a great effort for sure.
This time, Green hitting it down the ground. Could there be a chance of the keeper's end? Nancy Harman's going to get there safely. Potential chance of overthrows with a little kick away from Ahern.
Just in need of something in the field here, Gloucestershire, just to, suppose, ensure that this doesn't continue to build the way it's building for Sussex. Just a few little hiccups out there.
Big step from Nancy Harmon. Clip away into the leg side, and that will be 50 for Nancy Harmon. Back to back, straight off the back of that 91 against Middlesex. And Harmon, who is on loan from Hampshire, puts out a little muted celebration in appreciation of this crowd here at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival. But you can understand the level of the celebration, still with 138 runs required. Again, running down the track is Kiara Green. Nancy Harmon wants a single. Could this be a chance for Liv Daniels? And the ball just misses the non-striking stumps. My word, this is a sign of a run chase having a little bit more of an effect on the batters. They might need a little discussion at the end of this over, Ed.
Yeah, well, it's been a long day already for everybody, especially with the extra length of time that the first innings took. And you're starting to see a little bit of the effects of that. Everybody under a bit of pressure out there.
Thumping drive down the ground. That is a glorious cricket shot. An on drive from a good length ball. It doesn't get much better than that from Nancy Harmon, who gets to 50 and then to 54 with an on drive past mid-on. Well, one ball left in the over. And Belcher, despite bowling with good pace, beating the bat a couple of times, causing a few issues, she is just managing to leak a boundary per over at the moment. Can she come back? Harmon, same again. Glorious shot, just past the bowler. Almost a perfect carbon copy. And Nancy Harmon goes 4-4, moves to 58 to end the over. And well, Gloucestershire all of a sudden feel on the back foot. 191 for 3 from 33 overs.
I was just going about this innings in a completely different way from even what Gloucestershire were able to manage. The strength of those shots down the ground. I haven't looked at the overall wagon wheel, but in terms of straight boundaries, in terms of really straight ones, a sort of narrow but not tight V down the ground, Gloucestershire had about 4 boundaries, which I think most of which came off the back foot, certainly at least 2 of them did. Whereas already I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't think they've added that last one on yet. No, so that's 6 boundaries already straight down the ground that Sussex have scored. And they've only had 33 overs. At a key moment, Daniels has decided she can wait no longer and must go back to Charlie Phillips for her 8th over. They might want 2. It's a long chase for long on. Large gap there as the ground really is not quite rectangular, but the boundary is pretty much parallel to the surface out at the far side for quite a way, so it's a long corner. I think the danger now, I guess, is that Phillips is coming back, but she's coming back into a situation where there's a fire needed to be put out, which is very different from what it was earlier when she was pretty much able to bowl knowing that Sussex weren't coming at her and were a little bit sceptical of what they were receiving. Well, that's gone high. Could be a chance. Geach under it at mid-off, and it's down. It did go high, but Emily Geach so often seems to be a magnet for those sorts of catches at mid-off. And Nancy Harmon, who had a life on 14, has another one on 58. Quicker delivery, slapped towards Geach. Inevitably, the ball goes straight to the same fielder. And she did well to, again, put her body on the line and save a boundary. Pulled away, that will spin away from the fielder at deep square, but keeps it close to her, to Izzy Patel.
It felt like a forced change, as you said, putting out the fire Charlie Phillips, and Gloucestershire would have wanted their pacers to have built up that little bit more pressure before being able to go back to Charlie Phillips in a positive way.
Quicker ball to finish, but still not a bad over from Sussex's perspective now. There were times when it felt as though 6 run overs were actually quite hard to come by for Sussex, but now it's almost a bit of a dip, and yet doesn't move the dial very much. 123 required from 16 overs. You know, it almost felt as though both sides were starting to feel it a bit, even though actually Sussex, if they just continued to bat the way they've been batting the last few overs, we're actually doing fine. But it's so easy to think, right, we've got to really accelerate now. We've got to accelerate even further and try and kill the game. And it felt as though that big shot was coming, and Gloucestershire were just starting to feel it a bit in the field. It's great, I suppose, from both teams' perspectives to be in this sort of situation. It's what this competition is all about. And a question of which team is going to be able to handle those situations better. Back to Daniels as well. She's desperate for a wicket. Pace off has, well, spin, I think probably more so than pace off. Spin has been the only thing today that has really consistently kept the runs down. Green going for 48 from her 10 overs when she bowled. Johnson, her figures took, I suppose, a little bit of a tap at the end. Gloucestershire spinners noticeably cheaper than the seamers.
Now it's Gloucestershire trying to kill the game with back-to-back spin. 2 overs from Belcher didn't quite work, so they had to revert to Liv Daniels and Charlie Phillips from the other end. As you mentioned, trying to kill the game with the only thing that's worked today, other than, of course, Faye Mullins, which would be very handy if Gloucestershire had that ability to go to a bowler of that sort. Clubbed out towards mid-wicket, and it's so tricky to stop out here on the short boundary. Just took one bounce and Prathana Reddy couldn't get near it. And that moves Sussex past 200. So 202 for 3. And Gloucestershire are in real danger here of letting this game just slip. And it's been mainly due to a terrific partnership between these two batters. Pulling away again, this time squarer. Storer doing some good work in the deep. Prevent the 3 extra runs that would have been brought by a boundary. And this partnership now, 135.
It's getting on for what we saw earlier from Brewer and Reddy.
Harmon goes well back. Hits it out towards cow corner. Finds a single out there. Yeah, that partnership of 154. Not too far away now. And, well, 117 to win from 15 overs. Now 116. As Kiara Green finds a dot. It still does look quite challenging. It looks a lot easier than it was a few overs ago. But thanks to those expensive Gloucestershire overs from a couple of pacers of Belcher and Patel, Gloucestershire now have got to claw this game back. A slap up towards long on. Finds a single. Who have you got as favourites, Ed?
Well, that's a hard one to answer at this stage because it feels as though I mean, it's needless to say these two are scoring at the required rate and actually above it. It's just so hard to know what will happen. Surely you would have to think at some point a new batter will have to come in. Somebody will have to play some sort of a part other than these two, unless it is something quite, in all senses of the word, extraordinary. It's hard to know how easy or not they will find it. That's up in the air again. It's going to be one bounce and to a fielder. And back for a couple of runs. How many times that has happened off Charlie Phillips's bowling. It was well placed, albeit not middled. Not a bad way to start the over with a 2. Looking for that big shot. Even against Phillips. I'm not sure they're still not sure they really need to do that. And they almost paid the price in the previous Phillips over with that chance that Harman gave. Now what? Was that a no ball? Have I missed a no ball? What's that signal mean? Hammered, one bounce to extra cover, could be a chance of a run out here. And again, the throw is not right next to the bails, but Brewer did so well to stop that. I have absolutely no idea what that signal was. It doesn't seem to have gone up on the board as a free hit anyway, or a no ball.
It was a mixture of a one short, a warning, and a dismissed out signal.
Yeah, I thought one short to start with, and then I realised they'd only run one run. And then the free hit signal almost came out. Driven in the air, that'll clear mid-off. No chance for Geach this time, and there's the boundary that Sussex were after. Even though it's actually particularly slow down in that area. Enough distance on it. And this is turning into another big over.
It's a shame because Gloucestershire did the right thing. They saved Charlie Phillips. They saved Liv Daniels for a little spell towards the end. They just needed those next few overs to be cheap ones. And well, the 3 overs following taking off Liv Daniels went for 36.
That's over again. Geach leaping, but no chance to get there, and they are now attacking Gloucestershire's main threat. You have to say that the move, I think, was exactly right to save Charlie Phillips, and despite the fact this has been a big over, she did generate the opportunity. Sussex are really determined to make Gloucestershire pay with this partnership. Now one shy of a ton 50. And there it is, with that cut shot to deep cover. 13 off the over. And 150 partnership and 138. So I think the last 50 has come in, what, 30... Ooh, how many was it? 106, 32 balls. I'm afraid I didn't actually write down how many the 100 partnership came in.
No, I don't have that either, unfortunately, Seb. Ed. Sorry, I don't know why I called you Seb.
Seb? Who's that?
I actually don't know many people called Seb, so I don't know where it came from. Well, we're approaching a very, very interesting part of this game now. And one of those parts where a wicket does change everything. New batter coming in to get set.
Come on, Gloucester!
Plenty of support from the crowd as well. Here's Liv Daniels. Smashed up towards long on. Good fielding out there. Oh, Liv Daniels, if she can prevent a boundary this over, it will feel a success. 102 to win from 14. And the two Sussex batters just trying to get it done as quick as they can. And Gloucestershire using up all 10 overs from each spinner. Drop shot, pulled away. This could be 4-2 as it spins away from Storer. It is. Down towards long leg. And there's the boundary for Sussex, but judging by the last few overs, that won't be the last one this over that they'll want to get.
Yeah, just a couple of times allowing Sussex to get onto the back foot and pull behind square.
Harmon comes skipping along and a punch towards long on once more, finds a single. That's what they're doing so well, these two. Hardly any dots.
Yeah. They've almost got this down below sevens.
Lofted over extra cover, chance for Belcher, but it's just gone out of reach again. This one's trickling along towards the rope and Belcher dives, and I think that's going to be 4. Yes, it is. Still in contact with the ball whilst being over the rope for Belcher. So a second boundary, and just from the first 4 balls of this over, 10 runs have come from it. 92 now is the runs required off just 80 balls. And still those two batters at the crease. Well, I do urge Gloucestershire fans to remember, in that first innings, Brewer on 104 and Reddy on 80, falling in consecutive overs. Liv Daniels bowling from the stump line, 1 bounce, and good fielding from Storer on the rope. Absolutely terrific work, and the number of boundaries we've seen skip along into the boarding, and that feels an important moment, especially in this over, if not in this run chase.
Yeah, something for the crowd to get involved with as well, just lift the energy in the field.
As it dribbles down the leg side, maybe off the pad. Going to get through to a single, wide. So an extra ball. Can Liv Daniels take a wicket? She can change the game. And this could be 4 more, it is. Few hard bounces on the square. And a hop over the rope at long off. And well, that's a huge over. 12 runs in boundaries, 3 runs in singles, and a wide as well. 17 runs from it. And Gloucestershire now, the team, looking for a way back into this game. It's been a sensational partnership from Harmon and Green. But they got a long way to go still. 2-3-5 for 3.
I mean, as much as it feels as though we might be about to see about 240 odd run partnership, I think there's still, as long as they can stay in the hunt, Gloucestershire, there's still going to be chances, but it feels as though every big shot Sussex go for is a boundary, and it's another one. Again, just a little bit short. And a huge amount of space for long on to cover. This will be down below a run a ball pretty soon. Early boundary in the over. Absolutely desperate for a wicket now, Gloucestershire. As you mentioned, really, it's the absolute absence of dot balls around the boundaries.
It's been their ability to find singles to the deep fielders off good balls, hasn't it?
I think we've had 4 dots in the last 8 overs. And 2 balls. Just every time it's into a gap, if it's not a boundary, it's a single. If Sussex win this game, deciding to bowl first will be the most tactically brilliant decision I've seen in the game of cricket. One bounce out to Belcher, who fields well at deep mid-wicket. All the signs seem to be to bat first. Beautiful day. Fast scoring ground. Runs on the board seem to be... And again, the percentage of teams that decide to bat first and win in this competition is quite high. Long off his back. Whilst it wasn't middled. Again, it's a single. And singles are pretty much okay from this point for Sussex. And after this ball, Charlie Phillips is done as well. Gloucestershire will have to go back to seam. Swept away. Wonderful shot again. They've changed the field and put Long off back. So having gone hard and straight for the almost entirety of her innings, the gaps are now square. So that's where Nancy Harmon hits it.
It is incredible how easy they're making this period of the game look. I mean, you go back 35 overs. Sorry, no, 25 overs. 68 for 3 when these two came together. And now it just looks like they're sailing towards victory. Approaching 250 for 3. 73 from 72 needed. 73 from 12 sounds pretty straightforward with 2 set batters, 4 and 5 at the crease. It's very much Sussex's game to lose, which feels incredible we're saying that, considering at the halfway point, 320 was the chase. And you're right, as Emily Geach comes on, maybe Sussex just said, yeah, we'll chase anything. 320, yeah, we'll chase that. 350, we'll keep going.
Which is quite the brave attitude to take, but it may yet prove to be exactly right.
Emily Geach, sorry, not giving up. I'm sure they listen to the crowd, or one fan, who's particularly encouraging at the moment, down below us. Can Emily Geach be the player to make the breakthrough? There were definitely points in the Gloucester batting innings where Sussex just needed a wicket. All they needed was a wicket to get back in the game, and they got one. They got 2 quickly. And then wickets started to tumble. Can Gloucestershire do the same? Just goes through to the keeper, and this is going to be an important spell now for Geach. Liv Daniels brought off with 2 overs left. Feels an interesting play, although she was just a little bit expensive towards the end, as anyone would have been with the aggression from the batters. Drive up towards long on, finds a single. And every delivery that goes by without a boundary just feels like a moment of calmness. A chance to relax. And they realise they've got to bowl again at one of these two. Just as destructive as the next. It's straight. Long on. Making her way round. It's Emily Monday out there. Fields well. Again, just another single.
It's important to remember that there's a 181 run partnership against a bowling attack that is in serious form as well. This is, whilst on paper, you would say Sussex favourites for this game, given it's 4th versus 8th.
That might have just been an outside edge through to Ahern, judging by the body language and the reaction from backward point. You don't think so?
Well, it's been given as a bye as well.
Oh yes, that makes sense.
Didn't hear anything.
I just got a thought, despite the reaction
That's the
and
innings, 200
hands on the heads. It must have just been close to the bat. This shot is whipped away out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, a few more bobbles. Affects a clean pickup. 250 now up for Sussex. 250 for 3, which seems incredible as this pair approach the 200-run partnership.
Yeah, as I say, this is a bowling attack that has been used to taking wickets. Has not been put under this sort of extraordinary pressure for some time now.
Full toss hit into a gap. Finding Izzy Patel out on the deep cover boundary. And a round of applause brings the end of an over, and a good one from Geach. Just 4 overs before that one, and a separate spell. She comes in and bowls an over for 5. Very impressive stuff. And it means that there's just a little bit of a pause to this Sussex run scoring mayhem. 252 for 3 after 39, 11 overs to go, and it's 68 to win.
I suppose conversely, though, from the Sussex point of view, I mean, they've beaten the top side in the table and come within a whisker of beating the team in second, so they must be feeling a little bit as though any test is possible for them. And this really would be, I keep saying it, but an absolutely extraordinary win for Sussex, not just from the position that they were in, but knowing how much depended on this game. They've got Northamptonshire and Leicestershire breathing down their necks in the table, with, after today, would be 2 games in hand. Northamptonshire would only be 3 points behind, playing tomorrow. Kind of know they've probably got to win their last 2 to make it into the semi-finals. Alice Bird returns with the keeper up to the stumps. Green in the 90s. Gloucestershire having to, I suppose, take a few more risks in terms of the field setting maybe as well. They're really asking Green to hit through the offside now. Daniel's trying everything she can to buy a wicket. Everybody deep on the leg side, everybody up on the offside. Full toss, well struck. Belcher round the boundary, but no, the ball again has too much pace on it. And the full toss is capitalised upon. There might be protection out on that leg side, but it's just so hard to cut down all these angles. And just as it felt as though maybe a little bit of pressure was building after that cheap over from Geach and the dot to start this one, Green finds a way to release it. Short and pulled in the air, but again, it'll bounce and it's off the hand of Izzy Patel. Won't go for 4, but it will produce 1 more. And just those little moments in the field. There was a time, even before the opportunity presented itself, that just seemed as though they were feeling it a little bit in the field. So it's all experience, but Sussex ramming home their advantage, seemingly. Now, Green on 98 will not come back for a second run there. Showing her experience.
It's been such an interesting partnership with so many moments like that have been aerial off the bat. They've tempted in fielders and just landed short or just gone over the top.
Whipped by Harmon, who gets herself into such a strong position. It's built up that strike rate well over 120. ball left in this over for Green on 99. Hit hard, no nerves in the shot, but picks out Brewer at extra cover. So the back 10 we will now reach with 60 needed from 60. Milestones approaching aplenty. Green's 100. The next one quite likely to be the 200-run partnership. And then still plenty of runs left for Nancy Harmon to have the potential to raise her bat as well.
And we now enter the final power play of the innings.
So 10 overs to go, everybody. 260 for 3. And it is Emily Geach to continue, fresh off the back of a very good previous over. Driven in the air, again through the mid-on area. Fielder is out there, Monday, runs in and fields. 59 now left to win from 10 overs. At 6 runs and over, it feels what could be quite straightforward, but the thing about these run chases, a wicket, a good over, or even a dot, can just change things.
It's that thing about 50 over cricket as well. I say it over and over again, but equations in 50 over cricket that would seem simple in T20 because of almost the mental aspect of 50 over cricket. Not always quite as easy as they seem.
Carved through a gap, that short third. This is going to take some stopping. It's just gathering pace. It's skipping along the outfield and just bounces over the rope. 3 Gloucester fielders couldn't get there. And it's 100 for Kiara Green. The Sussex skipper, in over a run a ball, gets the triple figures. A magnificent style. That drive just piercing the gap. It's a fitting way to get through to that century. As Green has put Sussex into an all but optimal position to go on and win this game. A reminder, when she came in, it was 68 for 3. She's gone and hit 100 alongside Harmon. This time, a big heave to a deep pocket at Cow Corner. Emily Monday is running her way round and does the fielding. It will be a couple of runs, which moves Green onto 105. But a superb knock from the Sussex skipper.
As far as I can see, and this is only Cricket Archive, which is an excellent resource but doesn't include all the matches, but her previous List A highest, 68.
Driven in the air, caught. There's the wicket Gloucestershire needed. Chloe Brewer with a smart catch at cover. And a couple of balls after reaching 100, Captain Kiara Green is not going to be out there to get Sussex over the line. So Sussex now fall to 267 for 4. A new batter's got to come out with a runner ball needed. The Cheltenham Cricket Festival rise to their feet to applaud the Sussex captain making her way off the pitch for 105. A truly deserved round of applause for a magnificent innings.
I have to say, she pretty much put the team on her back for a lot of that partnership. She faced through, I suppose what we have to say now, with the early stages of the partnership, but it was about a 50 partnership when this was the case. Just a tiny little 50 partnership.
Bella Johnson.
She faced about 2/3 of the bowling and was happy to do that.
Green caught by Brewer on the bowling of each for 105, made off 101 balls.
And as you say, 68 for 3. Somebody had to come out and play that sort of an innings. The way that she's built it, the way that through the early part of her innings, she was happy to soak up some pressure as well as finding boundaries. And in the latter part of her innings, it has just been a demonstration of authority and calmness, and that is a quite spectacular effort. Under a runner ball, but a new batter has to come out, and I suppose the pressure is on Harmon on 82.
Just beats the bat and crashes into the thumb maybe of Ahern. And well, potential of an edge because bye was not given. Well, we'll get a replay on that very shortly, but what an over from Emily Geach. Takes the huge wicket. And again, we will have a look at this replay. And it's a thick edge. It's just gone right onto the end of the finger of Ahern. Keepers do have a tough job. Not a drop, I'd say. It was a thick enough edge to escape the wingspan of the gloves or the hand span.
No, it would have taken almost a moment of fortune, or maybe, in an odd way, the gloves not being in the right place exactly for the fine edge. But it does mean, I suppose, at the very least, that they've got Harmon at the non-striker's end, but yeah, that I don't think any level you'd be putting down as a drop. When you can see the deflection, it's pretty much nigh on impossible for the keeper to catch those. Alice Bird will remain in the attack with Bella Johnson on strike. That's down the leg side. Won't go for 4. There's again some running to be done round that boundary. But again, it is extras. It was the tale of the early part of the day, and whilst Gloucestershire haven't conceded as many as Sussex, been some creeping in of late. Johnson wants a single, but no. Comes the cry from the non-striker's end. They've already got 3 runs from the first delivery this over.
Well, Harmon at the non-striker now is the prized wicket. Gloucester have done the hard work. Can they take another?
Again, the crowd will do every bit that they can. A little word from Harmon, but I think Johnson knows what she's got to do. That was a welcome little flick to get her underway off Bird and off strike.
We're in the kind of position where if you've just tuned in, it looks like a straightforward win for Sussex. But because of that wicket that's just fallen of Kiara Green, it's really halted the progression. A couple of overs ago, Sussex were just hitting the ball all over the place, taking boundaries, multiple per over. Now it's stalled.
But Harmon continues just to have that get-out shot up to long on. I wonder whether a little bit of that chat was, whether it was Harmon saying, right, I want to be here at the end. So if any risk needs to be taken, almost actually the new batter is the one that takes the risk. No run there, fiddled out to backward point. Again, with each dot, there's a little bit of energy returning to things, and almost just get the feeling that whilst They'll still be feeling that this maybe got away from them a little bit in the field. Just that opportunity to regroup after the wicket of green. Just a slight relaxing of that pressure in the field. Johnson will take at least a single here. Harman's very quick. They are going to come back for a second run. The throw will go to Harman's end. And Belcher probably wouldn't have had Harman anyway there, I don't think, even if she'd caught it cleanly. A bird, apologies. I don't think there was an opportunity there. It would have had to have been absolutely bang next to the stumps. It was just about a 2, as quick as Harman is.
Well, of all the run-out vague chances we've had, I don't think that's too high up on this list.
No.
We've had some real contenders for, you know, a couple that have almost been upwards of a yard out if the direct hit would have been taken. Now, we did mention it briefly in the first innings. 26 minutes is left to bowl the remaining 8, which feels a little bit of a stretch.
Or it's to start the last, is it not?
To bowl 7.
Think.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right there, Ed. And there's a couple overs from Liv Daniels in there, which would be quicker. As Geach is on, and it's a very straight drive, could be 2, and will be the slightly fresher legs of Johnson coming back for the second run.
I think you can foresee a situation, though, where probably Gloucestershire are going to have to bring another fielder up anyway. Because you're not going, I don't think, unless Harman gets out, you're not almost going to restrict here.
Harman again, punishing it straight. And they're going to come back for a second run on the fumble. This could be close, but no, Bella Johnson gets in safely. An almighty cheer from the Sussex dugout. Brilliant awareness from Nancy Harman to take the second run on the fumble, even though she's deep into her innings. Chipped up towards deep mid-wicket. It's one bounce and a good piece of work from Prathana Reddy. This has definitely been a very challenging side to field on today. Balls have been careering in at pace on the one bounce and bouncing off a hard outfield, bouncing hard up above head height. Reddy did very well to prevent the boundary, and Storer, who's just joined her out on this deep leg side boundary, has also had to do a couple as well. This has been top edge. It's a chance for Reddy. Taken. Another big wicket for Gloucestershire. 280 for 5 as Emily Geach is that player again. She takes another wicket. That's her 3rd of the innings. And well, at one point Gloucestershire thought that as soon as the spin bowlers were done, their chance could be over. But Emily Geach has been the hero of the last few overs. It was a swing across the line from Johnson, a top edge and a good catch from Prathana Reddy. And so Sussex are searching for someone to bat alongside Harman. And it's the 2 Hampshire loanees now out there together. Poppy Tulloch is out to join her. 280 for 5 with 7.2 overs left. It's 40 to win.
Change of pace. By the looks of things, doing Johnson. You can see why she's thinking, if I can just find a couple of boundaries, the way that Harman is playing just enables Harman to ease her way to this total.
Poppy Tulloch.
Well, that made everybody jump.
There has been a few moments when it's been slightly surprising. It's like Deer pitching out, so he's done a very good job today.
I'm not quite sure how everybody's managed to survive in the crowd today without being told they have to keep their eye on the ball at all times. After what happened last year.
What did happen last year?
Well, let's say that announcement was heard a fair few times. Good start.
Yeah, Emily Geach has been very impressive since returning with the ball. Her 3 overs since the return to spell have gone for under 20 runs and taken a couple of wickets at a time where Sussex were on top with the bat, scoring at a good rate. So another one beats the bat. Poppy Tulloch now the one to support Nancy Harmon. And as the chant of "Come on Gloucester, keep going" rings around the ground, they're listening, Ed.
Well, it's funny, year after year you come here, and those that do love Cheltenham, it's not just the atmosphere, it's not just the feeling of summer, the highlight of the summer for many people, but it's also the fact that time after time this ground seems to produce classics. Just whatever format it's in, 4-day games seem to go down right to the last session. Limited overs matches, nip and tuck. And whilst it is still under a run a ball, just that feeling of pressure, and even Harmon just popping that one up towards long on. They're coming back for a second run. The throw is going to miss. Probably a direct hit would have had Tulloch, but that's asking a lot from deep mid-on. Harmon now into the 90s.
What a game of cricket this has been.
It's been a strange one.
It has been a strange one.
Down the leg side. And, well, they might fancy another one here again. They'll get it. So that's 3 more. And as much as the energy was raised, that wicket in the previous over followed by a couple of dots, Sussex have now managed 5 runs off the first legal delivery this over. Oh, bowled! Nancy Harmon's terrific innings is at an end, and she will go up and give a word of advice and encouragement to Poppy Tulloch at the non-striker's end. And now this one really does feel like it could go absolutely down to the wire. Whilst Harmon was there was certainly the chance that Sussex could still have finished this off, potentially even with multiple overs to spare. But a perfect Yorker from Alice Bird has seen the end of a spectacular innings from Nancy Harmon. She has been the only batter today on both sides that has struck the ball with such authority down the ground. But Sussex are now 6 down, and out comes Stanley.
3 wickets in the last 4 overs.
Talitha Stanley.
We were saying, weren't we, at 260 odd for 3, that all Gloucestershire needed was a wicket.
Harmon bowled by Bird for
And well, they've taken 3 in 4.
made up 73 balls.
And now Sussex feel on the back foot. 2 new batters at the crease. Gloucestershire know they can do this.
Well, they are still going to need to take wickets. I suppose the conundrum for Daniels is just how much she goes on the attack, whether she's able to get a sense maybe in the first couple of deliveries of how easily Stanley might find various open spaces, because at the moment there's nobody really right in her grill.
Charles Phillips just delivering a few messages down on this deep square boundary to Pathana Reddy. And with a few motions of hand gestures. The message has been delivered out to Liv Daniels.
A fine glance. That'll get Stanley underway. I suppose it also becomes harder without Harman, especially with her speed between the wickets, just to be quite so aggressive coming back for those second runs almost on the arm that Sussex were starting to do.
She was getting a bit tired as well. She definitely was. She is one of the fastest runners in this Sussex side.
Oh, another fantastic Yorker from Alice Bird. How Tullett kept that out, I'm not sure.
Well, I don't judge myself as a translator in body language or hand gestures, but I could have sworn I thought Liv Daniels motioned that she was going to come on.
Slower delivery. It'll be 33 to win now.
From the college lawn end. But the problem is, you cannot take Alice Bird off now. She's bowling in-swinging Yorkers with pace to now the bowling all-rounders and the start of the tail. Or you can save her for a couple of overs at the end.
Another Yorker stabbed out to extra cover, so a dot to end. 33 required from the last 6 with 4 wickets in hand. It is all set up for a grandstand finish.
It is. So 2 overs left for Alice Bird, 3 overs left for Belcher. But I think we'll see definitely either 1 or 2 more from, well, she's just given her cap to the umpire, Emily Geach, who's got 3 overs left. A couple overs for Liv Daniels. Don't think we'll see any more of Izzy Patel, who's 4 overs went for 33. But judging by the bowlers who've got overs left, what do you reckon, Ed? 2 overs left for Alice Bird. Whether it's time for Liv Daniels.
Yeah, well, they'll just break it up a little bit. She bowled 3 in that spell. Could split it. Might partly depend on what happens in this over. Whether you need wickets or whether you think it's time to, especially with a left-hander out there now in Stanley, whether you think it's time to go back to stump spin.
Third ball from Geach, worked out to deep mid-wicket. Each run is getting due applause from the Sussex contingent. And of course, there's also the potential for Geach to bowl through, but that would be a 6-over spell at the death. And then you're looking at probably Belcher from the Chapel end, who has been a little bit expensive in that short spell she had at the end of the second power play. Driven up towards long off, will just be a single. Oh, misfield means there'll be 2. Brilliant running between the wickets, and I wonder if that was the message from Nancy Harman. They know that these 2 will win the game, not necessarily on boundaries, but on running between the wickets. Another drive. They're going to put this fielder under pressure once more. Good piece of work this time, means it will just be a single.
Yeah, she's fielding on those practice surfaces, Izzy Patel. You are going to get bobbles. To expect anybody to field every ball cleanly at the back end here is too much, but really got to try and keep it to a minimum.
Good bowling from Geach, but it is a single to that vacant mid-on area. Well, 29 needed, 28 now from 32.
That flow of singles has just begun again, and that was going to be, I think, the key for these 2.
Full Yorker again, out towards Izzy Patel. And a very, very clean pickup this time. One ball left in the over. It's been an okay one for both sides, but it's now gone for 6, and even that will start to worry the Gloucestershire side. Turned away to deep mid-wicket. They'll think about 2. No chance. Brilliant work in the deep from Chloe Brewer, who we haven't seen bowl today. Unless she has a Faye Mullins spell. Come and start your spell for 3 overs at the death and take a 3 for. Don't think we'll be seeing that, though, from Chloe Brewer. Alice Bird does continue. I think that's the right call, just because of these 2 batters. Fast in-swinging Yorkers, going to be not only tricky to get away, but tricky to survive. 294 for 6, 5 overs to go, 26 to win.
Yeah, they still need wickets above all else. Almost feels like the easier thing to do now, to take 3 or 4 wickets in what remains than restrict to 26. Still need to build the pressure, and as many of those deliveries as Bird can land in that area will make life trickier now that you've got fresh batters and lower middle order out there. Was there something on that? No, it's wided. Didn't think that flicked pad, and Bird's reaction, I think, not one that suggested she really felt there was any pad on that. Driven in the air and taken at extra cover by the Centurion Chloe Brewer. 7 down now, Sussex, as Stanley unable to keep that drive down, and a comfortable catch for the safe hands of Brewer.
Well, another wicket for Alice Bird in the closing stages. 295 for 7. My word, this game really is going right down to the death. 25 to win off 28, 3 wickets needed to win. And I will just remind people that 10 minutes is left for Gloucestershire to bowl out 3.4 overs to get to the final over without having to push an extra fielder from the boundary in. But you're right, Ed, that might not be an issue at that time, because there could be single figures needed.
Yeah, I think they just almost need to put that out of their mind. There was a time when it certainly was in their mind, when Geach was running back to her mark, but now they're going to have to put pressure on what is now getting towards the tail of this Sussex lineup. Anyway, Anna Buckle, tall seam bowler, the new batter. They've dropped 3rd back to the boundary for her. Oh, playing a miss. But I think that's a good fielding position for Liv Daniels and for Gloucestershire, because especially as tall fast bowlers start swinging, thick edges start flying down in that area. Still under a run a ball. But again, Bird, who backs that Yorker at the death, continuing to ask Sussex to hit her off that.
The question is now, do you bowl her out and have 1 over left?
Oh, how did that miss? Alice Bird can't believe it either. A streaky single, but it does get Buckle off the mark. But Tulloch, as the more established batter, has that Tier 1 experience as well. She's now only got one ball to retain the strike for the next over, which you'd imagine she'd like. Slower ball in the air, but it'll fall short of extra cover. About a foot shy of Chloe Brewer, and if that had carried, I think Gloucestershire would have been firm favourites. As it is, it's a runner ball for 4 overs. And with 2 left, Geet surely to continue. And I think the way that that over ended, I don't think you can take the ball out of Alice Bird's hand, not after that.
No, not at all. And strangely, well, we'll have to see from this over from Geach, but I'd struggle not to bowl her all the way through too.
Yeah.
And that would take Gloucestershire till the end. So they need to find 1 over, whether they go to Belcher or Liv Daniels.
Yeah.
Feels a big, big question
Again,
facing the Gloucestershire
I think
team.
it depends on what they need, whether it's wickets or whether restrictions okay.
And solid defence. Emily Geach has just been outstanding. 25 from her last 4 overs in this period of the game, and the 3 wickets. A quick single's taken to a diving Chloe Brewer at extra cover. They get through to a single. Emily Geach doing a little bit of jogging for the last delivery back to the top of her mark, but still a little bit of time to that cut-off. But you're right, Ed, I don't think they'll want to be thinking about it too much. Just focus on the next over. Almost just accept it. Should again just be a single from Tulloch out towards deep cover. Belcher's been pretty good out in the deep today. Had a lot of work to do out on that boundary. Three wickets to win for Gloucestershire. Full toss is driven out towards long on. Emily Monday is deep out there. This will take some fielding. Oh, it's a misfield. It's gone through. It's running towards the boundary. Emily Monday has let it go for 4. And that's the reaction around the crowd and on the pitch. Well,
That's the innings 300 in the 47.
300 up in that style for Sussex. It feels like a big blow, but there's still so much more these two need to do. Buckle this time driving to Brewer. No chance of a single. And a slightly dodgy throw and a good stop from Ahern.
You see even Brewer feeling it a little bit. She's smiling about it now, but yeah, there was probably zero need to let that throw go. Still one more delivery on target, and it is a runner ball again.
Buckle finds a single out towards Belcher. Again, this will take some attacking. And they think about 2. They're going to go for it. Chance of the keeper's end. Clean take and bails off. Anna Buckle's got to go. In reality, they had to go for the 2. There was just a little bit too much hesitation. And Gloucestershire are now 2 wickets away from a tremendous win here against Sussex, for 2 wins on the bounce. But at the same time, Sussex need a batter to go out there and bat with Poppy Tulloch and chase 18 to win off the last 3 overs. A runner ball, a belter.
That's a very bad time to make a pun with Buckle walking off. But anyway, I do wonder, was it worth the sacrifice, actually?
What, the pun?
No, whether it was worth giving that wicket up. it does mean Tulloch's on strike, so that's definite tick for that. It's still under a run of ball, but now only 2 balls away from
Run out by Belcher.
winning the match, Gloucestershire, or another misjudgment. There are 3 overs left. Whether a wicket's worth quite that much. I think the difference with coming back for a second run there was that the ball was already cleanly picked up by Belcher. It's the pickup that's going to be the issue there. But anyway, it might have worked. Another run off. 16 to win and 3 wickets in hand would have felt very different. Bird to bowl out. And that's a call of run him immediately. It's a long way in. They're going to come through for it. This could be another run out, and it's fumbled. It was an awkward throw. It was one of those in-between throws from Patel in the deep. It was neither on the full nor on the bounce. And it just made Bird's life that much harder. Tulloch back on strike. Great Yorker. They're going to push again. Oh, she's fallen over. And they'll stay. I thought for a moment that Mullins hadn't realised that Tulloch had fallen and was going to come charging down. So the number 10 is on strike for the first time. I wonder how the heart rate of Mullins is. We think on 50 over debut for Sussex. Came in and bowled 3 overs at the end of the Gloucestershire innings, 3 overs, 3 for 21. And now finds herself with a bat in hand with a chance to win the game for her team.
She bats like she bowled. We're in for a heck of a cameo here, Ed.
She could be the finisher with ball and with bat. Wided. Thought about that, umpire White.
It's close, isn't it?
Wow,
just outside.
She's still getting that ball to fade back a little bit. It almost wrapped itself round that wide line. A very tight call at this stage. Umpires are under pressure as well. Tough job for them too. Well, she's come a distance down there, Mullins, but there's no run. In a way, though, it's almost the case with the established batter in Tulloch and the chance to try and push for 2s in the outfield. Even if she were to face 3 dots here, she's got to tell herself that's not the worst outcome. I think that one will be fine, and that signal from the umpire means that that is the point where Gloucestershire have missed the cut-off time. So now, for the remaining 2.2 overs, they must have 6 in the ring. But they need fielders in the ring, they need dots. So now everybody up on the offside. Appeal for LBW sounded as though there were 2 noises there. Maybe going down leg anyway. Yeah, definitely going down leg anyway. Back to a runner ball again.
I think you're right about just face out the 3 dots.
The
You're
wicket,
absolutely right.
she can't get out, because then you've got no opportunity to push for 2s. If it's a straight ball, pretty much block it. Back towards the bowler. There was a bump ball, despite what a few in the crowd thought, but she does indeed close out her spell
2 for 57.
with those dot balls. 13 off 2 overs. Bird bowled out 2 for 57. Geach 3 for 57 to bowl her last. It's a tough call potentially brewing as far as who the last over will be given to. Belcher has been a closer, but you're going with raw pace versus what you'd think of as 6 balls bowled stump to stump, what Liv Daniels would do anyway. They've got to get it there first because Geach has got an over to go before.
Well, it's whether the skipper takes it on herself or passes it on to Belcher. Can Geach take it to the final over? Can she take a couple of wickets to end it here and now? Tulloch on strike. Needs a boundary. Defends it back to the bowler. Will find no run. A valuable dot. 50 over cricket that comes down to the wire. It's just excellent. And Geach has been a huge part of that, as has Bird. Down the track comes Tulloch, catchable high, gone! Caught at extra cover. Tulloch can't believe it, but the Gloucestershire players are all together in a big huddle. And 307 for 9 now. Gloucestershire at times thought they were down and out. 267 for 3. Sussex were at one point. And now the next 40 runs, causing the fall of 5, now 6 wickets. Poppy Tulloch giving a low catch to the fielder in there. Now they're in that huddle. And they know Gloucestershire are 1 wicket away from a victory against Sussex.
She tried to advance into it. I don't know whether Geach saw her coming or not, but if she did, it was a fantastic piece of bowling to then go into the pitch. So Geach with wickets through the middle of that Sussex lineup, but it was her that produced that double strike, breaking that 199 run stand between Harman and Green. Green going for 105, Johnson going in quick succession. And now Sussex need 10 and 11 to get them over the line. Heart rate monitor on Doherty would be interesting at the moment, but she's probably not the only one.
Well, she faces up then to Geach. Her drive is lofted into the offside and well fielded by fielder at cover. Belcher in there.
People imploring Emily Geach to slow down, but she just seems to be in such a mode of being in the zone, running back to her mark still.
Bold! Emily Geach with the wicket and a 5-wicket haul to seal the deal here at Cheltenham.
Congratulations to Gloucestershire.
And Emily Geach runs off and surrounded by her teammates. And Gloucestershire get their second win in a row.
With 5 wickets for 57 off 9.4 overs.
Well, just soak that up. The Cheltenham Festival is back, and it is back with a serious bang. 5 wickets, with the last one to win it. An absolutely heroic bowling display from Emily Geach. Sussex, you have really to feel for them because they have played a tremendous part in another Cheltenham cracker, which has seen a 12-run win for Gloucestershire, but it felt even tighter than that. Almost, in terms of 50 over cricket, the final margin, it doesn't really matter. It's more about the sense of it, and this was a game that not only could have gone either way at various points, but it looked as if it was done and dusted either way at various points. And they're on their feet down below us in the members' area as Gloucestershire have made it back-to-back wins in the most dramatic of styles. In a game that has seen well over 600 runs, 16 wickets, all kinds of drama.
And of course they're back on Sunday week to play Test.
Absolute buoyancy from the Gloucestershire side. High fives all round. But in a game of Nerves at the end. Gloucestershire just able to hold theirs. But it's always a shame cricket-wise. You see these fantastic performances. I mean, all-round performances. Ciara Green, not only with that 105, but also she was the most economical bowler all day. 1 for 48 from her 10 overs. Phenomenal innings from Nancy Harman as well. The way that she struck it for her 90 from 73. Stormed round in the field as well and saved countless runs. Not just those two, but particularly those two. They don't really deserve to be on the losing side. But from a Gloucestershire perspective, there was a time when that really looked as if it was getting away from them. And dare I say it, maybe with some assistance from 12thers beyond the boundary, because the crowd really did seem to play their part in that one. It is Gloucestershire who've got over the line. So 319 for 6th place, 307. And one more game remains at the Cheltenham Festival for Gloucestershire's women. So if you enjoyed watching that, then why not get down in person? 10:30 start next Sunday, Gloucestershire's women taking on Kent. But as far as tomorrow is concerned, our attention will move on to the Men's One Day Cup as Gloucestershire take on the Notts Outlaws in that one. Charlie, thank you so much for your company today. It's been an extraordinary game to call, and hopefully we'll have plenty more drama to bring you throughout the Towergate Cheltenham Festival as we're back underway with an 11 o'clock start for the men tomorrow. Gloucestershire versus Nottinghamshire. Hopefully you can join us then. Thank you very much for watching on the Gloucestershire live stream today. And we will be back with more cricket from Cheltenham tomorrow. Have a good night.